Before watching the video, guys, remember to give me a like, a share, and a comment to support S, okay? If you guys like S to do any series, please comment below so I can make it. Thank you all very much. The city at night. Heavy rain poured down upon the city. The small silhouette of a black cat sat on the roof of a house under the downpour. Now, for the weather, the heavy rain from last night is expected to last for a week. The observatory has issued a yellow warning for this heavy rain, and it is trending towards an orange level, in a familiar bookstore on a well-known street. Inside the shop, a room bathed in warm yellow light created a cozy and harmonious atmosphere, a stark contrast to the dark rain outside. A pair of hands reached out to take a book from the shelf. A young man with a youthful face and smooth black hair wearing white gloves. As he reached for the book, he whispered to himself, "The rain is so heavy, isn't it? I bet no more customers will come. But what if someone forgot their umbrella and needs a place to shelter, huh?" The young man smiled, thinking to himself, "I'm so kind. Hopefully these kind and affectionate gestures will help bring in income for me. Ah, no, it's customer gratitude I should be aiming for." On the table sat a hot cup of tea. The young man was lost in his thoughts. And of course, if they are moved by my kindness and hospitality, and then buy or borrow a few of my books, oh, that would be great, wouldn't it? In the room, the young man was enjoying himself. Meanwhile, outside, a large, round moon, as if magnified, hung in the sky amidst the heavy rain. A blood-stained sword swung through the rain. Figures were running hastily through the downpour. Several men were urgently chasing a girl. The girl had long ears. One man had his hand cut off by the girl's sword. Following him were two others throwing knives at her. The girl waved her hand. A red light repelled the two incoming knives, sending them back towards the two men. One of the knives pierced the forehead of one of the men. He died instantly. The girl, like a ghost, appeared behind the remaining man. Very easily, she broke his neck. She threw the man's body to the ground, standing in the rain, her hands blood-stained and injured. Annoyed, she spoke as blood dripped to the ground. She looked at the blood mixing with the rainwater, thinking, "Damn it, it's over. It seems I've broken 3, no 4 ribs, but it's okay." The girl picked up the staff she had dropped and turned to leave. She thought, "But even if the blood is poisoned, recovery will still take at least an hour. If I can't find a hiding place, it will be very dangerous." She turned and left, leaving the bleeding corpses in the street, their blood mixing with the rainwater. As she walked, she saw the bright lights of a bookstore. She lifted her yellow pupils to look at the shop before her. She whispered, "A bookstore." She walked towards it, placing her hand on the doorknob, thinking, even though there are many shops, only this bookstore is still open in this rain, huh? Is it a coincidence or a trap? She placed her hand on the door, steeling her resolve. It doesn't matter. I just need to hide for as long as possible. Let's go inside. After a moment of thought, she pushed the door open. The bell hanging on the door chimed, signaling an arrival. The clear click-clack of high heels echoed in the small bookstore. The girl looked at the young man in front, who was sitting behind a desk reading a book. The young man looked at the girl, smiled, and said, "Welcome." His eyes paused. "I've been waiting for you, a beautiful and brave customer in this rain." The young man looked at the girl quickly, assessing her long ears, a yellow earring, slightly tattered clothes, and a combination of wounds. He thought, "Oh, no matter how you look at it, she has quite a few wounds, doesn't she? I must use everything I have. Merchant Lin." "Ah, no, it's the new Lin's healing method." Lin looked at the standing girl and said, "I have hot towels here. Would you like to dry off and warm up first?" The girl looked around then at the towel on the table, silently assessing. "Waiting for me. And he prepared what I need. A bookstore couldn't possibly be this well prepared. This can't be a coincidence. This shop owner must know something." Thinking this, she didn't hesitate to take the towel to wipe her face, drying the water. She said, "Thank you, keep the heater on." She speculated about the origin of the young man before her. Which organization is he from, the Secret Ritual Tower, or the Truth Society? Or is he the one appointed for the Witch's Night? In the girl's eyes, the young man sitting before her exuded a strange, dark aura. Anyway, this guy definitely can't be an ordinary bookstore owner. The girl leaned her staff on the ground and asked, "You said you were waiting for me." Lin extended his hand towards her and said, "Of course. Fate is sometimes a very magical thing, allowing two strangers to meet." Lin looked at the rain through the window and asked, "It seems you're in a rather difficult situation, aren't you? A suggestion saying someone is in trouble doesn't necessarily mean it's for business. It's just a simple suggestion." The girl was surprised by the young man's guess. "Yes, but once customers connect with their situation and start to grumble about it, That's an opportunity for Mr. Lin to heal their souls and then strengthen the relationship between them. The girl said to Lin, "It's true I've encountered a problem." She thought to herself, "I can't confirm if he's a friend or foe right now. I'll use this opportunity to learn more about his identity and purpose." Lin picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for the girl, saying, "You said it's a problem. If I guess correctly, you're having problems with your relationships, aren't you?" He spoke vaguely, a simple trick used by liars and also by Mr. Lin. Speaking must create ambiguity, and then it will create opportunities for both them and yourself. The girl was once again surprised by Lin's words. Watching Lin's extremely gentle actions, she thought, "What is he saying? If he's not trying to confuse me, then he must know something, right?" Lin Jie pulled out a chair and said to the girl, "Why don't you sit down first?" The girl sat down on the chair, her heart full of suspicion. An outsider like him knowing about Bai Lan's betrayal of me in such a short time. With just that amount of time, he wouldn't know unless it had been planned from the beginning. Unless he had controlled everything from the very start. The girl reached out and touched the hot teacup, looking at her reflection in the tea. She explained, "I was betrayed. Everything. It was all his fault. The birth of the mirror technique. It's like a demon beast's egg that can attract other souls. Because of them, years of friendship were replaced by greed and desire for fame and fortune. From those things, they began to use their own power to wipe out their former allies. How pitiful." Lin Jie listened, his heart stirred. Or is it cruel? All right, the more cruel it is, the easier it will be for me to exploit it. No, to fix it. Lin Jie casually held his teacup and said, "Everything always has two sides. Even though you were betrayed, isn't this an opportunity to understand that person better?" Hearing Lin Jie's words, the girl became even more certain of her guess that the young man before her had realized everything. She thought, "It seems he knows everything. He said that as long as there's a reason for their ambition to rise, it will still happen today. It's just a different time and reason." The girl lowered her eyes and said, "You're right. But I was very sad and hurt by this betrayal. So what about realizing their baseness?" Lin Jie closed his eyes and thought. He thought to himself, "Very painful, huh? I understand. That traitor hurt her. If so, then let's use this eloquent tongue to enlighten her." Thinking this, Lin Jie immediately said, "Of course there is. Now you know what is real and what is false. You won't feel pity for those who hurt you anymore." Lin Jie's eyes flashed with red pupils. "Even if they were people close to you?" The girl was surprised by Lin Jie's words, thinking, "So this is what he was waiting for from me. He wanted to use me to fight against those hunters. He is indeed very cunning and shrewd, and also despises the hunters. This shop owner might be a high-level blood mage." The girl hesitated and asked Lin Jie, "Then, what do you think I should do?" Lin Jie's eyes were filled with calculation. He said, "It seems they have all lost their humanity. Retaliate enough." 3 suggested targets. Lin Jie said to the girl, "You don't need to be gentle with people like them. Giving my customer a reasonable suggestion after understanding the situation. Those are the renowned words of Mr. Lin in normal conversations." The girl was startled, sweat breaking out. She said, "Are you saying I have to lose my humanity? I'm not mentally prepared for that yet." Lin Jie thought to himself, "Not yet, huh? But it's close. Time for business." Lin Jie smiled and said, "I think what you need." Lin Jie placed his hand on the book on the table. "Is this book?" He stood up and pushed the book towards her, thinking, "I've read Rousseau's Confessions. A book like this would suit a lady who has just been heartbroken like her." The girl stared at the cover of the book, which had the words, "Blood and Monsters." Her face was covered in sweat. She thought, "Blood and Monsters, I've never heard of it. Why is he showing me this book at this time?" When she opened the pages, a strange, bright red, blood-like aura seemed to pour out from them, pulling her into the world of the book. She was startled and terrified, looking at the blood-red aura and claws surrounding her. "What is this?" The girl felt as if she had been stripped naked, her entire body bare and bound by tentacles. She screamed, Is this a supernatural transformation?" She imagined a pair of eyes dripping blood like a waterfall into her teacup. The book snapped shut. She seemed to have realized something. Supernatural transformation. The power contained in blood. The power of these hunters originates from these monsters. They receive a part of their power through infection with this dangerously contaminated blood. The girl clutched the book tightly to her chest as if she had a plan. The higher the efficacy, the more toxic the blood and the stronger the hunter will be. But the side effects of supernatural transformation will become more terrible and dangerous. Her eyes looked towards Lin Jie. Could it be that he has the ability to control contaminated blood hunters needed to survive? This would reverse the entire power structure. The girl asked Lin Jie, Is this what you want me to do? Lin Jie, like someone holding all destinies in his hand, said, Yes, I need you to do it. You absolutely must, not to repent, but to truly face yourself. Lin Jie achieved his wish, thinking, no matter how strong they may seem, a girl with a broken heart is so sentimental. I can only say some comforting words to her and recommend a good book, that's all. The girl trembled, hugging the book, while Lin Jie looked at her, thinking, but she looks like she's about to cry. Lin Jie placed his hand on her shoulder. He thought, maybe I should say something to boost her confidence. Lin Jie said, every time the final branch is sounded, I will appear before the supreme judge with this book in my hand and then declare, because I did so. Lin Jie, like a high-level puppet master, seemed to be instilling thoughts into the innocent girl's head. These are all my thoughts as if they are my own. Lin Jie explained to her, everyone has a beastly nature, right? He thought, don't worry, my ability is to make everything tragic. Ah. Lin Jie looked at the girl with a determined gaze. Confront it and trust me. You will be reborn. 4 decisive decisions after the customer has revealed their emotions, guide them on the right path. Use their inherent confidence and then solve the problem. These are Mr. Lin's little tips on communication. Have you all learned them? Lin Jie picked up his teacup and smiled at her. This is for a new tomorrow. Bottoms up. The girl also picked up her teacup and clinked it against Lin Jie's, saying, Thank you for your guidance. I will follow it. The girl gulped down the tea. Lin Jie was surprised, thinking, Huh? It's boiling water. She really did it. Lin Jie watched the girl in front of him drink boiling water like it was cold water, trembling. He thought, I just wanted to warm her stomach, but she seems fine. She must have a very healthy body. Lin Jie waited until she finished the hot tea, then pointed to a card on the table and said, Then please fill out this library card. The girl signed her name on the library card as Ji Jishu. Lin Jie picked up the library card and looked at it, thinking, Ji Jishu. I remember a famous millionaire once developed an underground district and called it Jibo Nuo. Lin Jie's eyes lit up. Isn't that the name of his only daughter? What a great success. Lin Jie looked at Ji Jishu as if looking at a walking money pot. I'll be able to have enough money to renovate the storefront. Calm down. I need to think carefully. Lin Jie stood up and said to her, The borrowing period is 1 month. You can extend it for a maximum of 1 more week. Lin Jie handed her a red umbrella. The rain is still very heavy, so I'll lend you an umbrella too. Remember to bring it back to me when you return the book. Ji Jishu took the umbrella and said, Thank you for your help. May I know more about you? Before leaving, she asked Lin Jie this. Lin Jie was quite surprised, thinking, Me? Why, I didn't accidentally flirt with her, did I? Did she? Ah, no, I must answer truthfully. Lin Jie extended his hand towards her and introduced himself. My name is Lin Jie. I'm just an ordinary bookstore owner. After getting her answer, the girl turned and left. She thought, it seems he doesn't want to reveal his true identity, but he's on my side, right? Exiting the door, she opened her umbrella, turned back slightly to look at Lin Jie and said, Well then, Mr. Lin, have a good evening. Lin Jie waved goodbye, a friendly smile on his face. Yes, be careful. Please come again. The bell on the door chimed as it closed. Lin Jie sat under the lamplight like a star in the spotlight. He stretched his arms and shoulders. It seems I did a very good job. Helping people every day makes me feel great. He thought to himself, maybe that's why I was transported to this world. He stood up. I should clean up and prepare for the next customer, huh? If there is anyone else today, that is. Meanwhile, Ji Jishu, holding her staff, opened her umbrella and carrying the book Blood and Monsters, walked away. Walking along the rainy path, she thought, what a terrifying person. Does he want me to confront those traitors before the deadline? Please come again. As the girl was walking, she suddenly flinched. She gripped her staff tightly, looking in alarm at a blurry figure in front of her. Just ahead on her path, a person also holding an umbrella stood in the rain, their figure indistinct. In the person's hand was also a book, and they were looking at her. The city was enduring a torrential downpour with a huge moon in the vast sky. This place was called the Azir Norzin continent. Lin Jie was still enjoying himself in his bookstore. He took another book down from the large bookshelf. Opening the book and skimming a few lines, Lin Jie thought, Seeing this book brings back many memories. When I was transported to this world, I lived in a city called Norzin. It's been 3 years already, hasn't it? Flashing back to the past at that time, Lin Jie was a young man with thick glasses on his eyes, flipping through books in the library. It was 2017 in the university library. Lin, a professor of folklore, a girl with red hair and yellow pupils wearing a short skirt, was also taking books from the library shelves. She asked Lin, who was reading, "Lin, you haven't left yet." "Mr. Lin, it's almost closing time." Lin waved his hand at the girl and said, "I just want to read it a little longer. Why don't you go ahead, I'll close up." The red-haired girl waved goodbye to Lin and said, "All right then. See you tomorrow, Mr. Lin." As she left the library, the red-haired girl met another beautiful black-haired woman. The black-haired girl, wearing a long purple dress, asked the red-haired girl, "It's late, isn't it? Is he still in there?" The red-haired girl said, "Thanks for coming. Mr. Lin loves books so much. I heard he's an eccentric who likes to collect books. He spent all his salary on buying books." "Huh, really? That's a bit too much, isn't it?" The sound of their whispered conversation reached Lin's ears. He let out a sigh. Phew. That year the moon was still as big and round as it was now, hanging high in the sky. The door closed with a click. Lin Jie looked around the library. In the middle of the bookshelves, a magic circle appeared. The magic circle was yellow. It covered almost half the library. Lin approached and stood next to the magic circle. He whispered, "With this, the preparations for the ritual are complete." Lin Jie thought to himself, "I know that to achieve this dream is like a dream itself. But if there's any glimmer of hope, I'll do it at any cost." Lin Jie squatted down and touched a spot near the center of the magic circle. He shouted, "Please let me have all the books in this world." After Lin Jie said that, the magic circle in front of him didn't change at all. He fell silent. Lin Jie scratched his head and said, "Every day it's still just this leisurely lifestyle." Lin Jie muttered to himself, not noticing that behind him a black liquid was gradually rising from the ground. Lin Jie stood up, scratching his head. "But it's okay. I can freely change the bookshelves and read countless books." The black liquid transformed into a giant monster like a snake with its mouth wide open, standing behind Lin. Its mouth exhaled close to Lin's ear. Only then did he startle and realize. He turned his head to look, only to see that the library door was tightly shut. Now, right in the crack of the door, an eye grew out with a strange yellow light. Lin Jie was slightly panicked and backed away. And sometimes healing customers' souls, too. The pleasure of being a life coach is so leisurely. At that moment, Lin had touched that door. And so he was here. And right now, Lin was casually holding a teacup, taking a sip, reading a book, and thinking, even though I haven't had customers for a while, my communication skills are still good, aren't they? Not too bad. I wonder how happy she'll be today. I can't do anything. My hands are stiff. Every day, it's still just this leisurely lifestyle. But it's okay. I can freely change the bookshelves and read countless books. Lin's mood was extremely cheerful because he had fulfilled his wish of reading countless books. He thought, and sometimes healing customers' souls, too. The pleasure of being a life coach is so leisurely. Lin Jie put the teacup down on the table. He pondered, even though I haven't had customers for a while, my communication skills have always been good, haven't they? Not too bad. Lin Jie sighed with relief. I wonder how happy she will be today. While Lin Jie was sighing with relief in the shop, pleased with serving a customer, Ji Jichu outside was wide-eyed, staring at the black shadow in front of her. She thought she was about to be attacked, but the man in a black cloak holding a book and an umbrella in the rain looked at her and then walked past Ji Jichu. Ji Jichu could only stand still, leaning on her staff, unable to do anything. She thought in panic, I can't do anything. My hands are completely stiff. At this moment, the man who she thought had walked past her stopped. He said, Oh, so it's that book. What a lucky fellow. Hearing the other person speak, Ji Jichu felt as if a giant python was flicking its tongue ready to bite. Ji Jichu trembled and slightly raised her head, but the other person just held the book and calmly walked away. After the man left, she sighed in relief. Ji Jichu threw her umbrella to the ground. She sat down on the ground, leaning against the wall, thinking, was that him? Impossible. Wasn't he? The man walked to the front of Lin's shop. The door was pushed open again. The bell chimed. Lin said again, Welcome. When he saw the man, Lin said, Oh, it's Mr. White. Did you come to return a book? The man took off his hat, revealing platinum blonde hair and a long beard. He wore a black mask on his face. The man holding his hat walked towards Lin and said in a deep voice, Can you call me by my real name, Mr. Lin? Lin was a little scared and said, Of course, Mr. White. The man said, So you have a new customer. You lent her a rather popular book. The two of them in the bookstore exchanged a few words. I just thought it suited her. Ah, yes. This is the book you lent me. It will only make you worry more. You don't believe me. I only realized after reading them. That one is a bit profound, and it's like a complete version of a vast world from life and death from beginning to end. With my limited comprehension, it's a bit hard to imagine how amazing that person would be to accomplish such a great feat. Yes, you are truly a giant. A giant? Gigi Shu outside heard the conversation between the two people inside the bookstore and trembled. I was right. That's the bastard, the faceless black scourge Frank White. That cruel sorcerer. Aberrants are divided into 4 types. AK classified by DHTK, Panic D, Cruel H, Indescribable. Frank White the Faceless is a cruel black sorcerer. What symbolizes him is the mask he wears, and the blood he sold also gave him a tragic blue pupil. He once fought one of the 10 paladins from the tower and then razed an entire area of 10,000 kilometers. That's how he earned the title Cruel. There aren't even 10 cruel aberrants in the Northern region. But if you count all of Azir, there are only about 100. Jijichu placed her hand on the wall, her strength causing a part of the wall to crack. She smiled and thought, he can talk to an aberrant of the same level. Well, it seems I've met an extraordinary person. She picked up her umbrella and then left. Inside the bookstore, Lin Jie was selecting books for the man. He said, "Hey, old White, you don't look too happy. If you need my help, don't hesitate to ask." Lin Jie thought to himself, "Old White, one of the regulars at my small shop. I've directed all his visits here. It seems right. A lonely person also needs some friendly concern." White was sitting there drinking tea, waiting for Lin to choose books. From what I know, he has 2 children, but they don't treat him very well. His lover abandoned him, and his colleagues are afraid of his appearance. That's why he's always alone. A truly lonely person. Lin Jie smiled, thinking, how nostalgic. When I first met him 2 years ago. 2 years ago, it was also raining cats and dogs, just like now. The door of the bookstore was pushed open, the bell jingling. Lin, wearing glasses and reading, smiled and said, "Welcome." At that time, he looked at the man in a black cloak with eyes hidden in shadow and thought, oh, my business acumen tells me this customer has a story. Based on his attire, he seems quite well off. He's also covering his face. How cold. Lin's analysis was almost entirely correct with just one look. His spiritual life is clearly lacking. He must be a scholar. Lin's professional radar was running non-stop at that moment. He calculated in his mind, it's like I have a chance to heal his soul. If I do it carefully, he'll come here often. At that time, White spoke in a cold voice holding a book. Are you the shop owner? I wonder if you collect old books. This book has been with me for a while. It must have some value. Lin Jie stood up and said, yes, this shop always offers a very wide range of services. Please wait a moment. Lin Jie pushed a teacup towards White and said, I only have black tea, is that all right? He thought, first use tea to break the distance between us. But at that time, White was still cold and said, no need. This old man is very afraid of people. I don't want any more trouble. Lin Jie extended his hand towards the man. You're a customer. Why should I be afraid of a customer besides focusing on appearance instead of the heart is foolish, isn't it? Hearing that, the man smiled and took off his black cloak. He draped the cloak over his arm, smiled, and said, then I'll accept your offer. Thank you for the tea. At that time, Lin Jie looked at White's face and was also a bit scared, thinking, mask. The mask he chose is even weirder than... It seems he uses it to hide the wrinkles on his face. It's okay, I don't need to delve into it. Lin Jie picked up the book the man had brought and thought, based on his book, he has studied many types of languages, hasn't he? He's also quite perceptive and a linguist, so I should focus on that. White put the teacup down on the table and said, good tea. Thank you. Lin Jie held the book and said, as long as you're satisfied. The book you brought, it's about strange and dying languages. These characters are truly magical, very impressive. At that moment, White was very startled by Lin's analysis. He looked at Lin and thought, he can sense the magic from them. How is that possible? I prepared them with an exorcism. Even a cruel aberrant couldn't sense any abnormality. And he's been relaxed with me since I entered the shop. This person, who is he? I can't be careless. Even though I can't sense anything emanating from him, this guy is definitely not ordinary. White thought this, but outwardly he said, while studying languages, I gained a very deep insight. Have you ever studied it? Could you guide me on a few things? Lin Jie held the book and said to White, I can't claim to have studied it, but I have read about this topic and also have a few books. He thought I knew it. A professional scholar would be familiar with this, but they wouldn't be able to stand not understanding an ordinary person. If so, then suggesting a direction would be good. Lin Jie placed a book and gently pushed it towards White, saying, "If so, then I suggest this one." He calculated in his mind, "It's also called the language of demons and is the most complex dialect in China. You say you're a linguist, then let's see if you can understand it." The teacup fell to the ground and shattered. White stood up, looking at the book. In his eyes, the book seemed to come alive. He gave a sinister smile. "The language of demons, huh? This is truly demonic." Lin Jie saw White's reaction, clenched his fist, and thought, "All right, I'm great." White looked at the book and smiled. "It's very rare. How did you find it?" Lin heard White's question and fell silent. He thought, "I can't say it. There's no China here. I can only say it like this." Lin Jie began his fabricated journey, saying, "It was a magnificent civilization and one of the languages of that time. It's a pity I can never access it again." Hearing Lin speak, White was even more unconvinced, thinking, "Ancient and magnificent, a forgotten civilization. And he speaks with such longing, it's as if he has a connection to that civilization. Even at this distance, it's terrifying. What a perfect civilization." Now, in White's eyes, Lin Jie was like a god of darkness. He thought, "How interesting. How terrifying is he?" Lin smiled and extended his hand towards White. "Yes. What should I call you, esteemed customer?" White placed one hand on his chest, the other behind his back, and bowed in a gentlemanly manner, saying, "I am Frank White. It doesn't really matter. May I know your name?" Lin Jie said, "My name is Lin. I'm simply a bookstore owner, so you don't need to be so polite." "Old White? Old White?" White repeated, startled. Currently, White was saying, "It's nothing." That sentence pulled Lin from his thoughts. White said, "I've just encountered something new in my research." White smiled, resting his hand on his chin, looking at Lin. "Also, thanks to the demon language book you lent me 2 years ago, I found a new research path. But I need more evidence like that book." Lin heard White speak and thought, "Old White still calls it the demon language. What a humorous scholar." The current Lin Jie smiled and asked, "Does that mean you want to borrow a similar one? 40 years ago, snow covered an entire vast forest. The fresh green branches were now blanketed in white. A crow perched on a branch cawing. A young man, white with silver hair and blue pupils, smiled brightly at the person in front of him. A tall, elderly man wearing a crown sitting on a throne looking at young White standing on a cliff and saying 2 words, "Die." The mouth of the man wearing the crown twitched, saying those 2 words. The entire land beneath White's feet seemed to tremble. That was the power of a sorcerer. The man wearing the crown said, "A sorcerer is one who controls the power of language. White sorcerers write spells while black sorcerers chant incantations. As a black sorcerer, if you can find the sound from your soul and create a language of your own, you will keep things at an extraordinary level." The present-day White, remembering those words, wasn't startled. Lin Jie asked, "So you want to borrow a similar book, right?" White said, This book is a bit too abstract and it seems to be only a part of a single language. It's closely connected to culture and customs. I need something easier to understand than this." Lin Jie rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Let's see. Please wait a moment." Then Lin turned around and started searching. White held his teacup, sitting on a chair, watching Lin search, thinking, "Mr. Lin seems as selfless and generous as before. 2 years ago, I was in an extremely difficult situation when confronting that bastard Joseph. And then, when the path ahead became obscure, he was the one who guided me. He did a rare thing for me without a second thought, and even managed to hide his power from a cruel one like me." White thought, "This shop owner learned from a monk beyond any describable rank. It's been 2 years. I've also found some evidence of forbidden spells. The knowledge in those books is all thanks to the wisdom of this scholar. I need to show my sincerity." At this moment, Lin, from his massive pile of books, found the book he needed. He pulled out a chair and sat down opposite White, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Though it's a bit presumptuous, I think it will suit you." Lin handed the book towards White. White reached out with both hands to receive it. Lin said shyly, "To be honest, I'm actually quite confident in this field." When White saw the cover of the book, a round yellow eye at the top along with the book's title, White was startled and stood up, saying, "A long, long time ago, fate was changed." Lin said, "Yes, a long, long time ago." White admired Lin Jie even more, thinking, "So that's how it is. A talented scholar who researches even forbidden fields could be shunned by everyone and hunted by the authorities. And these forbidden magics are extremely dangerous if people find out, and they could turn the world upside down. This is an incredibly rare book." White held the book in his hand, hesitating. This book. It seems it's yours, Lin said. It's one of my favorite books, and I created it a long time ago. I'm quite confident about this one, you know. White was startled again, thinking, a long time ago fate was changed, so that's how it is. A talented scholar who researches even forbidden fields could be shunned by everyone. That's why Mr. Lin has to hide. White hesitated. This book. It seems it's yours, Lin Jie said. I had an accident at that time, so I couldn't publish it yet. So I only have this one copy. Lin cried, tears streaming down his face internally, thinking, yes, if I hadn't come to this world, I could have gained some fame with those professors or something else with this folklore storybook. Because I missed my dream. Lin Jie's hand clenched tightly, trembling non-stop, making White, who was sitting opposite, a little scared. Lin Jie said, but we've known each other for a while, so I'll lend it to you. Of course, if you don't trust me, I can also suggest other books. White, for the nth time, hesitated, saying, let's see. He thought, he gave me his only precious copy, not only that, but an unpublished spiritual work. White said, thank you very much for your generosity. It would be a great honor to read the book you made. White thought to himself, what does he want from me? White hugged the book to his chest and said, what a priceless book. I imagine if it were your wife's achievement and you gave me such an important thing, I would feel a little uncomfortable. White thought, is he using me as a test subject? Meanwhile, Lin was thinking, old White is really too kind. So he's interested, huh? But he doesn't want to borrow this book after knowing it's my only one. I have to reassure him. Lin patted White's shoulder and said, don't worry, old White. I'm sure you'll help it gain more value. Only when someone sees my work will it help my research gain value. As for this book, it's not important to me anymore. Lin looked at the pile of books and said, now I have a whole treasure trove, but I can't republish them all at once, and my knowledge won't be lost. The only things they can take away are my fame and fortune. Lin smiled, glancing at White, and those things are useless to me anyway. You understand, right, White? White turned his head, quite startled by Lin's words. Lin was quite satisfied with his reaction, thinking, ah, my old White understands now. This will be the last time I save this soul. As a scholar and a homeless person, I'll need more fame and fortune to fill this empty heart. Lin Ji smiled mysteriously. He looked at White and thought, but that kind thought is a disease for an old man like you. It will worsen your health. So I'll give you this opportunity to connect with people more, feel their concern, and cooperate once again. How about it, old White? Do you understand my intentions? Perhaps from Lin's eyes, White read that thought. He stood up and said, I understand. Thank you for guiding me. He thought, fame and fortune are useless. Is he warning me not to tell anyone? But Lin sat down on the chair, scratching his nose, and said, if you think it's okay, I'd be very happy if you recommended it to everyone. White smiled. All right, I'll do my best. He stood up, turned, and left, thinking, it seems this is the price Mr. Lin wants me to pay. He wants my help to spread this. He put the book in his bag, put on his hat, and left, thinking, if I need to spread the word about this content and not reveal his identity, I'll have to read it very carefully before circulating it. A small black hole formed in White's hand. He said, thank you for your guidance over the years. This is a small gift for your sincerity. I hope you'll accept it. On the table, a statue of a monster with 2 large wings squatting appeared. Lin Jie was quite surprised. He was startled. Is that a gargoyle? White placed one hand on his chest, bowed his head, and said, it's nothing compared to what you've done for me, but please accept this token of my gratitude. When I graduated, I also received a gargoyle from my teacher. They all rated it quite highly. It has very high magic resistance and thick skin. Its teeth and claws are as sharp as razors, and it can fight intelligently. It's completely different from those elite but chaotic knights. Lin Jie picked up the monster statue, quite pleased, thinking, how skillful and detailed. It looks like it's alive. Even if we don't talk about its price, this item is very precious to me. I can feel an ability to repel miasma. A gargoyle should have a similar ability to Exganang, right? And it's from Old White. I should accept this. Lin touched the monster's wing and said, what an exquisite piece. It suits me very well. I'm really looking forward to what you'll bring next. White bowed his head and said, it's good that you like it. He thought, yes, it's just a panic-level gargoyle. A random book from an amazing person like Mr. Lin could buy 1,000 similar items. Mr. Lin is so merciful. He praised me and even cared about my feelings. This time, White truly turned to leave. I should go. Next time, I will definitely bring a gift that can satisfy you. His eyes lit up, thinking, it will be a gift of the highest level. Lin waved goodbye, saying, I'm looking forward to it. See you later. White waved and left. The door closed again. Lin in the room looked at the monster statue, pondering. So old White will give me another one to make a pair? How great. But is this one male or female? Lin Ji pondered. How wonderful. It's like it's invigorating, and its threat level is terrifying. Lin stretched his arms and said, I guess that's it for today. Maintaining a good attitude will bring more luck to oneself. Just as Lin Jie was about to leave, a stream of black gas suddenly flowed out from the statue on the table, followed by a black liquid. As the liquid spread across the table, Lin Jie startled his eyes wide, saw that the statue had melted into a black puddle, forming the words, Long time no see. Lin Jie was quite startled. Is it you? He backed away slightly, staring at the words formed by the black ink. You. Lin Jie broke out in a light sweat, frowning at the words on the table, thinking, Are you the one who brought me to this world? It's been 3 years and I haven't spoken to you at all. Lin Jie sat down on the chair with a calm demeanor. Your appearance here means it's time for me to pay the price, right? Just say it. What do you want me to do? Lin Jie silently imagined the price he would have to pay, his thoughts wandering. His appearance helped me achieve my dream, and he even seemed quite friendly. So I thought he was just a spirit similar to the one inside that magic lamp. I didn't think I'd ask him anything too foolish. As Lin Jie was lost in thought, his eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the words on the table. The black ink had written another line, The reason I've awakened is that you have completely paid it off. Lin Jie was shocked, unable to believe it. He asked again, Is it because I had W recommend my book to others? The black ink formed a Y. Lin Jie was very surprised and hesitated before asking further. So that's all you wanted me to do? The price I had to pay was to have others recommend the book I wrote. He clenched his fists. How does that benefit you? The black ink once again formed, Yes. Lin Jie stood up joyfully. Well then, no problem, I've already done my best. After Lin Jie finished speaking, the black ink disappeared, leaving him alone in thought. Outside, the rain was still pouring down heavily. In a building opposite, a person in a black cloak stood high up observing the city. He wore a black mask, covering half his face, revealing only his eyes. He held a phone reporting to the other side. Jack here reporting. I've found the location of the faceless black-scaled wild at 23 Noken Street. It seems he just had an encounter with a hunter. Additionally, he sat inside a bookstore for a full hour. It's truly suspicious. I suspect that bookstore is where those dark magicians gather. The person on the other end of the phone was a girl with glasses and brown hair. She asked, startled, A gathering, that's incredibly valuable information. I'll organize it and report back to Joseph. Return and give me a detailed report. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder echoed. Jack replied to the other side, Understood. After the thunder, a voice resonated from behind him. Wild, appearing like a ghost behind Jack, said, A rather bold little mouse we have here. Jack jumped, startled. He immediately retreated, drawing a dagger intending to attack Wild, but one of Wild's hands pressed down hard on the black mask on his face. Wild opened his mouth and said, Die! Then, with a single move from Wild, Jack was eliminated. The phone he was reporting on fell to the ground. A voice came from it. Oh, what happened? Are you... Before the person on the other end could finish, Wild's foot crushed the phone. Wild once again pulled his hat brim low turned and walked away, saying, Truly audacious daring to spy on a citizen's residence. Death is too merciful for this act. The rain grew heavier. Inside a large building in a room, a silver-haired man knocked on the door. Sir Knight, I have some strange matters to report immediately. Inside the room, the man named Knight sighed and took off his glasses. He had platinum blonde hair, a scar across his left eye, and hands that looked like robot prosthetics. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. Come in, Claude. Claude pushed the door open and entered. Knight, sitting on his chair, sat up straighter. What happened with the magic-generating mirror? Those hunters. At this, Knight slammed the table and stood up. Those vermin in Noken. Knight's shout made Claude, who had just entered, jump. Knight slammed his robotic arm on the table. If it weren't for them, I could have been enjoying my carefree retirement at home. I swear I'll use their mother's tombstones as punching bags for Haja. Knight's arm slammed down, denting the table. Claude pushed up his glasses, trembling. Sir, please mind your actions. Knight said irritably, What? Didn't you close the door? Claude, startled, fell silent. Holding a list, she said, I apologize, sir. This is another new case. Knight sat back down, calmly asking, New sounds refreshing. Go on. This had better be more important than the actions of those bastards. Claude, holding the list, said, "Based on the report, it seems he discovered Wilde's location before he died." Hearing this, Knight was startled, his eyes wide. He grinned, revealing a set of straight teeth. "Who was it?" Claude pushed up his glasses. "Frank Wilde, sir. The destructive dark sorcerer, also known as the Faceless One. He went missing after the battle on White Hills 2 years ago, and we've placed a bounty on him. I didn't think he'd survive, but only if you believe what he did." Knight seemed very interested in Wilde. He stood up, leaning his hands heavily on the table, and said with an interested tone, "No one understands that vermin better than I do, so he finally crawled out of the sewers. Just thinking about him being here in Nokin makes me want to smash his head in and watch his brains explode." Knight glanced at Claude. "So what was he doing at 23rd Street? Claude flipped through the list. "The report ends here, sir. Wilde killed our spy. We only know he went into a bookstore, stayed there for about an hour, and also bought or borrowed a book." Knight slammed the table for the nth time, shouting, "A dark sorcerer using his words as a source of power from buying books. Nonsense." Knight looked at Claude. "That bookstore, have you looked into it?" Claude replied, "Yes, sir. That bookstore belongs to the Ash Chamber of Commerce. They opened it 3 years ago and have a considerable reputation, but not many customers. We suspected it was a gathering place for dark sorcerers." Knight pressed, "So what aren't you sure about?" Claude then explained in detail. "It's about the Ash Chamber of Commerce, sir. They are followers of the Druids. They are devotees of nature and the forest, so it would be very strange if they were involved with dark sorcerers." The more Claude spoke, the tighter Knight's fist clenched. Under Knight's deathly gaze, Claude trembled and continued, "We would also tarnish the image of the Ash Chamber of Commerce if we acted rashly. It would create repercussions and go against the Tower of Secret Correspondence." Knight's hand slammed hard against the wall. "Those troublesome shell-eaters," Claude thought to himself. "Druids don't eat shells." Suddenly, Knight turned his head to look at Claude and yelled, "You're thinking I'm overreacting, aren't you?" Claude trembled. No, sir." In the blink of an eye, Knight was right in front of Claude's face, making her jump. Knight shouted, "I ask you, what is the duty of us, the Knights of Honor?" Claude, trembling and sweating profusely, replied, "To eradicate evil and bring peace, sir." Knight patted Claude's shoulder. "If that's the case, then we cannot forgive any evil beings or those associated with them. It's right and proper. Wilde was in that bookstore for over half an hour. Do you think he was just in there chatting, reading books, and sipping tea?" The truth was, Knight had guessed all of Wilde's actions in the bookstore correctly. But Knight himself dismissed it, saying, "What the hell does that even mean?" He shouted, "Oh, my dear disciple Claude, do you really think a terrifying, venomous dark sorcerer like him would just go in there to read books? If that's truly what you think, I'll fill your shoes with sharp spikes and kick you sky high." Claude, frightened, said, "But sir, the Ash Chamber of Commerce holds a 40% stake in our reconnaissance team." Knight, who had been speaking passionately, suddenly fell silent as if his connection was cut. The two stood looking at each other, unsure what to do next. Then Knight, as if giving in, took his coat from the rack, put it on, and headed out, saying, "All right. In that case, I'll go myself. I'll personally find out what's so special about that bookstore." Claude bowed her head. "Yes, sir." Knight stepped out of the room and walked down the long corridor of the base. The corridor was rather dim and mysterious, but there were people walking around. When they saw Knight, they bowed their heads. "Good afternoon, sir." "Sir Radiant Knight, have you eaten yet?" "Greetings, sir. You've worked hard as always." Knight ignored these remarks and stepped into the elevator. He pressed the floor button. Inside the elevator, he read Lin Jie's introductory file, murmuring, "Lin Jie, I'll personally find out what kind of person you are." The man, whose real name was Abraham Joseph, had once been one of the 10 Radiant Knights. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his whole body felt like it was falling into a black hole. He covered his eyes. Damn it, am I having hallucinations again? Why now? Before his eyes, a sword seemed to be hovering. He said, "The curse of the demon sword, Candela? You are like falling into the bottomless abyss of the vast ocean." He felt as if tentacles from the deep sea were binding him tightly. Those tentacles seemed to have eyes, noses, and mouths staring at him. Then a man in armor with flowing blue hair appeared and pressed down on his mouth and nose, preventing him from breathing. His whole body plunged into the endless depths of the sea. Suddenly he jerked his eyes, flying open. He stood in the rain, gasping for breath, as if he had been brought back to life. Standing in the heavy rain, Knight whispered, "It's here. Damn. It seems I can't get to that bookstore today. Damn it." Knight spread out his hand, catching the raindrops, thinking the sword, Candela. Because of its horror and the death of its original owner, it carries an extremely bizarre curse that can drive people mad. Only truly strong and upright knights can maintain it with a perfect mind and will. Knight clenched his fist. and now it's here before I could find a suitable successor. The man's face, drenched in rainwater, whispered, "The invincible blazing night. How unbelievable. Now I'm merely an old man." Knight walked through the rain, cursing under his breath. Damn it all. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the body of a man with a severed hand lay in the rain. A person in a black face-concealing cloak said in a gruff voice, "Unexpectedly, they've made such a mess." The man was Helix, captain of the White Wolves. Helix spoke, "It seems we underestimated that girl. After all, a second ranker isn't easy prey, is she? After confronting that, I wonder what my comrades will do next. Casper." Elsewhere, a pair of shoes stepped onto this land. Jishu, leaning on a staff with a cloak over her shoulders, looked at the building in front of her. She lifted her golden pupils, observing everything around her. She was the former second rank of the White Wolves, Jishu. Right behind her, assassins appeared, attacking her. A voice rang out, "Die, monsters!" The assassins exploded and died. A young man holding a weapon like a nail attached to a chain appeared behind Jishu. The young man said, "Ma'am, it has been confirmed. Sir Helix has indeed created the mirror. He has lost his composure and started slaughtering hunters." Jishu clenched her fists. So, it was him. The young man behind Jishu said, "Ma'am, they have been surpassed. Helix has also formed an alliance with the third-rank Casper. I fear his attacks won't stop here." At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman with an ample chest, dressed very revealingly in the rain, appeared. She carried a spiky weapon on her back and held a captured assassin in her hand. Helix is too strong. He's the closest to panic rank in the White Wolves. And Casper has trained countless hunters too. They've probably been planning this for a long time. The newly arrived girl with pink hair and an eye patch on one side said irritably, "The only reason you were betrayed like this is because of that damn wrongdoer." Jishu turned her head and winked at the newcomer Qingyin. "You haven't changed our uniform, and have even hindered many wanted individuals. If it were just me, I might not have been able to escape. The reason I'm still alive and standing before you is all thanks to you." Qingyin hesitated. She could hardly believe her eyes at the change in the person before her. It was truly impressive. I don't know what she's been through, but since she returned, she's been able to nullify the side effects of the tainted blood and maintain her sanity while transforming into a higher form. She's even surpassed what a hunter can do. And that pure yet swift and brutal form. It's like Jishu's silhouette, a great wolf howling under the moon. A bearded man suddenly spoke, like a goddess. "Even though Captain No Helix and the others are extremely strong, almost reaching the panic threshold, you are truly a panic-level hunter." The man wearing a hat with two mustaches under his nose smiled. "Whenever you transform, whether it's Helix or Casper, they'll be dealt with by you swiftly." The one who just spoke was the White Wolves' strategist Ran, nicknamed Cowardly Rat. Jishu and all of them laughed and joked while she silently thought, "It'll be fine. She'll always need people like him by her side. At least I can trust him with the loyalty represented by the sigil bound to his soul." Qingyin and Mac are still enduring the collapse from creating the mirror technique. Jishu looked at the three of them and said, "Perhaps it's because of the sigil created by the white sorcerers at the Hallowed. We all possess this tainted blood, and by defeating those brutal monsters, we hunters will have no way back." Mac spoke up, "Understood." Qingyin added, "Please be careful." Ran smiled. Under Jishu's leadership, the three walked through the rain, weapons in hand. "All right, let's go. This will be our final battle." At the church gate, shink with a few sword slashes. The tightly shut church gate was sliced into pieces. Jishu led the three inside. A corpse pierced through the chest by a scythe resembling Death's was dead and hanging suspended. The heavily injured person was the third rank of the White Wolves, Casper. Qingyin, the defender, raised her weapon. "Casper, is it just you? Where's Helix?" Casper, suspended, smirked, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Heh. Jishu immediately rushed forward, blocking Qingyin behind her. "Something's not right. Could it be?" Jishu placed her hand on Casper's shoulder. Suddenly, the weakening Casper threw his head back and screamed loudly, blood all over his face. Jishu immediately shouted, "Syringe, quickly!" Mac instantly pulled out a syringe. "Understood." Qingyin beside them covered her mouth, watching the scene. The syringe was injected into Casper's chest. Casper's whole body trembled, his eyes wide, ceaselessly repeating, "Heh, heh." Jishu gripped Casper's clothes. "Answer me. Where is Helix? Did he take the mirror-creating artifact?" Casper's whole body grew fur like an ape. Casper whispered, "The saint will come." Then Casper exploded and died, blood splattering everywhere, even on Jijishu's face. Jijishu, furious, punched the wall hard. Mac from behind said, "Ma'am, why don't we try asking Mr. Haywood? As a sorcerer of the hallowed, he wouldn't refuse to help." Jijishu said, "I don't need to." Jingyin continued scouting with Mac. Jingyin replied, "Yes, ma'am." Jijishu said to Ran, "Ran, come with me." Ran replied, "Where to?" Jijishu struck her staff on the ground. 23rd Street. Meanwhile, Lin Jie gently placed his teacup on the table. He sipped his hot tea while flipping through a book, thinking another day without customers. It's been 3 days since Old Wild and Miss G came here, but still no new customers. Lin Ji took a sip of tea, remembering the girl he met back then. I feel puzzled about that stern-faced girl. Thanks to her, I received funding to open this bookstore, a proper business registration certificate, and even a temporary residence permit. Lin Jia's thoughts wandered. I hope the book I recommended will help her a little. I bet there won't be any more customers in this weather. It's best to think of ways to promote this book. I can't bet on a situation like Miss G's again. Just as Lin Jie was feeling dejected about the lack of customers, the door was pushed open again. The bell chimed. Lin Jie reflexively said, "Welcome." The door closed with a click. A girl with short shoulder-length hair wearing an off-shoulder dress walked in. The girl revealed a delicate face. It was none other than Jijishu. Jijishu smiled. "Excuse me, Mr. Lin." Linji was also stunned for a long moment because the girl's face before him was vastly different from their last meeting. After a moment of surprise, he smiled. "Oh, it's Miss G, welcome." Lin Jie thought to himself, the devil's words. Isn't this an omen that my business will prosper? This young lady is definitely the key to my wealth. I must do well. Lin Jie said to her, "I didn't expect us to meet again after only 3 days. You're the first person to revisit this humble bookstore in such a short time." Hearing Lin Jie's words, Jijishu clenched her teeth, thinking, "It seems Mr. Lin is very disappointed in me. I received such thorough guidance, yet I couldn't finish it cleanly, and now I'm asking for help again. Am I perhaps one of his most useless customers?" When Jijishu opened her eyes, she saw the gargoyle statue on the table. She jumped, startled, thinking, "Is that a sorcerer's gargoyle?" It's not moving, but it's emitting an incredibly strong sense of threat. Even though he's trying to pretend to be an ordinary person, he still displays an item like this. Is he trying to comfort me, will he treat me with the same magnanimity and cheerfulness as before? Even if I'm as weak as a child? How generous. Thinking this, Jijishu lowered her eyes sadly. "I'm sorry for disappointing you." At this moment, Ran from behind interjected. "Boss, is this the place you brought me to?" Ran entered and looked around, thinking, a bookstore and an ordinary person. Lin Jie then asked, "Miss G, who is he?" Jishu pointed to Ran behind her and introduced, "He is my subordinate and also very loyal, so don't worry." Hearing this, Lin Jie thought, poor thing. That bastard made her give up, huh? And she even has to introduce someone as loyal. Wait a minute. If she's seeking revenge, like I said, shouldn't she be more confident? She seems like she doesn't want to reveal the true culprit, he thought, but she's on my side, right? Outside the door, she opened her umbrella, turned back slightly to look at Lin Ji and said, "Well then, Mr. Lin, have a good evening." Lin Ji waved goodbye with a friendly smile. "Yes, take care. Please come again." The bell chimed as the door closed. Lin Ji sat under the lamp like a star in the spotlight. He stretched his arms. "It seems I did a pretty good job. Helping people every day makes me feel great," he thought to himself. Perhaps that's why I was transported to this world. He stood up. I should clean up and prepare for the next customer, if there is one today. Meanwhile, Jikshu, leaning on her staff, opened her umbrella, carrying the book Blood and Beasts, and walked away. As she walked down the rainy street, she thought, what a terrifying person. Does he want me to confront those traitors before the deadline? Please come again. As the girl was walking, she suddenly startled. She gripped her staff tightly, her eyes wide with alarm at the hazy figure in front of her. Just ahead on her path, a person also holding an umbrella stood in the rain. Their figure was blurry and indistinct, but in their hand they also held a book, and they were looking at her. The city was enduring a torrential downpour with a large moon hanging in the vast sky. This place was called the Azir Continent Noken. Lin Jie was still enjoying himself in his bookstore. He took another book down from the large bookshelf, opened it, and skimmed a few lines. Lin Jie thought, seeing this book brings back so many memories. When I was transported to this world, I lived in a city called Noken. It's been 3 years already, hasn't it? Going back a bit into the past at that time. Lin Jie was a young man with thick glasses perched on his nose, flipping through books in the library. It was 2017 in the university library. Lin Jie, a professor of folklore. A girl with red hair and golden pupils wearing a short skirt was also taking books from the library shelf. She asked Lin Jie, who was reading, "Lin, you still haven't left Mr. Lin. It's almost closing time." Lin Jie waved his hand at the girl. I just want to read it a little longer. Why don't you go ahead, I'll close up." The red-haired girl waved goodbye to Lin Jie. "All right then. See you tomorrow, Mr. Lin." As she left the library, the red-haired girl met another beautiful black-haired woman. The black-haired girl, wearing a long purple dress, asked the red-haired girl, "It's late, isn't it? Is he still in there?" The red-haired girl said, "Thanks for coming. Mr. Lin loves books a lot. I heard he's an eccentric who likes collecting books. He spent all his salary on buying books." "Huh. Really? That's a bit too much, isn't it?" The sound of their hushed conversation reached Lin Jie's ears. He sighed. Phew. That year, the moon was still as big and round as it was now, hanging high in the sky. The door closed with a click. Lin Jie looked around the library. In the middle of the bookshelves, a magic circle appeared. The magic circle was golden and covered almost half the library. Lin Jie approached and stood beside the magic circle. He whispered, "With this, the preparations for the ritual are complete." Lin Jie thought to himself, "I know that achieving this dream is like a dream itself, but if there's any glimmer of hope, I'll do it at any cost." Lin Jie squatted down and touched a spot near the center of the magic circle. He shouted, "Please let me have all the books in this world." After Lin Jie said that the magic circle in front of him showed no change whatsoever, he fell silent. Lin Jie scratched his head. "Every day it's still this leisurely lifestyle," Lin Jie muttered to himself, not noticing a black liquid slowly rising from the ground behind him. Lin Jie stood up, scratching his head. "But it's okay. I can freely change the bookshelves and read countless books." The black liquid transformed into a giant snake-like monster, its mouth wide open, standing behind Lin Jie. Its breath blew close to Lin Jie's ear. Only then did he startle and realize. He turned his head to look, only to see the library door tightly shut. Now, in the crevice of the door, an eye with an eerie yellow light had grown. Lin Jie, slightly panicked, backed away. "And sometimes healing customers' souls, too. The joy of being a mentor, it's so leisurely." At that moment, Lin Jie had touched that door, and thus he was here at this moment. Lin Jie, leisurely holding a teacup, took a sip, reading a book and thinking. Even though I haven't had customers for a while, my communication skills are still good, right? Not too bad. I wonder how happy she'll be today. I can't do anything. My hands are stiff. Every day it's still this leisurely lifestyle. But it's okay. I can freely change the bookshelves and read countless books. Lin Jie's mood was extremely joyful because his wish to read countless books had been fulfilled. He thought to himself, and sometimes healing customers' souls too. The joy of being a mentor, it's so leisurely. Lin Jie placed his coffee cup back on the table. He pondered. Even though I haven't had customers for a while, my communication skills have always been good, right? Not too bad. Lin Jie sighed with relief. I wonder how happy she'll be today. While Lin Jie was sighing with relief in the shop, joyful from serving a customer, Ji Shu outside had her eyes wide, staring at the black shadow in front of her. She thought she was about to be ambushed, but the man in the black cloak holding a book under his umbrella in the rain looked at her and then walked past. Ji Shu could only stand still, leaning on her staff, unable to do anything. She panicked, thinking, I can't do anything. My hands are frozen stiff. At this moment, the man who she thought had walked past her stopped. He said, "Oh, so it's that book. What a lucky fellow." Hearing the other person speak, Ji Shu felt as if a giant python was flicking its tongue, ready to bite. Ji Shu trembled cautiously, looking up, but the other person just held the book and leisurely walked away. After the man left, she sighed in relief. Ji Shu threw her umbrella to the ground, sat down, slumped against the wall, thinking, was it him? Impossible. Didn't he? The man walked to the front of Lin Jie's store. The door was pushed open again. The bell chimed loudly. Lin Jie said again, "Welcome." When he saw the man, Lin Jie said, "Oh, it's Mr. Wild. Did you come to return a book?" The man took off his hat, revealing platinum blonde hair and a long beard. He wore a black mask on his face. The man holding his hat walked towards Lin Jie and said in a deep voice, "Can you call me by my real name, Mr. Lin?" Lin Jie, slightly scared, said, "Of course, Mr. Wild." The man said, "So you have a new customer. You lent her a rather popular book." And what she said was that she was disappointed in herself. Lin Jie looked at the dejected girl before him, put down his teacup, and thought, could it be? Lin Jie pushed the teacup towards her. Did you fail? Jijishu's whole body trembled. Just as I thought. Shopkeeper Lin knows everything. Thinking this, she briefly recounted the incident. Yes, I failed. He ran away and I don't even know his location. I've asked others to find him, but there's no news yet. Actually, I only fought him 2 days ago. After your guidance, I improved a lot and was able to push him back. The girl sitting opposite Lin Jie trembled as she spoke. But then I realized he already knew he couldn't match me, so he abandoned his comrades and fled. Perhaps I underestimated him. I should have realized when things were going too smoothly. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I was too careless. Lin Jie, holding the teapot, poured tea while smiling friendly. No, it's all right. It's not your fault. He took a sip of tea, sweating profusely, inwardly thinking, what is this? Why is she talking about love as if it's a battle? But if what she says is true, then love is like a shopping trip, and a shopping trip can be as stressful as a battle. And by that logic, love is a struggle. Lin Jie looked at the girl in front of him, his mind racing. I bet this girl has used some business terms before, and that's why her description is so odd. This doesn't make sense. So she means she's been arguing with that bastard for 3 whole days, but she only found out his situation at the last minute. But instead, he found a way out for himself. He prepared for it, abandoned his comrades as a distraction, and then escaped with Miss G's money. Lin Jie's mind was racing like this. He continued pouring tea. So I understand everything. He sat with his legs crossed looking at Jijishu. Jijishu immediately smiled. What do you think? Ran from behind, watched the two in front talking completely bewildered, constantly wondering, what on earth is going on? Outside the walls of the house, rain was falling heavily. The person on the other end of the phone shouted, What did you say? The faceless black-scaled wild is in Noken. How could you have this kind of information? Ran said to the person on the other end of the phone. Do you doubt what I'm saying? The person on the other end of the phone said, No, of course not. Honestly, Ran, you've done something to relieve us when we still haven't managed it. It will boost morale a lot. Ran smiled and said to the person on the other end of the phone, Stop the flattery. I want to operate for someone else for a while. So if you need more information, find us in Reality Society. The person on the other end of the phone said, Thank you for your efforts. This time, the target will be, Ran said to the person on the other end of the phone, just a foolish brat. She used a magical loyalty sigil to reassure herself, but she doesn't know that destroying it is incredibly simple. However, her power is quite interesting. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared. There you are, little rat. Qing Yin appeared looking at Ran. Madam is looking for you. Now we will act, and you are now her subordinate, not some insignificant rat. Perhaps you should learn a few rules. Ran scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, I'm so sorry for keeping Madam waiting. I'll be right there. As he walked, he thought, the ability to freely transform into a supernatural creature. If I find a way, it will become supreme information to destroy all those hunters. With that, even a sewer rat could become king. Ran said, not noticing the rat behind him. Ran smiled, thinking, Don't disappoint me, young lady. On Ran's side, there was a red mark on his neck synchronized with the Ran on this side. Ran was now standing behind the girl, thinking, Why does she show so much respect to an ordinary person? It's as if she's talking to some mysterious god. Jijishu said to Lin Jie, Please guide me. Lin Jie said, You don't need to worry too much. It's actually simpler than you think. Your current enemy isn't him, but something else. What makes you afraid is the fear within you. So wait a little longer. Good news will come soon. Ran listened completely bewildered, thinking, What is that Tai Chi lying? Empty words, vague talk, all the tricks of a liar. I know them very well. At this moment, Lin Jie suddenly startled. Sorry, please wait a moment. I need to finish a few things and we'll be back in 5 minutes. He looked at his feet under the chair, thinking, It's all gone. I didn't think anyone would come and drink so much tea. Lin Jie turned and left. Ran, seeing this, said to Jijishu, Please listen. What are you doing, boss? Jijishu pointed at Ran and scolded. What do you mean by talking like that, so impertinent? I told you to come here only because your information is useful, not because I trust you. I know all about that attitude. How audacious. Ran was startled. Audacious. But he's lying. It's so obvious, Ran shouted at Jijishu. Well, I know I might be a bit audacious, but I know this better than anyone. His tricks are extremely sophisticated, but I can still find 3 people with deceptive talents like this. I don't want to keep seeing him manipulating you. Ji Jishu drew her sword and pointed it at Ran's neck, scolding, "Shut up. I shouldn't have brought you. A wicked person like you only thinks wicked thoughts. If you weren't useful, I would have killed you long ago." Ran, terrified, sweat pouring down, thought, "Calm down. A brat as arrogant as this is easy to manipulate. I just need to make her trust me blindly." So Ran said awkwardly, "I am very obedient to you, so you will realize." He hid an arrow in his sleeve, whispering, "When he comes back, I'll prove it to you." Suddenly, a large shadow loomed over both of them. The gargoyle statue had grown enormous. It stuck out its long tongue towards them. Ran, terrified, his eyes wide, was grabbed by the monster's hand. Ji Jishu was completely stunned. The monster gripped Ran's entire body, holding him right next to its mouth as if about to swallow him whole. Ran's eyes rolled back in fear. Ji Jishu stood trembling, unable to move. The gargoyle's tongue, covered in blood and saliva, dripped onto the floor. In an instant, it shrank back into a statue as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Lin Jie walked down the stairs. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Seeing only Ji Jishu, he asked, puzzled, "Your subordinate, Mr. Hu, where did he go?" Ji Jishu's whole body trembled. She slowly turned her head to look at Lin Jie and said, "He had an urgent matter." Outside, rain and thunder rumbled. Inside the shop, Ji Jishu sat on the chair, extremely anxious, thinking, "He did it. He gave a warning." She looked at the monster statue before her, trembling, thinking, "In an instant. Even I couldn't react in time, let alone Ran. If this gargoyle attacked me, I would disappear without a trace." As if nothing happened. Not knowing if the monster statue could perceive Jijixu's thoughts, it stared at her, frightening her. Jijixu averted her gaze, hugging herself, thinking, "So this is the feeling of being stared at by death. It's chilling and very scary." I bet he realized Ran's shamelessness and suspicion, but didn't want to dirty his own hands, so he made an excuse to go upstairs and let the gargoyle deal with this fool. Jijixu's mind endlessly imagined all sorts of scenarios. She was extremely worried. What should I do? How can I salvage this situation? I shouldn't have brought that dead weight here. And forget about asking for help now. Now I've angered Mr. Lin. What if he thinks I'm behind this? At this moment, Lin Jai approached her. "What's wrong, Miss Ji? You look rather pale." He smiled. "Relax. When you come to this store, you should feel comfortable." Lin Jie reached out his hand to her. "Don't make such a frightened face. Do you think I'll eat you?" Ji Jishu, terrified, shrank back, stammering, I'm sorry." She repeatedly waved her hands, shouting, "I'm really sorry. My subordinate earlier was a bit impertinent. No, I shouldn't have brought him here. Please believe me, I didn't mean it." Lin Jie was speechless. He was puzzled. He picked up his cup, thinking, why is she even more anxious now? I need to make her relax. Lin Jie stared at Ji Jishu, completely unaware that she was scared to death. Lin Jie thought, does she really think I'll eat people? Heavens, no, that can't be. How could a harmless and friendly person like me do something so cruel? Lin Jie had a headache. He closed his eyes and pondered. This young lady is really naive. She believes everything people say. No wonder that bastard harmed her. This can't go on. Or perhaps... Lin Jie gave a sly smile, thinking, perform another soul salvation for her. It seems I've gained her trust with the previous soul salvation. That's why she came to ask for my help again. If I can do more, I'll help her calm down. Thinking this, Lin Jie said to her, sorry, I won't joke anymore. I'm not good at it. Now back to business. If you have anything in mind, just say it. I'll do my best to help. Ji Jishu, though still a little scared, also sighed in relief, thinking, all right, it seems he has forgiven my mistake. I need to be more careful. Her anxiety suppressed, Ji Jishu said, sorry for bothering you. Please recommend a suitable book for me. My mental strength is still too weak. Hearing this, Lin Jie stood up. All right, if that's the case, let's see. He selected a book from the shelf, thinking I was only gone for less than 5 minutes, and she's acting as if her soul encountered something terrible. Is it because her subordinate had to leave suddenly? Speaking of him, Lin Jie, while taking out the book, asked, that's right. Your subordinate, he didn't look too well. Did something happen? Ji Jishu quickly slammed the table, stood up, and explained, I don't think it's good to talk about his loyalty. After saying that, Ji Jishu's mind raced with 100 stories. Wait, but Mr. Lin would never say something so casual. Could it be that something is wrong with the loyalty sigil? In Ji Jishu's mind, a familiar yet distant voice echoed, The white sorcerers used magic to create that loyalty sigil, and only they know how to break it. The one who wrote it for Ran was my family's sorcerer, the one who supported Father Haywood. If Ran's sigil failed, it means Haywood must have broken the sigil. He betrayed everyone. Jijishu trembled, her eyes downcast. How can this be? Then who can I trust now? Linjie, hearing her question, offered advice. Yourself. You can only rely on yourself. He stood facing her. People are all malicious. No matter what you do, you can never fully express your true feelings to them. Once you are as hard as steel, no one can defeat you. He handed the book to her. Jijishu repeated, Steel. Linjie said, read through this work. The title on the book cover read, How the Steel Was Tempered. Linjie said, whatever you understand from it, it will help you a lot. He thought to himself, act when the opportunity arises. I'll use quotes like these to encourage her. I remember they are... Linjie patted the girl's shoulder. The most precious thing a man has is his life, and it is given to him only once. He must live. Jijishu went to the door, waved goodbye to Linjie. Linjie's voice echoed in her head. So that when you feel regret for having lived through so many years without purpose, and still don't know how to erase the shame of that dreary and trivial past. Jijishu tilted her head back, looking at the sky. Linjie's voice still echoed in her ears. Because you have your own destiny. Jijishu stood in the rain holding the book. She tried flipping a few pages. When she opened the book, it seemed to be enveloped in light, leaving her stunned. Jijishu felt like she had fallen into the world within the book. Blue lights flashed past like will-o'-the-wisps rushing towards her. Her eyes widened, staring as those blue lights like celestial fires gathered and transformed into a giant eye with a red and black pupil. Jijishu was bewildered. Those eyes didn't attack her. The blue specks of light turned into tiny water droplets and fell onto her hand. Someone's voice echoed, an endless iron will directly impact the strength of the soul. Jijishu, bewildered, wondered, what just happened to me? The image of Linjie in the bookstore, along with the gargoyle monster statue, appeared vividly in her mind. The image of the monster statue spewing red gas flashed in her head, and the image of the sigil on Ran's neck being erased appeared clearly. She startled, thinking, has Haywood's sigil really been broken? The eye that had just been created emitted intense black gas enveloping Jijishu's entire body. Then the black gas, like a gust of wind, flew back into the bookstore. The black gas swept Ran away from the statue and flew off. Jijishu, as if in pain, groaned, "Ah, it hurts so much." Blood trickled from Jijishu's nose. Her whole body swayed slightly, but her eyes shone with an unusual light. She startled. "I see it." The eye that had been created seemed to materialize and merge with Jijishu's eyes. Jijishu saw Ran's figure. She smiled. "Long time no see, Ran." Ran's figure seemed to be manipulated, unable to speak, only able to stare wide-eyed. Jijishu smiled, thinking Mr. Lin is truly terrifying. He has gently modified the structure within my soul and infused it with a large amount of energy. I've finally broken through the panic in my heart. Jijishu lightly touched her belt as if she had just returned from hell to heaven. It's more than satisfying. It's really not bad at all. Her face flushed slightly as she looked towards the bookstore, thinking, receiving a reward like this. If I say he gave me a second life, it wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Standing in the rain, she thought Mr. Lin must be trying to build up his power on the bodies of hunters, and he wants to gradually change the system that makes up hunters. That's why he helped me this much. I understand your intentions. Jijishu vowed in her heart. From now on, I swear to absolutely follow your commands, and will. Her face was flushed. Her nose still bleeding, but her thoughts were still flowing. My body and everything will serve your commands. I swear I will never disappoint you again. Meanwhile, Linjie in the bookstore arranging books saw Jijishu still standing outside the shop. Her nose bleeding, making strange gestures, then bowing to him before turning and running away. Linjie was speechless. He was bewildered, thinking, she's still here. And why is her nose bleeding all of a sudden? She's not some kind of yandere, is she? Linjie sat on the chair, the thought making him a bit dazed. And after being abandoned by that bastard and then frequently visiting my bookstore, could she... Linjie continuously shook his head, thinking, no, I shouldn't have such dark thoughts. How could someone as super rich as her choose someone like me? I need to quickly find a way to get more customers. The rain outside fell, plop, plop, growing heavier. A figure approached the bookstore. Knight's figure appeared in the rain, but because of his protective shield, he wasn't wet at all. He held a piece of paper in his hand, staring at the bookstore door. Knight held the paper. 23rd Street. That shady bookstore should be this way, right? Knight looked at the door in front of him and cursed. Damn it, I don't understand why that Frank Wilde would visit this rundown bookstore. Anyway, I can't lose this opportunity. It's also the last piece of evidence. I have to verify it myself instead of just listening to the spy's rumors. Knight stepped through the rainwater, his cloak billowing, steeling himself to enter the shop. He said, "As a knight, I must uphold justice." Inside the bookstore, Lin Jie was sitting on a chair holding a book with a blue cover. He touched its cover as if reminiscing. He hummed something under his breath, thinking, this children's book is full of philosophy. The lessons and stories inside are both cute and heartwarming. I'll read it before going to bed. Just as the thought of reading before bed echoed in Lin Jie's mind, the door was pushed open again. The bell chimed. Lin Jie was slightly startled and looked towards the opened door but saw no one. Lin Jie was quite pleased. Huh. Another customer lucky day today. That girl really is a koi fish. The reason Lin Jie likened Ji Jishu to a koi fish is because when people compare someone to a koi, it means that person brings good luck and wealth. Knight entered the shop with an imposing aura. Lin Jie put the book back, looked at Knight, and thought, oh, a new customer. Why does he look so scared? Lin Jie spoke. Welcome. How can I help you, sir? You can freely read, borrow, or buy books from our store. One of Knight's eyes had turned yellow and was silently observing Lin Jie. He thought to himself, it seems just like any other small, ordinary bookstore. The reason Knight came to this conclusion was because in Knight's eyes, Lin Jie's figure and the bookstore had nothing unusual about them. Knight observed Lin Jie and his bookstore, thinking, it seems there's nothing suspicious. If so, I won't need to waste time mentioning that old geezer. This young man probably can't provide any clues either. After a look around, the strangest thing is this gargoyle. Knight walked straight towards the statue, staring at it with an overwhelming aura, thinking, that old geezer never gives gifts without reason. There must be a deeper meaning. Knight asked, are you the owner of this bookstore? Lin Jie observed Knight, thinking, he doesn't look very friendly. Maybe I should use some methods to create an attraction to make him open up more. Maybe I should call him Grandpa. Whatever he thought, he said it out loud. Lin Jie replied sonorously, yes, that's right, Grandpa. Hearing Lin Jie call him Grandpa, Knight was struck as if by lightning, his eyes wide, his face bewildered. Knight repeated, Grandpa. The reason for Knight's anger can be understood in Chinese. Grandpa can mean respecting an elder or insulting someone who is a freeloader. Knight furious, his aura flaring, thought, what do you mean by daring to call me Grandpa? If you were a young knight calling me Grandpa, I swear I'd beat you to a pulp. Damn it, I shouldn't show my anger in this state. Knight tried hard to restrain himself from punching Lin Jie. Knight asked, that gargoyle, is it yours? Lin Jie very honestly replied, a customer gave it to me as a souvenir, so I'm not selling it. Hearing Lin Jie speak, Knight's eyes blazed with anger, but he tried to suppress it, closed his eyes, and thought, do I look like I want to buy it that badly? What the hell, a radiant knight like me needing a gargoyle made by a dark sorcerer? It's a wonder I haven't smashed it yet. Knight, true to his straightforward nature, slammed the table and asked Lin Jie, Frank Wilde, is that the customer's name, right? Lin Jie replied, He thought, how does he know about W? Based on his appearance, it seems the two have some sort of grudge. Knight, after hearing Lin Jie's reply, pondered, suspicious. Why would this guy reveal that person's real name when he even gave him a gargoyle of this caliber? Initially, I thought this would be a place where dark sorcerers gather. But he's just an ordinary person, isn't he? Lin Jie on this side looked at the pondering Knight, confused. Knight was still pondering. But suppose they use this place to pass secret messages. Then it still counts as an exchange point, right? Lin Jie on this side also had his own thoughts. No, that's not it. With my extensive experience in judging people, it's telling me that even though he looks flustered, he's not a bad person. Moreover, even though he entered with that attitude, he didn't break anything, which shows he's quite a polite person. Looking at Knight standing there, gritting his teeth in thought, Lin Jie then thought, with someone like this, how could there be any grudge with a scholar like W? As Sherlock Holmes said, once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. And therefore, the correct answer will be... Lin Jie pointed at the man. Grandpa, are you old Wilde's friend? Knight, bewildered, asked back. Huh, friend. After a moment of losing his composure, Knight gently replied, perhaps. That old bastard, comrade. and I have known each other for many years. Knight recounted, "You could say we swore a blood oath together. However, we had a conflict 2 years ago and haven't heard anything about him since." Knight clenched his fists, furiously punching the air in his mind, thinking, "If I can find that old geezer, I swear I'll rip his head off and then crush his internal organs. Even though it's similar to what I did 2 years ago, this old geezer still escaped death somehow." How pitiful. Lin Jie on this side, after hearing Knight say they had sworn a blood oath, imagined a scene of two close brothers thinking, "Just as I thought. They've been through so much together. How touching." Lin Jie sat down on the chair, gently stroking the wing of the monster statue. "Well then, it's no surprise you could immediately tell this belongs to Mr. Wilde. I'm very envious of your friendship. I'm sure Wilde will be moved when he hears this." Knight also pretended to cross his arms and sighed. "I hope so too. I've been looking for him all this time." Knight tried to probe. "Did he leave a contact address? If you tell me, I can go meet him myself." Lin Ji poured tea into a cup. "Unfortunately, I don't have it, but I'll tell you what I can. Also, Mr. Wilde just borrowed a book from me a few days ago. It seems he'll be back in a few days. I'll tell him about you when he comes. Why don't you sit down and rest for a bit?" Lin Jie suggested. "Or read a book, perhaps." Knight sighed. "Rest. Do I look that tired?" Knight looked at Lin Jie, sitting leisurely thinking. He still maintains his standards with customers even when facing an oddity like me. Interesting. How long has it been since I became a radiant knight that someone has spoken to me so normally? All day long they just ask me, "How are you, sir?" Or "Have you eaten yet, sir?" Anyway, I should relax a bit. Thinking this, Knight pulled out a chair. "Don't underestimate an old man. I've only been standing for a little while, so I'm not tired at all. But there's no reason for me to refuse a sip of tea if you insist. As for reading, I'll decline. I don't like reading. Besides, I didn't bring any money today." Lin Ji looked at Knight sitting in the chair and chuckled inwardly. "Oh, he's opened up. And with this tone, he seems quite arrogant, doesn't he?" Lin Ji picked up his teacup. "All the books behind me can be read for free. But why don't we have some tea first?" Knight ran his hand through his hair. "I don't read books because I won't be staying here too long either." He thought to himself, "Damn it, this headache is getting more annoying." But when his hand touched a book with a blue cover, he startled, staring at the book cover, thinking, Seed of the Abyss, a children's book. In Knight's eyes, it transformed into a bewitching book. Lin Jie introduced, "I'm currently reading fairy tales. It's quite relaxing and soul-soothing. Would you like to try? It will help you relax before bed." Knight picked up the hot teacup. "Fairy tales? Those ridiculous children's stories." Hearing this, Lin Jie felt sad and said to himself, "Boy, you've grown up. Why are you still reading them?" Lin Jie sighed. That dismissive tone, but I'm already considered old. He stood up, picked up the book. "Well, then that's unfortunate. This is the best fairy tale I've ever seen." Knight was slightly startled and pointed at the book in Lin Jie's hand. "The book you mentioned, a fairy tale. Are you sure?" Lin Jie, holding the book bewildered, said, "Yes, it's very good to read. A classic type. What's wrong?" Knight was completely bewildered. He thought to himself, of course there's something wrong. No one calls the kind of fairy tale you read before bed Seed of the Abyss. A horror genre, and you consider it a fairy tale. It's hard to believe when he keeps calling it a fairy tale. Damn it. I'm curious again. That's right, they say curiosity killed the cat. So Knight held out his hand to Lin Jie. "Let me take a look." Though his mouth said that, he also added defensively, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in fairy tales at all. I just don't want to be rude by constantly refusing the book you recommended." Lin Ji understood clearly in his heart and smiled. It's just like Mr. Lu Xun said, the tougher they appear on the outside, the more they have a woman's heart on the inside. Lin Jie handed the book to the man, thinking, "Here, let's immerse ourselves in this fairy tale." When Knight took the book, his whole body felt like it was floating, as if falling into a pit. Knight startled. "What?" Knight, bewildered, thought this familiar feeling of pain and dizziness. Knight once again fell into a state of unconsciousness. The sword seemed about to stab straight into his chest. Knight thought, "It's Candela, and it's resonating with something. Why now? Wait, that guy said it was bedtime. Is this what he meant?" Knight's eyes gradually blurred. He closed his eyes. The last face he saw was Lin Jie's. Knight fell into a dream. Lin Jie also jumped startled. Seeing Knight faint, Lin Jie panicked. "No, this. Sir, are you okay?" Lin Jie hurriedly ran over to check on Knight, thinking Grandpa. "Are you okay?" What just happened? Lin Jie put his hand to Knight's nose to check if he was still breathing. After confirming he was still breathing, Lin Jie sighed in relief. Did he have a stroke? But suddenly Lin Jie startled. He made a "huh" sound. Knight was snoring loudly. Lin Jie thought, I need to give first aid, and then help. Did he just fall asleep? Lin Jie sighed in relief. He's breathing even stronger than I am. You're really impressive, Grandpa. Lin Jie was even more bewildered. Now you're looking into another problem. But why did he suddenly fall asleep? Is there something wrong with my book? No. It's really absurd for someone to faint after seeing The Little Prince. Lin Jie covered his face and sighed. I guess I have no choice. He fell asleep in my shop. Lin Jie stood up straight, looking at Knight lying on the floor. I need to make him more comfortable and ask him again after he wakes up. Lin Jie's sweat pouring down his face, accompanied by his breathing, let out a shout, then tried to pull the unconscious sleeping Knight up from the floor. He shouted, then tried to pull, but the result was that the sleeping Knight didn't move. No matter how hard he tried, he could only lift Knight's upper body into a sitting position. After a while of struggling, Lin Jie gave up. Knight remained on the floor. Lin Jie, panting, said, even though I guessed he'd be a bit heavy, I didn't think he'd be this heavy. Lin Jie imagined the man as a large, growling bear. He thought, it's like he's a brown bear, all muscle everywhere. How surprising. Lin Jie sat slumped on the floor looking at Knight and whispered, if only he were as slender as Old Wild. But what should I do if only there were another customer here to help me drag him? The problem was, who would go out shopping in this weather? Lin Jie clasped his hands in front of him, bowed his head, and thought, anyway, I'm sorry, but please forgive me for doing this. Lin Jie reached out his hand. He pulled a black cloth over. After a while, Knight was placed on the black cloth by Lin Jie. Lin Jie dragged the man lying on the black cloth like dragging a corpse. Lin Jie pulled the other person like dragging a dead body, which made a mystical creature outside the door looking in extremely frightened. Finally, after much effort, Lin Jie managed to pull Knight onto the wooden chair. At this moment, Lin Jie noticed the arm outside Knight's sleeve. He was surprised, thinking, a mechanical arm. Does that mean he's also disabled? Like Old Wild? Lin Jie silently observed the mechanical arm, thinking, it's really complex and intricate. No ordinary person could use it, and his physique, along with his tone of voice. Could he be a former high-ranking officer? Lin Jie looked at the man lying on the chair, his calculations and speculations running wild. No doubt about it. He looks like the kind of officer I've met before. They all have a similar demeanor, attitude, feeling, and even that weariness. Just like being traumatized. And it's also possible that he sees this lost arm of his as a battle trophy. Older people like this are mostly stubborn. It's no wonder he's so arrogant. Lin Jie felt like he had discovered a new world. So that's it. I finally understand. And from what I know, the common problem with these mechanical arms is that they easily short-circuit and malfunction when the metal components inside get damp. I think he fainted due to an electrical shock to his nerves. What if this happens regularly? Lin Jie looked around a bit, thinking, now that I notice it, this scene looks like I'm doing something bizarre. Lin Jie scratched his head, closed his eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed, thinking, it's as if I'm a serial killer who slaughters everyone in the night and then brings the corpses back to their shop to hide the crime. Oh, God. Lin Jie quickly dispelled that thought. No, I can't imagine such nonsense. Who would think like that? Even if this situation is easily misunderstood. I, Lin, am an upright person. No one would think of me like that. Actually, someone did think that. It was a little black cat that had been observing all of Lin Jie's actions through the window. It poked its head out, looking at Lin Jie's figure, terrified sweat pouring down. Lin Jie, on this side, completely unaware of the cat's existence, looked at the book Knight was clutching tightly in his hand. He thought, it seems he really likes that book even when he's fainted. How stubborn. Lin Jie looked at Knight. He chuckled softly. Even a veteran like you should have a peaceful dream for a while. Sleep well. At this moment, Lin Jie heard a noise at the door. He startled and looked over. Is anyone there? When he looked down, he saw small paw prints like a cat's at the crack of the door. He stepped outside the shop to check and saw the figure of a black cat quickly running away. Lin Jie smiled. Oh, it's just a cat. Lin Jie looked at its figure. It's dangerous outside, you know. Be careful and hurry home. The black cat, meanwhile, ran through the rain, cursing as it ran. Damn human! Damn it, damn it! How did it turn out like this? The cat ran, panting. Suddenly the cat stopped. It cautiously glanced around, saw no one, and shouted, "Dispel!" The cat's figure instantly transformed into a human figure. The person, tears streaming down their face, trembled and said, "What just happened?" The person was from the Tower of Secret Correspondence Intelligence Bureau. Morrison Gregg, a die-hard fan of Mr. Joseph. To get close to him, I tried my best to get recognized and work at the Tower's Intelligence Bureau. I know everything that happened between Radiant Knight Joseph and the Dark Sorcerer W. I was a bit worried about my idol, so I followed him close to that bookstore. I thought everything would be fine. At that time, Morrison Gregg had transformed into a cat and followed Knight's footsteps, but he didn't go in. He just stood outside. Morrison Gregg in cat form stood outside, yawning, waiting for Knight to come out. The cat thought, "It doesn't have any magical reaction at all. It's just like a normal bookstore. I have to try and get Sir Joseph's autograph." But he transformed into a cat, waited in the rain for 10 minutes, but didn't see Knight come out. The cat, curious, tried to peek into the bookstore. At that moment, he thought, "Why is it taking so long? Why hasn't he come out yet? Just a little peek. It's not like I want to see his heroic image." But when he, as a cat, cautiously peeked at his idol through the window, he saw the image of Knight fainting and falling to the ground. At that moment, he was extremely scared and startled in his cat body. His mouth gaped open as if struck by lightning, thinking, "What the?" He was just happily talking a moment ago, and now he's gone. How strong is that young man? Did he use something like dark magic? At that moment, he, a small cat, only had his 2 eyes peeking through the window, observing. He saw Linjia's figure and heard the words he said to Knight. "Even a tough veteran like you should rest. Sleep well." Linjia's normal voice sounded like a warning in the cat's ears. At that moment, he was terrified, thinking, is he trying to create a lingering fear in his eternal dream? No, it seems he's already finished. Sir Joseph. When he was about to do something, he bumped into a can, making a noise. He startled, thinking, "Not good. He's noticed me. I have to run. I have to get out of here. He's not someone I can fight." So the cat abandoned his beloved idol and ran away. As he ran, he thought, scared to death. As he ran away in cat form, he heard Linjia's voice behind him. "It's dangerous out there. Be careful. Go home quickly." Currently, Morrison Gregg was sitting in the rain, leaning against a wooden crate, hugging his body, crying, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling. "It's like I just died and came back to life. He could have easily caught me, but he wanted me to escape and report this incident. Who is he?" "He is Morrison Gregg from the Tower of Secret Correspondence Intelligence Bureau." Morrison Gregg once again transformed into the shape of a cat, running and thinking, "No choice. I have to go back and report it." And he's only been doing this for a year. Morrison Gregg transformed into a cat, thought, "Sir Joseph, please wait for me." But now he held the most important mission of his life. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Knight once again drifted in the ocean. Knight opened his eyes. He thought to himself, "Where am I?" Another illusion created by Candela. But Knight was lying in the middle of the ocean, looking up at the light on the water's surface, confused. Wait, why don't I feel any pain? At this moment, Knight heard a voice whispering in his ear. "Once you look into the abyss will also look into you, and then recognize oneself." Knight, startled, realized it was the book open and emitting a purple-black light. He was shocked. "This is the anecdote from within that fairy tale." He squeezed his eyes shut. "Ah, what the words are churning in my head. Stop it. It's too much." He clutched his head, then suddenly realized something. At this moment, the Candela sword magnified, and enormous appeared behind the man. The sword spoke joyfully. "Finally, I've met you." The sword hovered between the book, its entire body emitting a terrifying red-purple-black aura. Knight, startled, thought, "Do I have to slowly endure this pain? Is it the Candela sword? Why is it so excited?" At this moment, a hand appeared from thin air. Knight, startled. In the middle of the deep sea, strands of golden hair billowed. In Knight's eyes, a person appeared with glistening golden hair and a sword standing under the sun right at the bottom of the sea. Knight, startled, thought, "This kind of fairy tale?" Knight observed every little detail of the golden-haired man holding a sword in front of him. He couldn't believe it, thinking this kind of fairy tale is clearly only for children. That was his thought when he woke up. He sat bolt upright, still clutching the book in his hand. He sat up looking at the book for a long time. Lin Jie also noticed he was awake. He asked, "Oh, Grandpa, you're awake." Knight opened his mouth slightly, then looked at Lin Jie and said 3 words, "Thank you." Sitting opposite Lin Jie, he said, "Thank you." Lin Jie smiled faintly. "You don't need to worry about it. How are you feeling? Are you all right?" Knight, holding the book, stood up, clenching his mechanical arm. "I feel even better than before." Lin Jie was very happy. He thought to himself, "Of course, with such a terrifying physique, no one would think he's a former officer, right? My skill in judging people has become more accurate." "I'm so good." Lin Jie stroked his chin, pondering. With his strength, he could even take someone's life with a single blow. If he attacked Old Wild, maybe the entire upper half of his body would be blown away. It's a good thing they're friends. At this moment, Knight stood up and said to Lin Jie, "I'm sorry for accepting your hospitality and still causing such an inconvenience." Lin Jie, who was halfway through reading a book on his lap, smiled and looked at him. "It's okay. I do the same with Old Wild. Helping my customers as much as possible is normal." Knight hesitated, then said, "So." He thought to himself, "I think I can understand his carefree attitude. He just said that, so it means he'll help any customer no matter who they are." In Knight's eyes, Lin Jie sitting with his legs crossed over there was like a god. He thought, "So as long as I enter this bookstore, I'm his customer, and he'll help me. Such a firm ideal and so kind, too. I've only witnessed this in one group. Elves. They are an ancient and long-lived lineage, extremely elegant and wise. It would make perfect sense if the owner of this store were an elf. It's because he has lived long enough to discard the distinction between good and evil and chose to help people. He always treats everyone with a warm and polite attitude. That's a refined demeanor that can only be acquired after many years of training. And the reason he chose to open this bookstore is because of the amount of knowledge elves possess. Nowadays, humans don't have much desire to read." Knight had imagined something terrifying like the golden-haired man he met in his dream, a hero, a legend from ancient times. Candela was the prince of an ancient elven kingdom who later became the Moon King of the elven race. He was also the origin of the plague, the first one to lose his own meaning. He slaughtered people with his sword, and then the sword also imprisoned his soul. Those souls began to become a curse in that long sword, the sword that was named exactly like that king and became a magical demon sword. After that, anyone who used that sword would become deranged and then die. Knight's thoughts flew far. He had imagined a children's fairy tale into a bloody story. Knight, terrified, thought, "Before I thought I had lost all hope. But this book can really suppress that Candela sword. How can a non-elf possess this book?" Knight clenched his fist, placing it on the book, looking at Lin Jie, sitting calmly and indifferently. And even if it were an elf to possess this book, they would have to be old. And to extend their lifespan like that, he would have to use a regular amount of magic. That's why he doesn't have any magical fluctuations. Makes sense. After a while of self-brainstorming a mystical story, Knight reached out his hand to Lin Jie. "You said it's the only copy and you like it very much. Then why did you still lend it to me?" Lin Jie rested his chin on his hand and smiled, thinking it seems he intends to hide that other side of himself. Thinking this, he smiled and said to Knight, "Of course. Because if it weren't here, I wouldn't introduce it to customers either." Lin Jie thought, "Now the thing that all children like." Lin Jie raised a finger to Knight. "Honestly, from the moment I met you, I knew this book was suitable for you. Many people have suffered from regret and confusion in their minds, and it makes them feel that their strength is not enough. So it will make them lose control of themselves." Lin Jie thought people who have to go to the battlefield always feel regret for what they did wrong in the past and can't correct or forget it right. And then that battle inflicts a torment on them for the rest of their lives. Lin Jie clasped his hands, pondering. In reality, what defeats them is not the pain they have to bear, but their kindness to the point of weakness. Hearing Lin Jie speak, Knight was a bit bewildered, repeating in his mind, "Kindness, I've witnessed 2 people before who couldn't bear that feeling of emptiness." Knight spoke, his voice slightly trembling. "What's wrong with being kind?" Lin Jie crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair. "Being kind is very normal. But as for weakness, other people have high expectations because they have great responsibilities." "What?" Lin Jie looked at Knight opposite him and explained, "And they hope to bring others reliability, confidence, and support to improve others' weaknesses. In reality, that protection creates the biggest weakness. Even though that kindness helps others, they themselves don't." Hearing Lin Jie speak, Knight felt as if he had awakened from a dream. Lin Jie's voice continued to echo in his ears, and before they are lost, they soon become sensitive to everything. Even though being a hero a few times is okay, remember that it will also take away courage from other ordinary people. Lin Jie laughed heartily in his mind, thinking, I'm about to reach his inner self. Knight, after hearing Lin Jie speak, said blankly, I finally understand. It's not because of the curse on the sword that makes them go mad, but because of the collapse from the change in perception. Damn it! Why didn't anyone realize? Knight clenched his fists, his whole arm trembling. But how long will it last? Hearing Knight's question, Lin Jie smiled, thinking, of course it won't last long, because if fairy tales were that effective, what would be the need for psychologists? Lin Jie pursed his lips. It won't last very long. He looked at Knight, his eyes determined. If you want, let me take care of it. I can guarantee the final result. Lin Jie thought, with this I can ensure that customers who need therapy will have to come back to me. Hearing Lin Jie speak, Knight startled, his eyes wide, looking at him. What did you say? He thought to himself, is this shopkeeper intending to take on the entire burden of the Candela sword's curse? Knight remembered the comments of others. They used to say about him, he's the former radiant knight Joseph. Right, he's indeed the one who has endured the Candela sword the longest. Others would say, but that's only because he was already deeply mired in his own failures to be broken by that sword. Knight had once been immersed in the words of others that he would be the one to bear it all. Someone once said, an invincible flame. Even though it was once very scary, now others laugh at him behind his back and say, he probably thinks he won't be able to withstand its collapse before the sword can curse him, ha ha. Knight gritted his teeth silently. He clenched his mechanical arm, then relaxed it, thinking, speaking of which, if I had retired, it would have been better. Or is it like this because the sword has found its true master? Knight asked Lin Jie, are you sure it won't cause any inconvenience to you? Because it's not simple, you know. Lin Jie smiled again, thinking to himself, wow, he really is Old Wild's old friend. They're always looking out for each other. Thinking this, he smiled inwardly. It'll be fine, right? After all, I'm an expert. Under the yellow light in the bookstore, the two sat opposite each other. Lin Jie spoke, consoling Knight. You don't need to worry. You can hold it already, right? Knight was startled by Lin Jie's words. Lin Jie continued. If you want, I can give you this book. You've been shouldering those responsibilities for too long. Both you and those heroic comrades deserve a rest. Knight's eyes widened. He looked at Lin Jie over there as if he were a walking angel. He even saw Lin Jie glowing. Knight thought, he's so selfless and elegant, just as I thought. Only someone who has lived long enough could have such a kind demeanor. Knight smiled, clenched his fist, and said, I will only rest when this world is at peace. He stood up and waved at Lin Jie. I still need more time to think about it. May I borrow this book for a few days? I'll be back in a week. Lin Jie, resting his hands on the table, stood up. No problem at all. Just fill in your contact information here. Lin Jie's eyes gleamed. He thought, perhaps his overly strong sense of justice is what's burdening him. But it seems I've got another customer. Lin Jie took out a library card and a pen, handing them to Knight. Knight took them. Lin Jie said, you just need to make a one-time deposit and fill in your name and the borrowing date. If you don't want to borrow any more books, we'll refund half the deposit. Knight, holding the paper and pen, wrote his name, thinking, this really is just a bookstore. But not knowing what Knight saw, his eyes widened. Lin Jie, holding the book in his hands, said, well then, see you in a week. Knight, holding the book, clasped his hands in front of his chest, bowed to Lin Jie, then flicked his sleeve and left. As Knight walked, he thought, I have no regrets anymore. The only thing I need to do is bring justice. Stepping out of the shop, he created a rain shield for himself, gritted his teeth, and said, whether Wild is still alive and being supported by that bookstore owner doesn't matter anymore, because sooner or later he will fall by my hand. Knight, wearing his cloak, walked in the rain, tilted his head up to the sky. This is my destiny. This is my responsibility. The rain fell even harder. In an alley, a house was emitting a blue light with an eerie blue gas swirling inside. Inside the house, a grotesque skull, its mouth agape, looked at the person working. The blue skull emitted the blue gas we saw earlier. On a table full of books and a clock, the silver-haired man's eyes gleamed. Indeed, knowledge is vast and boundless, and mysteries are as deep as the ocean. That man was none other than Old Wild, his pen dancing across the paper. As Wild wrote, he said, indeed, Mr. Lin. My head is echoing with this overwhelming emotion. Wilde removed his mask, revealing an aged face. He looked at the table, drew a winding sigil on it, and shouted, "Indeed, a terrifying sacrificial ritual, but it's strangely logical. Ha, what a novel activity." Wilde looked up at something through the window, thinking, perhaps this time. The black mask was being preserved to one side, with a faint voice. "The name Faceless Black-Scaled One will soon appear in Nokin." Wilde covered his face and gave a sinister smile, thinking, if that demonic language is just a small part of the bigger picture, then that goo cult will allow me to witness more than just the collapse of a civilization. Wilde put on the mask, his eyes behind it shining brightly. Wonderful. How enchanting it can only be thanks to Mr. Lin. I need to prepare a gift for him. I'm sure he'll like it. In a room, a voice shouted, accompanied by papers flying everywhere. The person asked, "What did you say?" "Teacher is inside that bookstore." Claude hugged the cat, shaking it back and forth, shouting, "And he fainted just from looking at that guy." The black cat. Morrison gave a thumbs up. Claude shouted, "How can that be?" Claude, angry, stood up, thinking, support. Do I need to send people immediately? No, damn it. Even if teacher can't handle it, I mustn't act too rashly. If it leads to more losses, the consequences will be hard to predict. At this moment, the mobile phone on the table rang. Claude immediately picked it up. The person on the other end was from the investigation team at the bookstore. "What's the situation?" Claude put the phone to her ear. The person on the other end reported. Suddenly, she startled and shouted, "What teacher is out?" Just as Claude hung up, the phone rang again. This time, the caller was Knight. Claude immediately picked up, shouting, "Yes, teacher!" Knight on the other end of the phone asked, "Are you well?" "No, what's with that order?" Knight told Claude. "Recall the investigators at 23rd Street effective immediately." Before hanging up, Knight also ordered, "Report and classify that bookstore as a top-secret area of the highest level." Claude on the other end of the phone was startled. She couldn't believe it, thinking highest level, so everyone can understand there's a ranking called aberrant at the top, then panic, then brutal, then indescribable. People call it the DHT ranking for short. Claude, startled, thought DHTK aberrant, panic, brutal, indescribable. Indescribable level. Claude asked anxiously, "Teacher, what happened? That bookstore owner is..." Knight at this moment saw a litter of kittens in a cage at his feet. He asked Claude, "Is someone there with you?" Claude looked down at her hand, startled, and replied, "Ah, yes." She thought, it's over. He sounds so angry. Claude looked at the cat she was gripping so tightly that it was foaming at the mouth and fainting in her hand. She trembled and said to the person on the other end, "I'm sorry, teacher. I was too careless." On this side, Knight had rescued the cats and let them crawl on his hand. He said to Claude, "If you knew that, then just mind your own business. Do you want to be sent to the Northern Highlands to plant potatoes?" Claude on the other side shook her head repeatedly. "Of course not. I'll pass on the message right away." After hanging up, Claude stared at the phone for a long time, thinking, it seems teacher is still fine. He's not acting strangely, even though he's incredibly terrifying when he's angry, like he wants to vent it straight into someone's brain. If I follow his orders, there won't be any grudges. And that is the strict, sentimental, upright, radiant Knight. The rain outside was still falling. Knight walked in the rain, and Claude's thoughts about Knight were, "At the same time, he is also the teacher I deeply admire, Sir Joseph." Then Claude made a phone call saying to the person on the other end, "That's all I know. Anyway, this is a request from Radiant Knight Joseph, so the elders will understand." The person on the other end of the phone said, "All right then, I'll approve it and create a new file." Claude said, "Thank you." After receiving the notification, Claude called Knight back. "Teacher, the K-level clearance file is ready. Please write down the information you obtained when you return." Knight's voice came from behind her, and from the phone simultaneously, "Very good." Only then did Knight push the door open and enter, startling Claude. Knight walked in. "Well done, Claude. Who was just with you? Remember to use that forgotten sigil." Claude had completely forgotten. She immediately held up the black cat for Knight to see. Claude's grip was so strong that the cat let out a meow. Claude held up the cat and introduced it to Knight. "This is our investigator, Morrison Gregg. He comes from a family of mages and is quite talented in transformation. Ah, he's also a huge fan of yours and has joined 13 fan clubs of the Eternal Sacred Flame, as well as spending over $3 million to fundraise every year, including engraving Abraham Joseph's name in gold last year. You can consider him your die-hard fan." Knight wasn't too interested, focusing on the computer. After hearing Claude speak, he stopped typing and asked, "He did that. I heard mage families are quite wealthy, right?" Claude replied, "Yes, teacher." Knight, sitting behind the computer, said, "So instead of spending money on such meaningless things, why doesn't he support his idol directly?" Knight, with only money in his eyes, said, "I might accept him under the title of a knight's apprentice, for example, and that fee would be exchanged for intimacy. I bet he'd be very happy." Claude, hearing this, was completely startled, her heart racing wildly. Huh. How can a radiant knight become so cheap, greedy, and wicked? Does he want to take the kid's money too? Though she was thinking wildly, Claude still bowed her head on the outside. "Of course, I'll do it right away." Knight, sitting behind the computer, smiled. That way, it will help reduce the cost of memory erasure. On the computer screen was a long list reporting on high-level area number 113 Bookstore at 412 23rd Street, Upper City, Noken. Danger level friendly Cam Theo Co. Do not approach. Security level top secret. Cam Theo currently being linked. Described as follows. The bookstore owner seems to be a long-term recluse inside that bookstore. He provides book lending and selling services. Those books also contain a mysterious and immense power. Knight pressed enter, crossed his arms, and smiled, thinking, this file should be enough to keep others away from the bookstore. Of course, if some idiot still wants to seek it out, then may luck be with him. Knight's silhouette was imprinted on the window, accompanied by an angry voice. "I'm fine. Very fine. Who said I'm dead? Damn it. Haven't I registered the file yet?" Knight, wearing pink pajamas with bunnies printed on them, held the phone to his ear with his shoulder and said to the person on the other end, "Are you blind? Worried? What the hell are you worried about? If I die, it'll be because you annoyed me to death." The person on the other end of the phone said, "I didn't do anything. So if there's anything, go tell Claude tomorrow." "Okay, bye." After hanging up, Knight in his pink bunny print pajamas and cute fluffy bunny slippers picked up the book, opened it, and read. All right. The sword's mood is still calm and harmonious. It seems if my mood changes, this book won't be affected at all. Good. At this moment, the phone rang again. Knight, annoyed, cursed, "Damn it, who's calling at this hour?" not knowing what the person on the other end said. Knight angrily replied, "They have to give me a raise and compensate for the psychological damage because of these second-rate buffoons." At this moment, a little girl in a strawberry-shaped dress with cute red hair appeared. Knight looked at the little girl. "That's right, Melissa. Remember to drink your milk." Melissa hugged the man's arm. "I know, Dad." Melissa, tall and with a beautiful face, scratched her head. "Honestly, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm already a knight captain fighting at the aberrant level. Dad, you don't need to keep reminding me." Knight turned and left. "Is that so, my dear? I told you to drink milk to grow taller. You won't be able to get anyone if you stay like this." A critical hit for Melissa. She said, "Damn it. Why doesn't he know what I'm thinking?" At this moment, Melissa noticed a book on the table. She looked curiously. A book, strange. A person who only knows how to fight like Dad is reading a book. Melissa looked curiously at the book. "I've never seen this book before." The book on the table emitted black gas. She reached out, touched it, flipped it open, and read. As she saw the contents inside, Melissa's hand, flipping the pages, moved faster and faster. Her eyes widened when she saw the contents inside. Her blue pupils grew larger. Knight's voice came from outside along with the sound of heavy footsteps on the floor. "Damn it, don't bother me anymore. That shopkeeper disabled me without costing a single cent. Can you guys do that? I'll open the file for you if you can, you idiots. Don't try to do anything stupid. Respect me." Knight slammed his hand hard on the door. "I won't save you lot if anything happens." Melissa, hearing the loud slam, stopped reading for a moment. She quickly closed the book, turned to leave. Knight returned just then. She, scared, tried to sneak away, but Knight crossed his arms and called, "Melissa!" Melissa's whole body jumped. She turned back to look at Knight. "No, Dad." Knight held out a glass of milk in front of her. "Remember." Melissa was angry now. She fell silent, speechless, then slammed the door right in Knight's face. Knight placed the glass of milk back on the table. "This kid, is she going through a rebellious phase?" Knight saw a family photo on the display table next to it. A family of 3, very happy, smiling brightly. Knight whispered, "Anyway, as long as she grows up healthy, that's all that matters, right?" Melissa, on this side, closed the door, leaned against it, thinking, who wrote that book? Could the main character be the Elf King? Candela back then? She sighed softly, thinking, how can those stories be so real? Melissa's whole body felt like it was struck by lightning. Her face flushed red and she shouted, "But the most important thing is I haven't finished reading it yet. I just got to the best part." She lay sprawled on the bed. "I want to see how it develops so badly." This stupid dad. Besides being handsome and strong, he's nothing but an idiot. She buried her face in the pillow. But I didn't think a guy like him would reread books like that. It's like I'm being treated unfairly. I heard him say something about books at that well-classified bookstore. Calculations echoed in her mind, a smile on her face. Who cares? It's just a bookstore. An old-fashioned guy like that would never be in a place like a bookstore, right? Database access level D clearance. She took out a key and opened the data panel. The data panel appeared in front of her. All right, using access rights from my deceased mother is enough. She was also one of the Radiant Knights. She, very proud, crossed her arms, thinking, thank you, Mom. After reading that novel, I told myself I would try my best to become a truly talented knight. I won't let you down, Mom. On the system panel, there was a classified file, Bookstore K-Level Classification Joseph. Melissa said, ah, found it. This is that bookstore. Reading the content, she asked blankly. Friendly. There's nothing at all. I thought it was something terrifying. If that's the case, I'll go there myself and take a look. When she snuck out, she saw the glass of milk still on the table alone. She wasn't very happy, frowning, but eventually picked up the glass of milk and took a sip. She placed her hand on her chest, measuring. They've grown a bit, haven't they? The meteorological station had raised the rain level to red. All roads in the lower district of Noken City had been temporarily closed to traffic, and the sewage systems were working at maximum capacity. According to experts, if this heavy rain continued for another week, a third of the city would be flooded. Expert analysis showed that this heavy rain originated from a cold air mass in the Northern Highlands region. According to national announcements, the streets of Noken City were flooded up to people's ankles. The rain grew heavier, and there was no traffic on the streets. Lin Jie's shop was also on a major street in Noken City. Lin Jie was in his shop, mopping up the water that had flooded in. While mopping, he thought, this rain has been going on for a long time. It's been over a week, and it's still getting heavier. If the rain doesn't stop, I'll have to use a boat. The mop Lin Jie was using on the floor was soaked, and it was even wringing out water. Lin Jie wiped his sweat, panting. Not to mention customers, even daily life is affected in this weather. Lin Jie remembered the moment he saw his floor flooded up to his knees and was completely stunned, thinking, when I saw the whole floor flooded this morning, I thought I'd have to move out. Luckily, the books are still fine. It's also good that I managed to clean it up. Lin Jie looked at the bookstore floor, sparkling clean and new, even reflecting light. He thought with satisfaction, the floor is shiny as new. So glad. Lin Jie used a cloth to wipe the open sign, thinking, I wonder if that cat found its home. It's really dangerous outside in this weather. Meanwhile, Morrison, in another place, the cat from Lin Jie's worried voice was happily rolling around in the house, eyes shining like stars, rolling and saying, ah, I finally get to see Sir Joseph's office with my own eyes. It smells like him everywhere. Is this heaven? The cat was extremely adoring, tears streaming down its face, looking at Claude. Claude immediately said, no, but you will be soon. Lin Jie on this side was still continuing his task of cleaning the glass door. Meanwhile, in another place, a person was physically assaulting a TV, hitting the TV while cursing, this awful TV in this rain. A chubby man with black hair that reached his face, a wide nose, and a mustache gritted his teeth and said, heavens, who can save me? The man, while hitting the TV, thought the TV is still fine. So there's something wrong with the connection. It must be the fuse. Damn it, the circuit breaker is outside. I don't want to go out. Just look at the torrential rain outside the window and you'll know. It's raining cats and dogs. Who would want to go out? The man, like everyone else, was pondering in this weather. The man thought, wait a minute. Maybe the kid next door can help me. The chubby man suddenly had an idea, thinking, after all, he's a good person and always helps people. The chubby man smiled. He might even thank me for giving him the opportunity to help me. Thinking this, the chubby man went to ask for help. He spoke to the person on the other side. A voice from the other side came out, yes, how can I help you? The chubby man smiled, his plan succeeding. Really? The man began his plea. It's like this, my TV is malfunctioning a bit, so I think I need to do something with the circuit breaker. But I'm busy right now and can't go. Can you take a look for me? The circuit breaker is behind the back door of my shop, right by the wall. Lin Jie, hearing the chubby man ask for help, smiled brightly and agreed. All right, let me take a look for you. Just as Lin Jie was about to go out back to find the circuit breaker to help the chubby man, his whole body trembled slightly. He startled. This feeling. A large black shadow with two round red eyes like chicken eggs appeared, blocking Lin Jie's path and also blocking his way out. Lin Jie smiled. Ah, it's Inky. Long time no see. What do you need? Or are you in a hurry to borrow my books? The large black shadow blinked and transformed into a small black shadow like a black radish with 2 red eyes. It formed a hand and pointed outside the door. Lin Jie guessed, "Outside? You mean you want to help me?" Inky nodded vigorously. Lin Jie was very happy. He smiled, thinking, "Oh, my Inky is so polite, so cute." He probably said last time that lending him books helped him a lot, so he's probably showing his gratitude. I feel like it would be rude to refuse since he came all this way just to help me. Thinking this, Lin Jie waved his hand. "Then I'll leave it to you. Thanks." Inky immediately slid out, went around back to check the circuit breaker. Inky raised its hand and pulled the circuit breaker down with a click. The chubby man sitting in his house on a chair holding a glass of water smiled happily. "All right, thank you. If I need anything, next time I'll ask you." Lin Jie on this side also happily agreed. Lin Jie looked out the window. The black shadow had left. The chubby man on the other side was still holding his glass of water, leaning back in his chair, smiling. What a kind neighbor. So convenient. All right, back to watching TV. But when the chubby man saw what was on TV, he was stunned, tears streaming down his face, sweat pouring. Because the chubby man saw on the TV a black figure that obscured the entire TV and also blocked the light on him. The man was terrified. The window frame emitted a black light. Lin Jie on this side leaned back in his chair, smiling with satisfaction. Another good day's work. Lin Jie thought, if he thinks of me and promotes my store, that would be great. At this moment, the doorbell rang again. Ding dong. Lin Jie, hearing the sound, spoke. "Welcome." He looked over, thinking, what perfect timing. I just did a good deed and a customer arrives right after. A familiar arm pulled the door closed. Wild took off his hat. "Excuse me, Mr. Lin." The visitor was Wild. Lin Jie immediately said, "Oh, it's Mr. Wild. You're back early." Lin Jie looked and thought. Compared to his taste in masks, his fashion sense isn't bad. It has the style of a Western gentleman. Lin Jie sat behind the desk. "Even in this weather, you still came to see me. It must be something urgent." Wild, holding his hat to his chest, bowed slightly to Lin Jie. "The favors you've given me are more important than this weather. So this time, I want to express it sincerely." Lin Jie smiled. "I was very satisfied with the previous gift. So what precious item have you brought today? I'll examine it before accepting." Lin Jie's words were spoken truthfully, but to Wild's ears they carried a different aura. He thought Mr. Lin is being so kind again. Indeed, that gargoyle wasn't worthy of being called a gift. Not only that, but he's also humble and considerate of my feelings. Wild imagined the mountain peak before him, and thanks to his help, he was only one step away from reaching the indescribable level. I can only offer the gift I've poured my effort into for the past 2 years to be worthy of the kindness he's shown me. Thinking this, Wild immediately said, "You don't need to hesitate. It's not very important to me, but it might help you a lot. If you don't accept it, I'll be very sad." Lin Jie sat with his legs crossed. "You're exaggerating again. I didn't do much. Anyway, I still don't know what you brought. Let me take a look first." Wild reached into his pocket. "This is the gift I've painstakingly prepared for 2 years. Wild placed something on the table. "So I hope you'll like it." On the table was a string tying 3 round nets together with red tassels tied on both sides like fish fins. Lin Jie looked at the item. "Is it a dream catcher?" He thought I didn't think. Old Wild is really nostalgic. This is a past story for me. Before I moved here a few years ago, I went to a literary event, and that's when I learned about dream catchers. Dream catchers are a cultural symbol of Native Americans. They believe that the night air is filled with dreams and only dream catchers can filter out nightmares and catch gentle dreams for them. And when talking to an elder, I learned more about its legends. For example, the beads on the dream catcher are very powerful and refined, collected from frequent sleepers. They can also strengthen communication between men and spirits. Lin Jie stared at the dream catcher. I didn't think I'd see a dream catcher here. Wild was very surprised not to see any astonishment in Lin Jie's eyes. He asked hesitantly, "You seem to understand it well." He asked, then suddenly realized something, thinking, "That's right. Dream catchers are rare treasures, and their value is indisputable. They are the dreams within this net." Wild had his own thoughts. Lin Jie also had his own. Lin Jie thought based on the quality and detail, these seem to be all handmade, and the storm outside is making my sleep more difficult. How thoughtful. Thinking this, Lin Jie smiled brightly in response to Wild. This is exactly what I need. Old Wild, thank you. Wild's eyes behind the mask gleamed slightly. He said, "It's an honor." He thought, a gentle dream is just an ordinary thing, but it also contains an unpredictable danger. If one doesn't have the will at the indescribable level, it will crush a person's soul instantly. After giving the gift, Wild waved goodbye to Lin Jie and left. He thought, but for someone as strong as Mr. Lin, it's just a pastime, right? Wild put on his hat and left the shop, whispering, "Sweet dreams." On another side of the city, under the heavy rain, a loud explosion boomed, accompanied by flames erupting. The fire under the rain was quickly extinguished by the rainwater. A tree knocked over fell to the ground, thankfully caught by Mac's chain-linked spikes. Qing Yin took out her weapon and hovered in the air, shouting to the person below, "Thanks, Mac!" Mac below said, "Be careful, I didn't expect them to have mages too." Mac, while defending, reminded, "Be careful with that attack, ma'am." Mac was reminding Ji Shu, who was at the forefront of the battle. On the opposing side, a man with silver hair wearing a cloak whispered an incantation, then raised his magic staff towards Ji Shu. Ji Shu, the girl holding a staff, jumped up, her eyes flashing. Immediately after, Ji Shu saw a giant green python, its long tongue flicking mouth open, wanting to swallow her. But a foot with long claws kicked straight into the large snake's mouth. Ji Shu's entire face was covered in blood. The python fell to the ground with a thud. A white wolf had used its 2 legs to shred the python's body. The wolf spat out the blood in its mouth. The mages on the opposite side were stunned. One said, "A controllable form, that bastard Helix didn't mention that." The leading mage spat blood. "Don't be afraid. It's the blood of the wolf of the Court of Correspondence. It fears fire. Prepare nitrogen and hunt it down." A mage behind hesitated. "But it's raining." The leader shouted again, "We can't delay any longer. She's already at the panic level. We have to hurry if we want to win." The girl on the other side transformed into a white wolf, let out a loud howl under the moonlight. The voice of that mage echoed, "You're just digging your own grave." Qing Yin, hovering in the sky on the other side, was bewildered. That person, Qing Yin thought. For all hunters, this is the power they yearn for. Who could bring hunters to a new horizon like the one who caused all this, the one who helped her? A resident of 23rd Street. Who is he, and what is his goal? At this moment, Mac appeared beside Qing Yin, reminding her, "Don't worry about it. We just need to pursue and create glory together. That's our only responsibility." Hearing this, Qing Yin replied, "You're right." Mac rushed forward. "Let's go. This battle isn't over yet." The 3 mages on the opposing side raised their staffs together, creating flames under the rain. They shouted, "Fire art living flame!" As soon as they finished, the flames from the 3 magic staffs blazed fiercely under the rain, attacking Ji Shu. Ji Shu, transformed into a wolf, endured all the magical fire, standing amidst the flames. Her pure white fur was half burnt. Ji Shu panted heavily, the fire illuminating the entire area. But when the large fire was extinguished by the heavy rain, only smoke dissipated. A black wolf appeared after the flames. The black wolf opened its maw, preparing to howl, when another large fire attacked the black wolf. The black wolf couldn't dodge in time, but luckily Mac had used his chain to pierce through one of the mages, while Qing Yin from outside saw the large fire engulf the black wolf and shouted. From high above, a mage observed, "Uan, someone is helping her. I didn't know Noken had someone like that. Control in monster form too, something even Wild couldn't do." An old mage behind was also very curious. The first old mage asked, "Have you met Wild? The people from the Tower of Secret Correspondence told us he also appeared at 23rd Street. The second old mage behind said, "Haven't heard." The first old mage glanced at Uan. "Let's go. After all, he's still your teacher, right?" Uan, startled. "What?" Right above the old mage's head, Ji Shu in white wolf form had appeared, her maw open, wanting to bite off the mage's neck. The mage thought, "Damn it, I was too careless. This monster, the Wolf of the Court of Edicts, is famous for its teleportation ability, isn't it? No more importantly, how could she find my location and teleport?" Without waiting for the mage to think much, the white wolf killed the mage in one bite. The mage screamed, "Arr!" Blood splattered. The other mage shouted, "Uan!" But the person called Uan had vanished. He shouted, "Stun flash!" Yuan's technique helped the other mage escape death. The white wolf, hearing this, thought, using such brilliant wording for such a powerful spell, truly the method of a talented dark sorcerer. Damn it. I was too slow. The other one had grabbed one of the white wolf's legs and flipped it onto its back. He drew a knife, intending to stab the white wolf to death. The white wolf didn't give up, shouting, "Damn it, Iron Will!" With just one sentence from the white wolf, it successfully bit off the mage's entire arm. At this moment, the mage Yuan, without waiting for the white wolf to rest, created a purple-black orb in the sky. He said, "Fire art waning sun." The white wolf, enveloped in black gas, growled defensively, thinking, "Too dangerous. That attack is really formidable. I'm no match for him. I'll die. Run, even if my body is damaged." "Teleport." The white wolf spat blood, let out a scream, and disappeared. The mage Yuan asked anxiously to the man lying on the ground, "Mr. Helix, are you all right?" The man named Helix with a scar on his mouth was the one whose arm had been bitten off by the wolf. He touched his severed arm sitting on the ground. "I'm fine. It seems the owner at 23rd Street possesses a more terrifying power than we thought." Helix's arm quickly grew another one. Yuan asked, "Is it because she achieved teleportation ability that you say that?" Helix cut off the excess arm below his new one. "No. I mean, she was able to extract information from Ran from within his mind to determine our true location and nullify the magic inside your head." Helix's voice trembled slightly. "Although I'm really interested in that power, unfortunately, I have urgent matters to attend to. Go there and scout. That guy is more important than Wild." Yuan replied, "Yes, Sir Helix." At this moment, Helix took out something black, like an egg with a blue lightning-like light in the center. Helix smiled madly and asked Yuan beside him, "Yuan, what do you think will hatch from it?" Yuan said, "A dream monster." Helix gave a sinister, haunting smile. "No, not exactly. It's a god, a true god." In the bookstore, books were piled on the table. Linjie turned and went up the stairs. As he walked, he scratched his head. "I don't know when this rain will stop. When the weather gets better, I'll buy daily necessities." Linjie opened the door and stepped into his bedroom. He used a hammer to drive a nail into the wall, then hung the dream catcher on the wall. Linjie looked at the finished product hanging on the wall, thinking, "Old Wild is quite skillful, huh?" Even putting aside the blessing ability of this dream catcher, it's still a truly exquisite handicraft, just like that gargoyle. Old Wild often makes these things. I should talk to him about these items when he visits again. Linjie sat on the bed and yawned widely, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. He lay down on the bed, pulled up the blanket, preparing to fall into a dream, whispering, "I hope it works. Sleep well, sweet dreams." Linjie closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. As soon as Linjie closed his eyes, the dream catcher suddenly emitted a blue light. Linjie fell into a dream. He held out his hand, catching tiny snowflakes. Snow. Linjie, his whole body hazy and dreamlike, stood under the white snow. He wondered to himself, "Is this my dream?" He walked barefoot on the white snow, his footprints clearly imprinted after each step. As he walked, he thought, "These snowflakes are like dust, and it's not cold at all. It's actually a bit warm. Anyway, it's a dream, so it wouldn't be strange if—" At this moment, Linjie saw something. He was slightly shocked. In front of Linjie was a high mountain behind him and a vast ancient tree blooming with beautiful flowers. Under the tree canopy were beautiful white flowers. Not only under the canopy, but it was an entire garden of beautiful flowers stretching out. Linjie couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." Linjie stepped into the flower garden, standing under the giant ancient tree, thinking, a giant tree like this would surely never exist in real life. Its gnarled branches reach for the sky, and it's as if its trunk is completely entangled by them. At this moment, Linjie saw something. He was puzzled. In the middle of the trunk of the large ancient tree, a girl with pure white hair wearing a white outfit, a black choker around her neck, long ears, a smooth white face, and pretty pink lips was sleeping soundly. Linjie stared at the other person's beauty, unable to take his eyes off her. At that moment, a familiar melody suddenly touched Linjie's heart. A singing voice echoed, "I crown myself Queen of the North, striding on the red carpet with this cold crown." Linjie exclaimed, "What a majestic scene, it's truly like a fairy tale dream. Old Wild wasn't exaggerating at all." Linjie reached out and plucked a flower, a snow-white flower with a golden bud in the center. Linjie thought, "It's incredibly light and ethereal, and this fresh fragrance too." Linjie brought the flower closer to his nose and gently sniffed. No matter how he observed it, the flower was almost too real. This is like the lucid dreaming people talk about. Linjie stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the flower garden in front of him, thinking, a lucid dreamer can retain their thoughts and knowledge as well as have a similar sensation to real life. If that's the case, then that dream catcher really gave me a solution for my psyche. Plus, with what Old Wild said, it really did create this dream for me, didn't it? Lin Jie, holding the flower, pondered, humming softly. It seems it's really very scientific and logical with a touch of romance, too. I feel so refreshed. At this moment, Lin Jie's eyes widened. He looked towards this girl sleeping under the tree, thinking, so, if this is my dream, I can really do whatever I want. After realizing his thought, Lin Jie quickly covered his mouth. Ahem, he thought. Never mind. Even dreams have their limits. Although I'm quite curious why I can see such a beautiful girl and people in dreams usually appear blurry. Anyway, if I had to say, it's because Chinese people like platinum blonde hair, right? I know this quite well. But in the end, it's just a dream, isn't it? So anything can happen. Thinking this, Lin Jie took a step towards the girl sleeping under the tree. Let's see. Who is this dream girl? She looks like... Lin Jie got closer, looking at her sleeping face, which appeared delicate and beautiful. His face flushed. This is definitely a dream. She's as beautiful as a painting. She looks just like a statue of Venus, a captivating goddess. Lin Jie, closing his eyes, smiled, holding the flower. But this is a dream, so doing this much should be okay, right? After comforting himself, Lin Jie placed the flower in the sleeping girl's hair, thinking, you can consider this gift of mine as admiration for your beauty, even though this flower isn't exactly mine. Lin Jie reached out and took a lock of the girl's hair. He was shy to that extent, thinking, doing something so bold is a bit too stressful, isn't it? But since it's a dream, what's the big deal? Suddenly, the girl, who seemed to be sound asleep, abruptly opened her eyes. Her purple pupils stared intently at Lin Jie. Lin Jie's last thought was, she won't wake up, so don't worry. But when he saw those purple pupils, Lin Jie, startled, stood up and moved away from her. The girl also stood up, her firm buttocks subtly visible under her clothes. In a flash, her white nightgown transformed into a beautiful white and pink outfit. Lin Jie observed her, thinking, gosh, I didn't realize this dream girl is nearly 2 meters tall. This is really a dream. Too absurd. Lin Jie tilted his head back to look up, only seeing the 2 hills of the girl peeking out, which led him to make the above observation. The girl's purple pupils stared at Lin Jie. She asked, who are you? Lin Jie, slightly startled, thought, oh, she asked me first? Lin Jie looked at the girl, thinking, interesting. But when someone appears in someone else's dream, it's usually their subconscious, right? And this is clearly an opportunity for me to talk to my own subconscious. Lin Jie extended his hand. A dreamer, I suppose? The girl touched her hair. You're in a dream, so of course you're dreaming. Lin Jie flinched slightly. He thought, she knows I'm in a dream. This dream girl is truly full of mystery. Even if the embodiment of my subconscious is a bit mysterious, this is definitely my dream. Thinking this, Lin Jie pointed at the girl. At least I answered correctly. Now it's my turn to ask you. Lin Jie asked the girl, who are you, and why did you say you weren't dreaming? After asking, Lin Jie also realized he had asked a foolish question, thinking, well, it's probably because I'm dreaming, right? It seems I've revealed a bit of my eager side. The girl's lips twitched into a smile. My name is Silver. That's my name. Hearing this, Lin Jie asked back, just a name? Silver smiled, winking one eye playfully. At least I told the truth. Silver looked at Lin Jie. Now it's my turn, right? Lin Jie was a bit bewildered, thinking I didn't expect her to counter like that. Too bad. Her smile is too captivating. At this moment, Silver stopped joking, closed her eyes, and whispered to Lin Jie, I've been waiting here for a very long time, a really long time. And I don't even know what time it is now, it's just that this place is too beautiful. Silver stood opposite Lin Jie. She said, but it's a bit too quiet, isn't it? It's deathly silent. Silver placed her hand on her chest, her eyes looking intently at Lin Jie. So can you tell me why I feel this way? Hearing the question. Lin Jie pondered, humming softly. He was sweating inwardly, thinking, isn't it just loneliness? So I can even expand my career in dreams. Then this dream suits me too well. A dreamy hill full of irises. It's like a fairy tale. And then to be healed by a beautiful, elegant girl like this, with my words. Lin Jie was drooling, thinking, this helping others thing, I'm getting addicted to it. Silver looked at Lin Jie, who was lost in thought and drooling over there, completely bewildered. Lin Jie, still unconcerned, was engrossed in his own thoughts. Indeed, as the ancestors said, to give is to receive. Speaking of which, this pajama set is a bit too simple, isn't it? If I could wear a suit like always. just as Lin Jie thought that the young man in white pajamas was suddenly wearing a suit as usual. Lin Jie thought, nice. Lin Jie looked at his white-gloved hand and smiled. I knew it. Since I'm lucid dreaming, my thoughts can turn into reality. Lin Jie spread his hands. That's right. Since it's a dream, I probably don't need to be careful. Lin Jie extended his hand to Silver. If you don't mind, let's sit down first. Silver looked at Lin Jie speechless for a moment, then placed her hand on his. Lin Jie took her hand, silently noting, her hand is so soft and cold. Anyway, I have to resolve this. The two sat on the flowers. Lin Jie began his psychological counseling profession. Have you always been the only one in this dream? Silver replied. No one has ever set foot in this place before. Until now, it's only been you. Hearing this, Lin Jie analyzed inwardly. She sounds just like the beautiful long-haired maiden, doesn't she? Always alone in a beautiful garden. Her life is like an eternal rest, just like in a fairy tale. Lin Jie felt a bit sad, thinking, it's a pity this is just a dream. Even though I can understand her difficulties, I can't help much. Lin Jie met the girl's eyes. The feeling you're experiencing is loneliness. He began his psychological analysis for her. You feel lonely always being alone with no one by your side. Your life has nothing new. The more you think about it, the more painful it becomes, and many people experience this situation. Hearing this, Silver repeated, nothing new. Is that the reason they never understand me? They're always afraid of me and avoid me. Hearing Silver speak, Lin Jie scratched his chin again, thinking, feeling lonely. She seems very much like a philosopher. If that's the case, then I have to do this. Lin Jie smiled and winked at her. The ancients said, man proposes, God disposes. Let's ignore its meaning for now. But I think if God could witness such a perfect lady having such thoughts. Hearing Lin Jie speak, Silver's face turned red. Then she heard Lin Jie continue. He would surely smile, a truly sincere smile. Silver's face turned completely red. Lin Jie smiled. And with that, perhaps, if your thoughts are no longer suffering, God will gradually understand you too. After saying that, Lin Jie opened his eyes, looked at her, and gave a bright smile. Do you think that hypothesis is a bit too cheesy? Silver, embarrassed, turned her face away. When I think about it, you seem like a very romantic person. Lin Jie, embarrassed, scratched his head. Well, as you can see, I'm just a failed romantic. But the reason I can talk to you here is probably because I understand you. Silver turned her face away. I know. If you can appear in this dream, it means you understand me, and we are alike. And perhaps you are a rather wise person. Lin Jie, being praised, grinned widely, thinking, is this how a philosopher praises someone? It sounds so gentle. Lin Jie immediately said, so you acknowledge me. He held Silver's hand tightly. Then I want to ask. No, this must be my most sincere wish. I hope you will accept it. Silver, surprised by Lin Jie suddenly grabbing her hand, her eyes wide, stammered, please say it. Lin Jie spoke, his face serious, looking at Silver. Will you be my friend? Silver, startled. Friend? Lin Jie, seeing her reaction, thought, so I guessed right. It's best not to let an introvert like her control the conversation, because according to the way they think, she would definitely refuse me. Lin Jie, holding Silver's hand tightly, his mental abacus clacking, I have to put her in a situation where she can't refuse. Silver hesitated. Friend. Lin Jie released her hand and looked into the distance. Friend. Even though this place is very beautiful, if you always see this scenery, sooner or later you'll get tired of it. Have you ever had friends? They share their stories with each other. It's more interesting than being alone. Looking at Silver's face, Lin Jie, calculating inwardly, gave a sly smile. Speaking of sharing, I think of promoting. And speaking of promoting, I think of recommending books. If I don't recommend any books, it wouldn't feel right at all. Even though we're not in a bookstore. Lin Jie's eyes were determined. I can spread a book through memory just like when I changed into this suit. So whatever Lin Jie thought, the dream made it happen. A book with a black gold-gilded cover appeared on his lap. Lin Jie picked up the book, flipped a few pages, then handed the book to Silver. Consider it a gift from your friend given to you on your first meeting. Silver looked at the book Lin Jie handed her. She took the book with both hands and hugged it to her chest. Silver exclaimed, It's been a long time since someone gave me a gift and no one wants to talk to me either. Silver hugged the book, stood up, turned her head slightly to look at Lin Jie. I have nothing, only this great tree, those fruits and honey. If you want, just take some. That's my gift to you. Only then did Lin Jie notice that the large ancient tree also bore golden fruits, heavy with bounty. Lin Jie tilted his head back, thinking, I didn't realize this tree had golden fruits. If that's a thank you gift, then this tree is like, no, I don't need it either. Lin Jie touched the flowers in his hand. Flowers are the same. I need to get something really rare on a special occasion like this. Lin Jie looked at those fruits and said to Silver, These fruits, can I eat them right away? Silver smiled, her eyes crinkling. Of course. She raised her finger and pointed. A golden fruit fell into Lin Jie's palm. Lin Jie looked at the round golden fruit shaped like an apple, thinking, it really is a dream. It's just like a painting. Though he thought it was like a painting, Lin Jie's mouth was already watering. Lin Jie thought, but what will it taste like? He opened his mouth and took a bite. Well, he ate the whole fruit, crisp and sweet, and no core either. It's different from a normal apple, isn't it? Probably because of the flavor of this place. Silver, after seeing Lin Jie finish eating, asked, Is it good? Do you like it? Lin Jie smiled. It's quite sweet. But suddenly, Lin Jie's whole body flickered like a glitchy TV, his form slightly hazy. He startled. Panes of glass were gradually shattering. He wondered, what's happening? Am I waking up? So soon, I feel like it hasn't been long at all. Lin Jie looked at his gradually fading hand, thinking, but I can't feel too much in this dream anymore. Before leaving, Lin Jie extended his hand. Ah well, even though I don't want to, I have to go. Silver placed her hand on his palm. Right before the dream gradually shattered, Silver put both her arms around Lin Jie's neck. Before his surprised eyes, Silver placed a light kiss on his earlobe, her voice like a whisper. I hope that next night. Lin Jie looked blankly at Silver's blushing face. Silver said, We can meet in a dream again. The dream shattered. You disappeared. Only Silver remained standing there. Under the heavy rain of Noken City, a cigarette was lit, contrasting with the cold rain. Uan stood in the rain wearing a cloak that obscured half his face, smoking a cigarette. As he smoked, he whispered, Choosing Helix seems to have been quite a mistake. But besides that, I also betrayed my teacher and killed my disciple. Uan's face, hidden in shadow, gradually revealed a scar on his eye. He wore an earring. Uan's mouth said, Anyway, I can't do much. Just forget my foolishness. What about that special mission? A voice from somewhere replied, It really needs someone like you to personally handle it, even if you're injured. That girl, she just got stronger. Even if we combine my strength and Helix's, we might not be able to fight her. Uan remained silent. The voice continued. As for Old Wild, he's seriously injured. Even if he lives, he'll retreat to protect his honor. And not to mention there's news that he just reappeared, and his power seems even more terrifying than before. Both of them are connected to the bookstore owner at 23rd Street. Uan smoked his cigarette, the smoke swirling. It's as if their fates have been decided. There's a lot of suspicion here, so that's what happened. Do you remember your mission? A black liquid sticking to the wall replied, Investigate the bookstore and its owner. Just information about appearance, form, performance, and location is enough, right? Yuan looked at the black liquid flowing at his feet. Then go. Remember to bring back good news. The black liquid opened an eye, looked at Uan, then left. Uan stood in the rain smoking a cigarette. The faceless, black-scaled Wild, even stronger than before. Even an author of sci-fi horror wouldn't dare use such a ridiculous implication so easily. I hope that information is wrong. The heavy rain showed no signs of stopping. A shadow fell on the wall. Someone's figure appeared. He whispered, 23rd Street, number 412 bookstore. A man with curly, flowing black hair, a wicked smile, a gold earring in his ear, and stubble on his chin. He wore a black shirt and a tie fluttering in the wind. He opened his mouth. That's how it's described, huh? The man didn't enter through the main door as usual. Instead, he transformed into a stream of black substance flowing through the crack in the door, slithering inside the bookstore. After entering the bookstore, the man transformed back into human form, looking at the books displayed around, thinking strange. Not a hint of magical reaction. If I judge for myself, this is just an ordinary bookstore. Did the higher-ups make a mistake? I should check the second floor. The man walked up the stairs to the second floor, completely unaware that the monster statue had opened its eyes and was staring at him. But the statue didn't react. The man stood in front of the room door, looking up at it, thinking, this is the only place I haven't investigated, the only place with signs of life. This style is quite normal. It doesn't seem like aberrant level. The man wasn't too worried. I was overthinking. This mission is too simple. It seems Yuan and the others were worrying too much. The man smiled triumphantly, his flowing hair covering one eye, thinking, of course, how could the owner of such a small bookstore have that monster? Or maybe I should make a deal with the owner while I'm here and report back. The man placed his hand on the doorknob, thinking of what he would say to the owner. You're just worrying about an ordinary person. I've taken care of everything. Heh heh. I wonder if they'll be quite happy after hearing that. But when he opened the door and stepped in, the man saw the dreamcatcher hanging, emitting a blue light. And where Lin Jie was sleeping, he was surrounded by a forest of flowers, separating the bed from him by a considerable distance. The man stunned his eyes wide, looked at Lin Jie, who was smiling faintly as if having a beautiful dream in the middle of the flower forest. The branches of the flower forest grew long like gruesome red vines crawling around the room. The man was so scared his eyeballs almost fell out. Those vines had pierced straight into his eyes. One of his eyeballs fell out. He, bewildered and terrified, hurriedly opened the door and left. The man went down the stairs with a tired look, whispering, "Oh, damn it, I should... Quickly, take it out." The man trembled as he descended the stairs, blood dripping from his eye. He said, "So the Lord's warnings were true." The man's face, with one eye gouged out, blood flowing from it, gave a sinister smile and whispered, "Master, your servant is here. I am eager to serve you." Under the rain, Yuan was still smoking his unfinished cigarette. Yuan thought to himself, it's been half an hour already. Even though I know Z's abilities, why is he taking so much time for a mission like this? Yuan raised his hand to check the time. Thinking it seems that Bookstore isn't simple. Sending someone else was indeed the right decision. The situation is too bad. Even if something happens, R would easily escape with his skills. He's a semi-bryozoan. He can transform into a shadow twice and then blend into the darkness. Hiding his aura infiltration or escape would be simple. Yuan had comforted himself like that. He threw the finished cigarette on the ground and took out another, thinking, I need to consider warning about that shop owner. When Z returns, I'll do this mission myself. Suddenly, Yuan's eyes widened. I put out the cigarette, but why do I have that shadow? Is it raining in this area? Yuan saw a black shadow covering his own. Yuan cursed. Damn it! Then Yuan threw the cigarette pack away, shouting, Fire art fireball! The flame blazes amidst the rain. Yuan quickly dodged, thinking, too bad. The rain has reduced the effectiveness of my fire art. I need to retreat. I don't know why Z betrayed me, but right now he's dead. Yuan looked at Z in front of him, preparing to attack. Yuan shouted, Fire art! The surroundings blazed up, but at this moment Z from afar shot out black streams of energy towards Yuan. Yuan's arm was injured. With one hand he couldn't fight back and was immediately hit. The injured arm's bandage burst, and he was pinned to the wall by spears created by Z. Yuan, in pain, screamed, Ah! Then Yuan created a flame that burned Z opposite him, but Yuan's entire body was still pinned to the wall. He panted heavily, shouting, Change form, hellfire! The flesh on the arm pinned to the wall automatically disappeared. Yuan escaped from being pinned. Yuan landed on the ground, kneeling on one knee. He smiled. I know more than just your betrayal. Did you think I wasn't prepared? How naive. Z on the opposite side was burning in the large fire, unable to resist. The hazy black shadow amidst the flames. Yuan raised his hand. It's over. But the fire burned Z's body into two black lumps that fell to the ground. Yuan, seeing this, was completely stunned, shouting, What? A monster's figure with red eyes opened its mouth and roared loudly. Yuan immediately shouted, What, you're not Z! At this moment, a strange yet familiar voice rang out. Master, your servant. I will clear all your obstacles. A large figure stood blocking Yuan. The figure was like a monster. No, it was a monster. The monster opened its mouth wide. If one looked straight into its mouth, they would only see endless darkness. Two red eyes shone like headlights. Yuan, clutching his injured arm, heard the monster speak. He whispered, repeating, Master Z wasn't a believer. Could it be? That bookstore owner? Is this his warning? Elsewhere, a door pushed open. Helix was observing something through a glass pane. Who just came in? Come in. What is it? The person who just entered announced, Sir Yuan. He's dead. Helix, startled, turned his head. What? The other person replied, This is the image and forensic magic examination from the scene. The person opened a file and reported to Helix. They were informed by a dark sorcerer of the blood cult. Helix took the report. Helix's eyes widened when he saw the image in the report. In the photo, tree branches grew densely and white irises bloomed profusely. In the center was Uon's dead body. The other person reported, Mr. Uon sent some people to investigate the bookstore at 23rd Street as per your orders, but the person he sent betrayed him and killed Uon as soon as he returned. This is an image of what remained in his final moments. In the image, Uon's mouth was open and an iris flower grew from it, accompanied by words written in blood on the ground, Run. The other person told Helix his last words. Helix, unable to believe it, thought. So the mysterious object that manipulated Z's mind when he returned was something that even a dark sorcerer couldn't identify. Helix asked the other person, So what do they plan to do? The other person said, The dark sorcerers have collected evidence for the blood cult. They will let Empai analyze it for them. They also suggested that we stop investigating the bookstore to ensure the safety of the mirror incubator. Hearing this, Helix thought, So that's what the aberrant level destroyer of the blood cult who hasn't shown up until now. Helix instructed the other person, Report back to them that the White Wolves will cooperate as much as possible. The other person replied, Yes, then closed the door and left, leaving only Helix standing in the room looking out the window. He pondered, thinking, So this is a warning from the bookstore owner. I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Helix, through the glass, looked down at the entire mechanical system working below, thinking, This is a moment when incubating the magic mirror, we can't afford any more complications. Helix clenched his fist, placing it on the glass. It's very close. I don't care what that shop owner is anymore. Helix's face was stern. I won't let anything obstruct my plan. The fluff from the dream catcher fell onto the headboard. Lin Ji, from a deep sleep, opened his eyes. He didn't move, but just lay still, looking at the ceiling for a moment, thinking, Is it morning already? He sat up, stretched, thinking, I should probably thank old Wild when I see him again. This thing really brings wonderful dreams. Lin Ji pulled open the curtain and looked outside. It was still raining heavily outside with no signs of stopping. Lin Ji turned off the alarm on his clock, thinking, I hope everything will be as she said. Lin Ji remembered the girl Silver he met in his dream. Before he left, Silver had said, When the next night comes, we can meet again in this dream. The clock struck 6:30. Lin Ji went into the bathroom for personal hygiene, from brushing his teeth to rinsing his mouth. As he was brushing and rinsing, he suddenly stopped, his mouth agape, looking at his teeth, thinking, Why do I feel something is not quite right? At this moment, Lin Ji looked in the mirror. He saw in his mouth several extra teeth had grown. He startled, thinking, What is this? Why do I suddenly have 8 more teeth? Is this Inky's doing, or is this extra addition a blessing? Lin Ji touched his mouth, thinking, And if it's with Buddha having 40 teeth? To explain a bit, it's because Buddha has 40 teeth, so this is considered lucky. After a while of not being able to find an answer, Lin Ji decided to give up. He turned away. Oh well, whatever. Who knows how it is? Well, if I meet them, I'll ask again. Lin Ji, wearing his suit, opened the bookstore door and looked at the rain outside. He thought, I'm so excited. I wonder if I'll have new customers today. At this moment, Lin Ji noticed there was no sound from the neighbor's side. He was a bit puzzled, thinking, Strange. Usually at this time, my neighbor would be blasting the news loudly. Why is it so quiet today? Or did his fuse blow again? Or is he sick? Lin's friendly, chubby neighbor was at home, scared stiff, not daring to say anything. The chubby man hugged his legs, tears streaming down his face and even snot. Lin Ji knocked on the wall. Excuse me. At this moment, a loud, Ah, came from inside the house, startling Lin Ji outside. Lin Ji quickly asked with concern, What's wrong? It's because I didn't hear you listening to the news this morning, so... The chubby man on the other side, terrified, thought, Damn it. He found out something's unusual. In movies, whenever someone is found doing something unusual, they always die, right? So the chubby man, panicking, shouted, Nothing's wrong. I'll turn it on right away. The man picked up the remote and turned on the TV. I'm really sorry, I'll turn it on now. When he turned on the TV, a black shadow with 2 eyes appeared again, scaring the man to death. But luckily, the TV was still broadcasting the news. Today's news. Today's news. A statue overturned on M Street has caused the death of a man. The Tower of Secret Correspondence is currently investigating the incident. Lin Jie on this side heard the news and pondered, thinking, an accident. It seems the weather is really getting worse. Or am I overthinking? But Mr. Colin seems a bit scared, too. Lin Jie thought to himself. Mr. Colin, are you sure you're all right? If you want to be healthy, you should get enough rest. Colin on the other side, scared stiff, was typing on his phone. He thought, is he warning me not to do anything foolish or I'll lose my life? Colin, his chin quivering with fear, tears streaming even more, thought. No, I'm still young. I don't want to die. Colin stared at his phone, thinking, it seems he knows. I was planning to ask a priest for an exorcism. I knew it. I shouldn't have sent that message. At this moment, Lin Jie on the other side called out again, Mr. Colin! Colin on this side jumped. On his phone, Colin had successfully sent a message to the recipient, Church of the Domed Vinnen. Seeing this, the man, terrified, his tears flowing again, thought, it's over. Colin's whole body trembled. Damn it. It's too late for regrets now. Colin imagined the priest clasping his hands in prayer. Father of the domed church, please save this child. After a while of praying, the man, panting, said to Lin Jie, I'm fine. You don't need to worry. Thank you for your concern. Lin Jie on this side was extremely confused. If that's the case, I'll let you rest then. Lin Jie stopped worrying about his neighbor. He stood in front of his large bookshelf thinking, why can't I figure out the emotion he's hiding inside? Or should I buy a gift and visit him? At this moment, the bookstore door opened. The bell chimed again. Ding dong. Lin Jie turned his head and smiled. Welcome. When Lin Jie saw the other person, he thought, it really is a new customer. The new customer was a girl wearing a camisole, a yellow shirt underneath her red hair tied neatly at the back, wearing a hat and folding her umbrella. Lin Jie thought, it seems to be a young and energetic customer. Melissa on this side dusted off her shoes, thinking, this is the bookstore mentioned in Dad's documents, right? Melissa looked around the bookstore for a bit, pondering slightly. Lin Jie sat down on the chair. What do you need? Melissa silently assessed Lin Jie. She stared at Lin Jie with a searching gaze. She took off her hat and walked towards Lin Jie. As she walked, she thought, it's too normal. This is really a K-level bookstore. She approached, stood straight without sitting, rested both hands on the table, her firm buttocks subtly revealed. Are you the owner? Lin Jie said. Yes, you can ask whatever you want. You can borrow by or just look at books. Melissa rested her chin on her hand, staring at Lin Jie, assessing him. He looks too normal. Did Dad make a mistake? Melissa sat down on the chair, staring at Lin Jie. She pondered. What's this? I waited through the rain and risked getting beaten by Dad to come here. Melissa's face contorted. She thought irritably, and then it's just an ordinary bookstore, not fun at all. At this moment, Melissa asked Lin Jie, you said I can have whatever I want. Hearing Melissa's question, Lin Jie's head started to throb. He thought, is this what kids these days think? So he looked at her and said, only normal things. If your request is a bit too high, then of course not. Hearing the answer, Melissa slammed the table hard, patted her chest, and asked Lin Jie, I want to arm wrestle you. Is that okay? Lin Jie, hearing this, tilted his head, his eyes wide, question marks filling his head. Lin Jie, extremely confused, thought, do people nowadays prioritize arm wrestling over buying or borrowing books? Lin Jie looked at the girl who had her arm raised, ready to arm wrestle in front of him. Lin Jie had a headache, thinking, why does this sound so absurd? No. My life instinct is telling me there must be something to this. Lin Jie recalled all of Melissa's actions since she entered the shop. She cleaned the mud off her boots in the puddle outside. It can be said that this young lady has very good manners, judging by these small details. She also knows how to take good care of her red hair. She must come from a fairly wealthy family. She was a bit disappointed earlier, so she must have intended to come here not just to take shelter from the rain. After thinking for a while, Lin Jie was a bit bewildered, thinking, I'm getting more and more confused. After a torrent of conflicting thoughts, Lin Jie fell into a vortex of his own thoughts. Why would a girl like this visit my shop and even want to arm wrestle me? And my bookstore isn't that popular either. Did a new customer promote it? How could it be? Lin Jie confirmed his thoughts. My recent customers were Ji Shu, Joseph. Then he realized immediately. Joseph. Lin Jie rested his chin on his hand, pondering, looking at the girl before him, thinking, speaking of which, this girl looks quite similar to him, doesn't she? Lin Jie thought of the strong man Joseph from before. The final conclusion, no doubt about it. She's related to Joseph by blood. Lin Jie had confirmed his thoughts. Melissa on the opposite side saw Lin Ji looking at her with a thoughtful gaze and a strong aura. Melissa startled, thinking, this terrifying pressure. Melissa, sitting on the chair, her hands on her lap, trembled. What's wrong? An arm wrestle isn't too much, right? Lin Jie, startled, snapped out of his thoughts. Oh no. I stared at her for a bit too long. He opened his mouth and smiled. Of course it's okay. But I want to ask you 2 questions first. Melissa hesitated. Which questions? Lin Jie immediately asked the first question. Did you come here because of Joseph? Melissa was greatly shocked, slammed her hands on the table and stood up. She looked like she had seen a ghost. Melissa asked Lin Jie, how did you know? Lin Jie, seeing her intense reaction, calmly poured tea, thinking, it seems I was right. Lin Jie immediately said, don't look at me like that. You two look very similar. Melissa remembered her fierce, strong father. Similar, how? Lin Jie still sat there, calmly thinking. It's annoying. It's obvious they look alike. Really, even her stubborn personality and the look in her eyes. They must be father and daughter. Lin Jie lifted his teacup. Question number 2. Why do you want to arm wrestle me? Melissa took the cup, took a sip, and explained. Joseph said that if I'm troubled by something but can't do anything about it, I should find someone to arm wrestle. Lin Jie, after hearing her speak, was speechless, his face wrinkling. Why is arm wrestling so special? Melissa explained further. Because he said it can make the opponent weaker if they refuse. And even if they refuse, I can still force them to participate. Besides, I'll also have a reason to hit them if I get angry. Lin Jie, hearing the as if it's right logic of this father and daughter, was completely bewildered. He thought, is this what Joseph teaches his child? Lin Jie covered his face as if falling into a crisis, thinking, oh, well, never mind. This is military thinking. I probably shouldn't expect much from a soldier with that memory when it comes to raising children. Thinking this, Lin Jie had a headache. He touched his head and said to her, all right then. How do we play? Melissa, overjoyed, said, whoever wins 2 rounds wins. Very fair, right? Lin Jie looked at her overjoyed face, thinking, so this little girl must have argued with Joseph about something and then got angry, right? And something that made me... Lin Jie's face was quite annoyed. He thought, damn it, I have to take back my compliment about the little girl's behavior. He raised his fist and placed it on the table, clenching his fist. He made up his mind to set things right. I'm sorry, Joseph. I won't go easy. This is for her sake. In Melissa's eyes, she saw Lin Jie's face change. She shrank back a little, thinking, this is the strength of a normal man. They clasped hands, preparing for an arm wrestle. She thought to herself, what if I hurt his arm? Maybe I should go easy on him. She shouted, 3. Lin Jie continued, 2, 1. Just after she shouted 1, her hand was gently pinned by Lin Jie. The scene was silent for 3 seconds. Then she stared blankly at Lin Jie's hand, pressing down on hers, completely bewildered. Silver was stunned, her mouth agape as if struck by lightning. How is this possible? Silver couldn't believe her eyes. She leaned on the table and stood up, thinking to herself, this is absurd. How could I lose to an ordinary person in arm wrestling? Silver stared intently at Lin Jie with an assessing gaze. She saw a triumphant smile on Lin Jie's face. Silver thought, his face is like, I'm pretty good, huh? Arg. Silver recalled her achievements at only 6 years old. She could easily defeat 10 people with her strength. She questioned her existence, turned away, sat on a chair and looked at her hand, pondering deeply. How can this be? Someone at my panic level lost. This is too ridiculous. At this moment, Lin Jie pointed at her and said, to be honest, for a young lady like you to have such strength is already very impressive. I was still a bit tense because we were quite deadlocked at the beginning, weren't we? Hearing Lin Jie, Silver was not only uncomforted, but also thought to herself, deadlocked. It didn't take any time at all. He beat me too quickly and then teased me. How mean! Silver thought Lin Jie was mocking her, and her anger flared up even more. Meanwhile, Lin Jie, sitting opposite her, looked very bewildered because he had apologized sincerely. Silver slammed her hand on the table, her eyes determined, thinking, even as a knight captain, I have my pride. How can I accept defeat like this? With that thought, she stopped sulking and looked at Lin Jie again, saying, it's best 2 out of 3. This time I'll definitely win. Now her fighting spirit was even stronger. She tensed both arms, her face clearly showing her competitiveness, and said, well again. Lin Jie looked at the determined Silver before him and thought, is this girl really arm wrestling? It's like she wants to eat me alive. Lin Jie's face was bewildered, lines of fear appearing as if he'd aged several years. He said, okay, let's go again. They clasped hands for another arm wrestle. This time, the girl gripped the edge of the table tightly, getting into position. She counted 3. Lin Jie continued, 2. Silver shouted again. 1. This time, Silver had no other thoughts but to arm wrestle with utmost seriousness. She gripped the table edge to stabilize her body, trying to pin Lin Ji's hand. She gritted her teeth. Her whole body trembled as she tried to overcome Lin Ji's arm. Lin Ji, on the other hand, was calm, his other hand propping up his chin, a smile on his face. He thought, like father, like daughter. Although this seemingly frail girl is a bit stubborn, she's still quite cute, isn't she? Lin Ji smiled harmoniously. Ho, ho, ho. Then he gently pinned her hand again. The scene fell silent for another 3 seconds. Silver, heartbroken and dejected, bowed her head low. Tears streamed down her face as she said, It's over. It's really over. Lin Ji was confused. He thought to himself, It's not that bad, is it? At this moment, he turned away and said, Come on, it's just arm wrestling. What's the big deal? Silver heard this as if struck by lightning. Lin Ji walked closer to Silver. He flicked her forehead and said, If this were a knife fight, you'd be dead. Go and challenge others more intelligently. Silver flicked hard, cried out, Ah! Tears welled in the corners of her eyes as she touched her forehead, saying, That's so mean. Lin Jie also had a bit of a headache with this family's way of raising children. He thought, making her remember this should work. She's so small, yet she goes around challenging others to arm wrestling. Lin Ji thought of the pretty cute girl before him getting a tongue piercing and weird tattoos on her face and hands, even giving the middle finger. Just thinking about it was tiring. If this continues, she'll become a delinquent. Meanwhile, Silver looked at Lin Jie, who was staring at her thoughtfully. She was puzzled. Lin Jie made a decision, thinking, Well, whatever. I'll do a good deed and help this girl. Why am I so kind? Lin Jie smiled at her and said, All right, I've granted your wish. Now can you tell me why you came to my bookstore? Only then did she reveal the truth to borrow a book. Hearing this, Lin Jie's eyes lit up, almost turning into dollar signs. Lin Jie said, Why didn't you say so sooner? Which one? Silver, a bit embarrassed, placed her hands on her lap, as serious as a student, bowed her head and said, The one my father borrowed. I read half of it, but before I could finish, he found out. So I want to borrow another copy to find out the ending. She thought to herself, I should have just asked to borrow the book from the start. I don't know if he'll let me borrow it now. She looked at Lin Jie with a hesitant, fearful gaze. Hearing her, Lin Jie looked at her assessingly. It seems she's very afraid of her father, huh? Looks like the little prince was the cause of their argument. Lin Jie then said, I have it. But why don't you usually talk to Claude? Hearing this, Silver explained, Father also reads that book, so if he knew that I knew he was reading it, he would go crazy. There's no way he'd let me borrow it. Hearing that, Lin Jie smiled. Go crazy, huh? I don't think so. If you could just make him understand, I'm sure he'd agree with you, but... Before Lin Jie could finish, she screamed, He never understands me. As if releasing pent-up frustration, she said, Every day he's swamped with work, and whenever he gets home, he just nags me. Silver, as if finding an outlet, began a long tirade. Every time I show him the results of my training, he scolds me, saying I haven't trained enough. With what he's done, no matter how hard I try, I'll never be acknowledged by him. Lin Jie listened to her confession, his eyes downcast as if in understanding. So it's because of this Lin Jie's eyes lit up as he thought bad grades. Lin Jie opened his mouth. If that's the case... He selected a book from the bookshelf. Silver looked at him puzzled. Lin Jie took a book down, then said to her, Why don't we impress him? He held up the book, thinking to himself, So this is still happening, huh? A workaholic father who has neglected her education, leading to her poor grades. A veteran unable to express himself properly, only able to nag his daughter to try harder. But for the child, this feels entirely different. Truly, a father's sorrow. If that's the case, this book will be perfect. Lin Jie held up the book, which had an English title, a victorious smile on his face. He thought, the ancients used to say, if a child misbehaves, it's because they haven't been properly educated. Something like this should fix everything. Based on my research, the fundamental subjects in this world are similar to those on Earth, especially mathematics, that complex beast. Lin Jie picked out a stack more books. If I want to improve her education, it wouldn't be unfair to give her a few more books on natural sciences, would it? He placed the stack of books on the table with a thud, smiling like a homeroom teacher. Heh heh, he thought. Even in another world, it's still a nightmare. Oh dear, I really want to vent about all the things my teachers crammed into me. The young girl looked at the stack of books and asked Lin Jie, What are these? Lin Jie replied, Didn't I assure you they'll impress Claude? Silver hesitated, thinking impress him impossible. She thought of her father. Since she was little, he had used a sword and trained with her on the training ground. I've trained relentlessly since I was a child, but he never praises me. All father does is nag. No matter how hard I try, my achievements are useless. Just because I'm Claude's daughter, everyone has high expectations of me. Even Claude compares me to his past self. She remembered Claude's face then. He always said, when I was your age, I was already at the panic level. So for her, his expectations were just... Silver remained silent, not answering. Lin Jie continued. Anyway, your father just wants to see you grow up well. As long as you walk an upright path, he'll be very happy even if he doesn't say it. Lin Jie analyzed Silver's thoughts. She can guess his intentions. If he sees her change, he'll only scold her a little when she has some small needs. Silver looked at Lin Jie behind the counter, raising a small fist. She was very confused. How can he act like that? How does he know my father so well? But for some reason his words were very persuasive. Silver glanced at the stack of books beside her and asked, "Are you saying these books will help me get stronger and Dad will acknowledge me?" Silver covered her mouth, smiling faintly, thinking, if they can help me get Father's acknowledgement, what kind of books are these technique books, or about controlling latent energy? Lin Jie smiled as if he had achieved his goal. Not bad. Knowledge is power. She understands quickly. Lin Jie placed his hand on the stack of books, a radiant halo seeming to appear above his head, and asked Silver, "You want power, don't you? As long as you understand them, and can endure the suffering, they will be the key to opening that door for you." Silver took a book and placed it in front of her. That book glowed, attracting her attention. She stared intently at it. The book Silver held was titled, Key to the Void. Silver felt as if she were standing before a vast door presented by the book. She was a little scared, but she didn't hesitate to push the door open. After pushing it, Silver fell into the deep sea. Silver thought she had drowned in the deep sea, but a voice spoke to her. "Don't worry. If you want to open the door, this is the price you must pay, the future you will obtain." Silver's entire being felt like a mermaid turning into sea foam with only her clothes left floating in the sea. Silver thought, this world, it's being recreated and reformatted before my eyes. The voice echoed again, "Until you get the correct answer." Silver's eyes snapped open. She slammed the book shut. In the bookstore, a blue light shone down on Silver's figure, making her silhouette seem somewhat lonely. Silver panted, head bowed low, looking at the table, thinking, did I just die? No, this feeling is strange. It's as if the very essence that forms my soul, and it replaced some other source. Definitely. Though I don't know why, I don't want to know what it is. The foundation of all creation. It's a key that can open any door. As a knight, I will be able to unleash the power of a knight. Silver looked at her hand, thinking, without any obstacle, this is something only a god could do. Is this the power of someone at an indescribable level? I've never even dreamed of something so absurd. Silver saw Lin Jie's figure standing before her like the silhouette of something terrifying. She thought, but he easily surpassed and created a new version of me. How terrifying is he? A devil. Lin Jie, standing opposite, looked at Silver, also pondering. Looks like I've hit her psychological block. I knew it, she's terrible at math. Thankfully, I can still help her with some basic exercises. Lin Jie asked in a normal voice, "Are you okay? Do you need my help?" His normal voice startled Silver. Lin Jie placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "If you want to ask anything, I can help you answer it." His voice sounded like a curse in Silver's ears. "It seems you can't quite comprehend this book, can you?" Silver listened, even more terrified, thinking, he's definitely thinking of something truly horrific. The help he's offering certainly isn't based on my feelings. It will bring me unimaginable pain. Am I just his toy then? What will happen to me if he does that? Meanwhile, Lin Jie imagined a pile of difficult math exercises. He looked at Silver, thinking, if she's still bad after this book, I'll add the Huanggong workbooks. Honestly, why don't I give her a practice test so she can start practicing now? That way I can improve her studies and also resolve the conflict at home. Perfect. Lin Jie smiled, making a decision in his heart. All right, it's decided. Now I'll encourage her because she also wants to be praised. So Lin Jie placed his hand on Silver's head, patting her comfortingly. What's wrong? Are you scared and can't bear it? But I feel you have a lot of talent. You yearn for a better future. Hearing Lin Jie's words, Silver was surprised, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. She thought, what? Why do I feel like I'm on a one-way street if I follow him? Those books? They seem to possess limitless power. And then the shop owner. He guides it. It was foretold. In her ears, it was as if a mouth was opening, telling her that if she worked hard, she would obtain that power and change everything, including making her father proud. Silver let out a breath, a faint smile on her lips. She thought, but for me, I don't think I have a chance. I'll just have to accept it. With that thought, Silver looked at the stack of books more kindly. She bowed 90 degrees to Lin Jie. No, I'm not scared. I am very grateful for your generosity and guidance. I will not disappoint you. And about my behavior earlier, I apologize. Lin Jie heard her words and thought, oh, a quick change. It seems that book really is the nemesis of children. Linji said, "It's all right. That attitude is good. Always be humble and eager to learn. The door to knowledge will always be open." Silver paid the total amount Linji calculated for the books. "Thank you for your purchase. The total is 100. "Yes." Silver took the bag of books and went outside. She stood under an eave in silence. She looked at the unceasing rain, wondering, why did I come here to borrow books? Why did I suddenly have to buy books? She opened her umbrella and walked under the rain, sighing. Oh well, I should hurry home. Silver's face under the hood changed. She gave a sinister smile. After I get back, I can study right away. Amidst a starlit sky was a still, silent lake. Suddenly, thunderclaps struck the lake, accompanied by haunting voices. "Not his enemy! Run! Run! Quick, run!" Blue pupils snapped open. Jisoo shot up, screaming, "Arg!" Jisoo touched the wound on her side, startled. She thought, that's right. I had to teleport twice instantly to escape the Dark Wizard Bank's attack squad. I seem to be okay. I wonder how Kai and Mac are doing. Jisoo looked around. She was wearing a white shirt-style nightgown lying on a bed. The surroundings were made of wood and there was nothing familiar. Jisoo wondered, and where is this place? At that moment, a figure with blonde hair stood beside her and said, "Don't move. Your wound is very serious." Jisoo glanced at the blonde girl, hesitant. "You are—" The girl turned her head to look at Jisoo. She had voluminous blonde hair and long ears just like Jisoo. The blonde girl was wearing a black apron, her sea-blue eyes staring intently at Jisoo. Jisoo thought an elf. But how can there be an elf in Norzin? Looking at the blonde girl's smile, Jisoo thought. Not only that, but they're still very much around these days. Jisoo looked at the blonde girl, her face slightly red, and asked, "Did you save me?" The blonde girl was silent for a moment. Then she gave a bright smile and replied, "Exactly. A little while ago. I had just arrived in Norzin. I didn't expect the magical fluctuations to be so strong. Because we elves are very sensitive to energy, being here is as exhausting as being tortured. But what surprised me most was finding a girl while I was on my way back from buying groceries at the convenience store. An incredibly mysterious beauty appeared covered in blood. It seemed someone had attacked her. The blonde girl, at that time carrying 2 bags of groceries, saw the girl lying on the ground bloodied and took pity on her, saving Jisoo. The blonde girl remembered dropping her 2 bags of groceries and dragging the unconscious body back home. The blonde girl said, "And you were lying only about 10 meters from my house. If I had left you there, the people chasing you would have found you immediately." Jisoo heard the story and asked, "So that's why you brought me here?" The blonde girl spread her hands. "Well, if they got that close, they would have found me too, so it was also to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just relax. Aren't elves naturally hunters?" The blonde girl walked over and sat on the bed next to Jisoo, winking at her. "I'm also quite good at covering my tracks, so no need to thank me." Jisoo leaned against the headboard and also smiled, replying, "Anyway, you saved my life. I will definitely repay this kindness." At this moment, Jisoo touched her hand, which was trembling slightly, and asked the blonde girl, "How long was I out there?" The blonde girl thought for a moment. "It seems like it's been about 5 hours since I found you. Based on the blood around you, it probably wasn't more than 6 hours since you teleported here." Hearing this, Jisoo pondered. She looked at her hand for a moment, thinking, 6 hours, I was really lucky. Teleporting while exhausted is impossible to control, and maybe no one would have found me if I had died instantly. Jisoo's arm trembled as she clutched the blanket, thinking, no, it wasn't just luck. It was all thanks to Mr. Lin. Jisoo remembered Lin Jie's face. She clenched her fist, thinking, if he hadn't forged this iron will for my body and my mind, I wouldn't have been able to withstand that teleportation. Truly, Mr. Lin can predict everything. Mr. Lin, back at the bookstore, sneezed. Jisoo, meanwhile, tilted her head back, looking at the ceiling, thinking, anyway, it's not over yet. I can still overcome this. The blood curse has also healed my wounds. I pushed my body too hard. I need some time to recover. First, I need to find out who she is. The blonde girl looked at Jisoo and said, your body's recovery ability is terrifying. You truly are a remarkable hunter. Jisoo smiled and looked at the blonde girl. Not really. My name is Jisoo. You're an elf, right? What brings you to Norzin? This place is quite bad, so not many elves come here anymore. The blonde girl replied a little shyly. Yes, I haven't introduced myself yet. Her eyes became serious as she introduced herself. I am Doris. As you can see, I am a pure-blooded elf. I belong to House Iris, the oldest and most sacred family in Ether. I came here to find the lost glory of House Iris. Jisoo was startled when she heard the name House Iris, thinking, House Iris. That's a noble house, isn't it? I remember a story I read when I was little. As a child, Jisoo had opened a book and found the secrets of House Iris. According to legends, the glorious kingdom of elves was destroyed after King Candela went mad and it became a wasteland. Some elves signed a pact with the elf 1PGIs on a dark night and received a new patron. Since then, when the elves needed the help of a witch and waited for the first witching night, Jisoo thought, they call those elves those spirits blessed by the witch, and that witch herself, the appointed one. Jisoo said, from what I've heard, House Iris fell a long time ago, and there has been no news of them for centuries. Doris created a blue sigil saying, yes. The sigil glowed with a bi-directional arrow. It emitted a blue light. So you've managed to find the witch who made that pact. She is one of the 4 primordial witches and the oldest mystery. No one has ever seen her true face. Legend says, she sleeps deep within a dream world covered in cold and snow. The girl they were talking about, whose face no one could see, was the beautiful Silver whom Lin Jie had met in his dream in the field of white irises. Doris said, we call her Silver. Jisoo heard this and was bewildered. It's really Silver, so the primordial witch whom none of ethereals know about. Jisoo remembered a very long passage from a book she had read. Roughly that long passage told that before the time of the ancient kingdoms, when giants, elves, and ancient dragons existed, there were 4 witches with incredibly terrifying power present in that chaotic world. Those witches were divided as Silver the Witch of Ice, Life the Witch of Life, 1PGIs the Witch of Night, and Jirako the Witch of Trees. They were separated throughout the dream world, and reality created by a wall of bone and smoke that enveloped all of ether. Those within that wall were protected by magical beasts, but they themselves were incredibly powerful, terrifyingly so. Some of them depended on each other when they weakened and were fortunate enough to receive power and then awaken. But they became panicked after seeing the witches fleeing from their place of confinement after the elven kingdom disappeared. The witches kept their distance from each other and then vanished from the dream realm. That was an excerpt from The Legend of Ether, Chapter 1. Jisoo thought I thought it was just a legend. I never imagined that the religion and protection of the primordial witches were real. But then Jisoo asked, why Norzen? The Magic Supervisory Association of the Real Society usually covers this entire kingdom, so how could there be a dream realm where a primordial witch could reside? Doris was also very confused, and sighed. I don't know either, but the sages prophesied that Miss Silver would be able to control snow, and then descend from the dream realm to the steel city of Norzen, and to care for those illuminated by the stars. Doris shivered slightly. You know those prophecies are always so vague. I have no idea what it's talking about. Jisoo agreed with Doris's words. Yes. Jisoo lifted the blanket and asked, so how long do you plan to stay here? Norzen is a very complicated place. It's not safe for an elf. Jisoo looked at Doris with serious eyes. Besides, you also feel that something is wrong here, don't you? Doris said. You mean the rain? What's wrong with it? Doris walked over, drew back the curtain, and looked at the rain outside the window. I'm quite tolerant of this. It's okay. Jisoo covered her face, wanting to speak again, but hesitated. No, it's not just, Jisoo thought. The birth of the mirror spell not only affects people's minds, but also creates powerful monsters. I have to keep this a secret. Otherwise, this situation will be really difficult. Though she couldn't say, Jisoo still kindly advised, anyway, it's best not to go out for the next few days. The situation is already very dangerous. Doris didn't refuse the kind intention, and agreed. Yes. You're clearly in more danger than I am. Why are you the one warning me, Jisoo said. Because I am a hunter. I look into the abyss to become the abyss. I fight for this life every time my flame is lit. Killing wild beasts for people and letting them sleep soundly at night is my duty. The strength of a hunter is never solitary. Hearing this, Doris looked at Doris with a thoughtful gaze. Doris's whole being seemed to light up with fire. You remind me of the prophecies from before. That's exactly like a hunter, isn't it? It's been like that since ancient times. Jisoo heard Doris say this and pondered. She speaks as if she's witnessed it before. Could it be? At this moment, a burnt smell wafted into Doris's nose. She was startled. Then Doris, oh, and hurriedly opened the door and went into the kitchen, exclaiming, oh no, my soup! Jisoo sat looking at Doris's retreating back, bewildered, thinking, did I do something wrong? A bowl of hot meat soup was brought to the table. In the soup bowl, meatballs were floating. Doris said, try it. It's delicious fresh lamb soup specially made by my parents. Doris looked at the soup bowl, then scooped a spoonful of soup into her mouth. Her eyes lit up. Jisoo praised, absolutely delicious. Watching Jisoo slurp down the soup, Doris sat opposite and said, I'm quite confident in my cooking skills, and the ingredients are very fresh. They haven't been here too long. Doris ladled more soup for Jisoo. Doris said, speaking of which, are you always a hunter in Norzen? So you must know this area very well, right? If possible, in return for my kindness, please tell me a few things about it. Jisoo, while drinking soup, heard the question and said, Okay. But the truth is my situation is very dangerous. I won't be able to help much. Outside, the rain was still falling steadily. Inside, Jisoo said to Doris, But after this rain stops, you can go to the bookstore on 23rd Street to meet Mr. Lin. He will definitely give you the answer to that. Doris was extremely bewildered and asked, Mr. Lin, who is he? When Jisoo mentioned the bookstore, it was as if she was remembering her idol. He is the one to whom I have pledged my loyalty, a preacher of gospels to the world. Even though I still can't see his true self, his omniscience is almost indescribably close. Doris's eyes looked at Jisoo thoughtfully. Doris, puzzled. So Doris asked, It seems he is a wise man, right? But to interfere in human lives, I have studied the lists of ethereals published by the Real Society. How come there's no such person? If it were in Norzin, wouldn't the Real Society have recorded it? Jisoo smiled again and explained, I understand your thoughts. I can only say that this is what I witnessed. Mr. Lin is truly a mysterious person. Jisoo raised her hand thinking of Lin Jie's face, and Jisoo praised again. It was he who guided me through my darkest moments. He is the reason I defeated my enemies. It's as if he himself conveyed the gospels of God. Doris, for the nth time. Lin over there was dusting the bookshelves and sneezed again. Doris said, It seems you trust him a lot, just like we trust in V, and a dream created by contracts on a witching night long ago. At this moment, Jisoo slowly unbuttoned her clothes. She used evidence to prove her words. He gave me all of this. Jisoo removed her scarf and showed Doris her body. Doris was a little startled. Wah. Doris covered her mouth and said, Huh. Your body. Jisoo, while removing the bandage from her arm, thought, It's terrifying. When I wasn't conscious, I still had fatal wounds, but now I don't have a single wound after being awake for 10 minutes. Jisoo's whole body was smooth with white skin without a single wound. Jisoo thought, I can feel the vitality of this bloodline. Doris stood up. I'm starting to get curious about the bookstore you mentioned and Mr. Lin. It's truly amazing. Jisoo puffed out her chest and said, Of course. He is an incredibly benevolent, kind, and powerful person. This generous gift is just a small thing. Doris took off her apron and said, All right then. When the rain stops, I'll definitely visit the bookstore you mentioned. I hope he can answer my questions. Doris put the apron back on, looked at Jisoo, and said, You should probably rest for a few more days. Stay here, okay? You can change your clothes too. I've already prepared a hot bath. Just relax and get well. Jisoo, not standing on ceremony, took the clothes into the bathroom and said, Thank you for your help. I'm sorry for troubling you, Doris. I believe you will get a very satisfactory answer. Then Jisoo wrapped a towel around herself, threw her dirty clothes into the basket, and went into the bathroom thinking as she walked, I think this will be a way to contact my subordinates after I'm clean. After soaking her clothes and immersing herself in the warm bathtub, Jisoo thought, But I still need time to handle this situation. Anyway, I should thank Doris and recover as quickly as possible. Soaking in a bathtub with other girls. What happiness, Jisoo sighed contentedly while soaking in the tub. So refreshing. Jisoo thought to herself, Doris is truly a kind elf. But Jisoo had no idea that Doris over in the kitchen had turned on the faucet and let it run. Doris stood silently staring into the distance. A kitchen knife was stuck into the wooden table. Doris looked at the water running in the sink, a sinister smile on her face, and said to herself, Apart from the primordial witches, no one else is omniscient. There will only be smooth talkers with a little bit of ability. But those skills are terribly poor. If they retaliate, they shouldn't blame the customer, right? Doris looked at the dismembered corpse of a man, the upper half still intact, which she had hung on the wall using magical symbols. Doris said, All right, I should also dispose of the leftover food. And next to that bisected body, there was the head of a monster. In another place in a dark room, Helix stood looking at the crackling fireplace and asked the person behind him, Still no information about the intel I sent out. Helix turned his head to look at the person behind him, Boss Cerberus, the ether rank hunter. The person behind, with blonde hair and a freckled face, trembled and replied, It's disappeared, sir. Helix asked irritably, Where did we lose him? What did those from the Crimson Cult say? The blonde-haired man replied, They don't know. But before he could finish, Helix reached out and squeezed the blonde man's neck, nearly suffocating him. Helix's face contorted as he tightened his grip on the man's neck, lifting him high, and asked, What do you mean, don't know? Helix shouted, Don't those damned Crimson Cultists understand how serious this situation is? The blonde man, terrified, trembled and clutched Helix's arm, trying to escape Helix's deadly grip. The blonde man said, The trail has been completely erased, and even the magic forensics don't know what's going on, sir. That's why. Helix's eyes widened. Continue investigating, he said, releasing the blonde man. I don't care how many people it takes. Find her. The freed blonde man panted heavily. Helix asked again, "What about Sally? How is he?" The blonde man trembled and replied, "He has regained consciousness, sir. They preserved his body in the best possible condition. The preacher from the Crimson Cult's assassination squad saved him and has implanted memories that will help us." Helix smiled. "Oh, finally some good news, huh?" He looked at the blonde man and said, "Sally, based on the remaining information from that rat Ryan, he was W's direct disciple. That's also why they killed that guy." Under a downpour, a figure in a cloak face hidden ran through the rain. The person thought while walking, "I wonder what he'll do when his student returns from hell and wants to take his life. I hope he can provide the necessary amount of energy to incubate that mirror spell." Meanwhile, in another place, snow covered the mountains. A figure with platinum blonde hair leaning on a staff stood on the cold snow. The person walked on the snow, leaving footprints revealing a handsome face with platinum blonde hair. Next to the snowy mountain was the head of a giant monster, its mouth wide open. It seemed to be a mountain monster. The person with platinum blonde hair looked at the giant monster and said, "Finally, I'm here." The person opened his mouth and called out, "My master, the ancient king of languages, the Black Emperor Dragon Tongue, descendant of giants, the giant king, Slutter, Augustus." As the platinum-haired person spoke, his staff emitted a pink light. The person shouted, "My name is White. I have come to request an audience with you. Please grant this disciple that power and witness what I do." Just as he finished speaking, a mysterious voice echoed in his ear. "No need for magic, my disciple. I may have been summoned by the dark sorcerer of living fossils, but my body has not yet decomposed into stone." In front of the young White, a pink light appeared in the sky. Right before White, a pair of tightly chained hands crushed the skull next to White. The giant king Augustus appeared amidst the mountains. The king, wearing a crown on his head, had a colossal body true to his name. The king opened his mouth and said, "It's been a long time, hasn't it, White, my disciple?" The king opened his large red pupils and stared intently at White. He asked, "What brings you here?" White smiled brightly and replied, "I have completed it, sir." Young White took out a statue of the monster Gargi and said, "This is the result. Please take a look." The king said, In the king's gaze, the statue and the small White were tiny. He squinted slightly at the statue and said, "It is." The king stood up straight, his entire body radiating a pink aura that shone down on the young White. The king commented, "It is almost perfect." The king sat on a stone throne on the mountain, his hands tightly bound, looking at young White, and said, "At this momentous occasion, fate has been decided. From now on, you have graduated my disciple." Young White, overjoyed, smiled and asked, "You mean?" Before White could finish, the king continued, "From now on, you are a dark sorcerer." Young White clenched his staff tightly, knelt on the ground, and said to the king, "Thank you for everything you have taught me, sir. It is my greatest honor to be guided by you and accepted as a dark sorcerer." The king's massive mouth opened and said, "Don't forget your destiny. Good luck, my last disciple." At that time, I didn't think too deeply about those words. My heart was filled with joy at being accepted by my master and filled with hope for the future. At that time, I tried to act like a true dark sorcerer, mysterious, powerful, and truly elegant. Well, at that time, young White also dressed like he does now, wearing an overcoat and a hat, but without the black mask, and not as old as he is now. Now that I think about it, perhaps it was the arrogance of youth that led to this chain of events. At the orphanage, someone pushed open the door and said to young White, "This way, sir. This is where the orphans live. I mean, I don't think someone as important as you would come to adopt someone." The person looked at White's young face and said, "Sir Faceless Dark Lord White." At this time, White was not yet old and had not yet put on the black mask. White's eyes back then were full of the confidence and arrogance of youth. White directed his gaze into the room. The man, probably the bald elderly director of the orphanage, said, "There are too many orphans here recently and I can't support them all, so I would be very grateful if you would give them a chance." White pointed to a child sitting in a corner of the orphanage and asked, "That child, what's his name?" The director said, "Oh, that boy. He just arrived and he doesn't have a name yet." The child's eyes looked up at White. White walked closer, looked at the child and asked, "Hello, kid. My name is White. I'm a dark sorcerer. I'll give you two choices. Stay here and die or come with me." The plump director behind him said, "Mr. White." The child, without hesitation, reached out his hand to White and said, "I don't want to die. Please take me with you." White smiled. "I'll take the boy." White took off his coat, wrapped it around the boy, and picked him up. White smiled. "From now on, you will be my disciple. No need to worry about dying. Be proud." White's face was full of kindness as he said to the boy, "Now you don't have a name yet, do you? So from now on, your name will be Sally." Sally, having received a name, his face lit up, and he smiled brightly at White. "Okay, master. That was when I got my first disciple, Sally. Because dark sorcerers impart knowledge through spoken words. The relationship between master and disciple is often closer than family. After that, I also took another disciple named Yin. With my wealth and power, protecting them would be extremely simple. That's really what I thought back then. White, like a large serpent, stood looking at the bloodied arm below. He was furious and said, "Sally." Perhaps it's because I favored him too much that the boy still didn't have the caution a dark sorcerer should have. It was too late. Even though I avenged Sally by killing the dark sorcerers who took his life, I could never find Sally's soul and body again. And without them, even though I wanted to find Augustus to resurrect the boy, it all came to nothing. I lost Sally forever. It was because I committed an unredeemable crime. Sally. White jerked awake. He was still sitting at the table, his eyes wide open. He whispered, "Was it a dream?" He thought to himself, "How surprising. I dreamed about my master and how fate decided it. Perhaps my master had foreseen it long ago that I would receive Mr. Lin's guidance and gift him that gargi I had just finished. And I had satisfied my master." White sat in his chair looking up at the sky. "I understand your intentions. If I had even half of your wisdom, I wouldn't have let my disciple die." White looked up at something and said, "Perhaps Sally isn't dead, and he escaped through a crack in a dream I wished too desperately." White used incineration to burn the paper he had written on. White sat in the middle of the room filled with eerie blue lights, thinking, if it has come to this and I still blame the past, am I waiting for some miracle? How ridiculous. Just as White was about to do something, there was a knock on the door. White was startled. Who is it? White thought. This is my safest base in Norzen. No one has ever known about it. Only 2 people have ever been here, me and Sally. Outside, the cloaked figure spoke softly. "Master, I have returned. It's me, Sally. Are you here?" White's eyes inside the room widened. Sally outside was still speaking. "You should know that the dark sorcerer Fred still wants to kill you to avenge." A blue butterfly flying in the room fluttered to the ground, dead. Outside, Sally continued, "But I didn't die. He threw me into a dream realm, but it wasn't too deep. Are you there? I'm still waiting for you here. It's just like at the orphanage. You came to me and then... I didn't want to die." Sally knelt outside the door, his hand on the doorknob, and said, "Please take me with you, master." Sally collapsed to the ground. White opened the door, his figure dark and imposing, looking at the form of his beloved disciple fallen on the ground. He placed his hand on Sally's head, gently stroking his hair. Rainwater dripped from White's mask. He whispered, "Sally." On another side, Lin Jie was holding his mouth, looking at his teeth in the mirror, thinking, "I feel like something is wrong." Lin Jie was very confused. He looked at himself in the mirror and said, "Even though my appearance hasn't changed much, I feel like I want to talk more." Lin Jie leaned back in his chair and laughed. "If I had worn a priest's robe, people would have expressed themselves more." He thought to himself, it's all because of that 8th tooth that grew out. In Buddhism, it talks about the 32 marks of a Buddha. One of them is having 40 teeth. A beautiful and strong set of teeth is a symbol of the Buddha's gentle speech, the Father's kindness towards all people. He is the symbol of a perfect person. Lin Jie picked up the teapot, thinking, I've read things like that in folk tales, but I'm still just an ordinary bookstore owner. How could I become a perfect person? Lin Jie put the teapot down on the table, thinking I'll have to ask Uncle Inky when he gets back. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. Lin Jie walked towards the door, thinking, strange. I haven't opened the shop yet, and the weather is terrible. Who would come to the shop so early? When Lin Jie opened the door, he saw a familiar person. He let out a sound. White, drenched in rain, appeared. Lin Jie said, White? White looked at Lin Jie, took off his hat, and bowed his head slightly to Lin Jie. Sorry to bother you. Good morning, Mr. Lin. Lin Jie opened the shop door, invited White in, and said, Is it something urgent? Why are you here so early? If I were still dreaming, you would have frozen to death outside the door. At your age, accidents happen easily. You should be more careful. Lin Jie looked at White's face, assessing him internally. Strange. Isn't old White visiting me too often? And it's not like his research is facing difficulties either. Usually he should be more focused on his research and try to get results as soon as possible. Or did something happen to him? Lin Jie poured tea and said, You don't have to talk right away. It wasn't easy getting here, so have some warm tea and warm yourself up. White sat down in the chair opposite Lin Jie and said, Thank you for your hospitality. Lin Jie pushed the hot teacup towards White. He thought it seems old White didn't come here to borrow books. Why don't I talk to him a bit and develop this relationship? Let's start with a short story. With that thought, Lin Jie opened his mouth. Ah, yes, old White. Have you heard the story of the farmer and the snake? White said no. Lin Jie sat down, picked up his teacup and said, It's quite simple, but very classic. Lin Jie began to recount the familiar folk tale. In the cold winter, a snake was frozen by the roadside near death. That's when a farmer found the frozen snake. Out of pity, he put it in his bosom to warm it. Due to the warmth of the farmer's heart, the snake woke up. And when it had fully recovered, the first thing it did was bite the farmer straight in the chest, and he died instantly. And so the story ends in tragedy here. Lin Jie told the story very normally, but to White's ears, it was perhaps like White was the one who saved the snake and was bitten to death by it. Lin Jie said, "It's a simple fable. Old White, who do you think is at fault in the story? The farmer or the snake?" Lin Jie, leaning on his hand, smiled and said, "This story isn't about fairness. The farmer showed it kindness, and then he had to give up his life. And when he died, would he be blamed for his weakness or for the cruelty and coldness of the snake?" White, sitting opposite, listened completely frozen. White gritted his teeth. He clenched the teacup, thinking, "It's true. Mr. Lin, he knows that story." Outside, it was raining. The two of them sat in the warm bookstore, but Lin Ji and White seemed to be sinking into darkness. White picked up the teacup, his hand trembling. "The fault is not the farmer's. He only acted out of kindness. The snake isn't wrong either. It was just following its instincts." Lin Ji, sitting opposite, also picked up his teacup and smiled. "Good point. That's a rather reasonable and neutral opinion. But this story depends on each person's perspective. You should imagine yourself in that role." Lin Jie put the teacup down on the table. "Why don't you try changing positions?" Lin Jie propped his chin on his hand and asked, "If you were that farmer, how would you feel?" White was shaken. He used one hand to grip the arm holding the teacup to stop it from trembling so much. He said, "Regret." Lin Jie said, "Be more specific. No moon." Lin Jie said, that was his greatest regret, for not understanding that snake sooner and the reason he performed such a blind act of kindness. In this world, there are many bad people. Don't trust anyone too easily. Don't deceive yourself and appear weak. In White's increasingly bewildered eyes, Lin Jie offered advice. If that person has no heart, they will never be moved by your kindness. His smile is his delight when you've let your guard down. White looked at his hand, thinking, if a person has no heart, how can they live impossible? Yes, about the Sally I met. It's just Sally, or... The steam from the tea wafted over Lin Jie's face. He asked White, "You understand what I mean, don't you, White?" White clenched his fist on the table. "Yes." Lin Jie poured himself another cup of tea and smiled. "Good," he thought to himself. "All right, old White seems more relaxed now, and it seems using a short story to start was a good idea. Now that we've talked about devotion, I should find out what problem old White is facing." Lin Jie's eyes stared intently at White. He thought usually everyday matters wouldn't bother him. And this is quite unusual for him to come and talk so suddenly. A big problem with homeless people up there is relationships. Lin Jie imagined. From what I know, old White has no family other than the two sons he adopted, and they don't treat him very well. One went to work and lost contact while the other wanted to find his biological parents, and old White doesn't want to mention the second one. The ungrateful one shouldn't have come back. Even if he did, old White wouldn't be like this. So it can only be the first one. After confirming his thoughts, Lin Jie said, "Yes, there's one more thing. It's about Sally." White spoke. Just as you said. He has returned." Lin Jie opposite him said, "I understand. If that's the case, then I understand everything." Lin Jie imagined a melodramatic story in his mind. There are many problems regarding the division of a homeless person's assets. Whenever a homeless person gets sick, countless new strange relationships pop up from somewhere. After imagining his own melodramatic movie, Lin Jie advised White, "It might be quite sad, but I have to warn you that the Sally who returned is no longer the person you remember. People who suddenly return often use words to deceive their families. They usually do it for personal gain. They only need your promises and benefits." Lin Jie's face was extremely serious and sincere. He advised earnestly, "Is that what you want from a relationship in your memories? But is it really him who came back?" White's hand holding the teacup trembled even more. Lin Jie's face was serious. He looked at White and said, "Though it's a bit cruel for me to say, do you really want to be the farmer and then offer affection to a cold-blooded snake?" White on the opposite side held his teacup, gripping it tightly. His eyes narrowed. He thought to himself, "That's right. I'm just deceiving myself." White remembered the past, a gentle, carefree Sally calling him Master. A little older Sally called him Master White. Later, when he grew up, Sally, with a bright smile, called him loudly, "Master White, I thought you wanted to see me, so I came to see you early. Is there something?" But when the carefree Sally at that time happily ran over, White threw something in his face, teaching him a lesson. White at that time was very serious, saying to Sally, "How many times have I told you knock before entering my workshop, and I've reminded you again and again to be cautious of dark sorcerers." White's eyes glared, reminding Sally, "And call me master with your respect." Sally, under White's warning, still smiled and scratched his head, replying, "Understood, sir." But at that time, White wasn't really angry. He turned his back and said to Sally, "Forget it. Put that aside. Yin has gone out, so help me with an experiment." Sally replied, "Yes, master." The two of them, master and disciple, used to get along so well. Thinking back now, it's such a beautiful memory. I lost myself in reminiscing and maybe I couldn't distinguish what was real anymore. I buried myself in that false reunion and then chose to deceive myself, hoping to live as before with it. And Mr. Lin gave me a stern warning. But I'm still quite stunned. It's time to stop reminiscing. What's forgotten must be forgotten. White covered his face with his hand. I already knew. I just wanted to be with him a little longer, even if it meant deceiving myself. The man with the moniker, Faceless Dark Sorcerer, who made listeners tremble with fear, now had tears welling in his eyes. He said, "But there must be a time when I need to wake up right." White tilted his head back so the tears wouldn't fall. He's not Sally anymore. Thank you. This is the second time you've given me such valuable advice. I know what I need to do. White no longer covered his face. He said, I should believe in reality. Perhaps that would be much better, right? White stood up, put on his hat, and said, Thank you very much, Mr. Lin. I'll take my leave. Lin Jie remained seated, his hand resting on the table. As long as you know what you're doing, with your wisdom, old White, I believe you'll handle this just fine. I know it's a bit difficult, but he is also your son. Lin Jie rubbed his two fingers together. But if you don't do it, you'll regret it even more. Lin Jie sighed internally. Confronting the truth is indeed painful. But knowing the deception as soon as possible will be good for society and for old White too. As his friend, I should guide him correctly. White placed his hand on his hat and replied to Lin Jie. You say that I'm so foolish. I should have figured it out as soon as possible. Don't worry, I won't give him a second chance. Lin Jie said, Yes, I'll need to gather some income. I'll spread this word. Oh, am I looking forward to it? Outside, the rain pattered. Inside the workshop, the room where White usually worked, Sally stood. It was precisely Sally's form, but it was no longer Sally. His red pupils glowed as he spoke through a magic circle sigil. He gritted his teeth. The mission is going very smoothly, and I've gained old White's trust. Soon he will teach me all the spells. For the Crimson Cult and Miss Muffy. At this moment, there was a sound. Sally became alert, his red pupils turning back to blue. He said to the other side, White is back. Sally transformed back into the obedient appearance in White's eyes. He looked at White and said, Ah, master, you're back. White looked at Sally with an assessing gaze, but he didn't show it immediately. He smiled, his eyes crinkling at Sally. White said, Sally, go and bring me the sacrificial dagger. You know where it is. Sally, who had just received the umbrella, was suddenly startled. Are you planning to test a spell, sir? White said, I have something very important to test. I need to prepare a little. Go on. I'll need your help too. Hearing this, Sally hurriedly ran inside, saying, Yes, I'll do my best, sir. At White's feet, a magic formation gradually began to draw itself. Sally opened the chest and looked at the dagger inside. He smiled. Sally picked up the dagger. He held the dagger thinking, It seems White wants to pass on his special skills to me. Sally smiled mysteriously. If so, the mission will be completed soon. Sally looked at White, who was holding the dagger over there, and thought joyfully, After he's no longer useful, I'll use his beloved disciple's name to... But before he could finish his thought, White swung the dagger, taking his life. The shadows of the two figures fell on the wall. The image of White stabbing the dagger straight into Sally. Sally's face showed disbelief, staring blankly. Sally's forehead was covered in blood, blood streaming down his face. He called out, Master, I... White reached out his hand and said to him, Rest in peace. Death came peacefully. That was the last image Sally saw as he closed his eyes and departed this life. Looking at the person lying on the ground who had the exact appearance of Sally when he was alive, White was silent. White threw the dagger to the ground where blood pooled. White chanted an incantation, O eternal corpse! As the blood on the floor was absorbed by the dagger, White picked it up. He had discovered who had planted the fake Sally beside him. White said, So it was you, Muffy. Headquarters of the Crimson Cult Secret Prayer Hall. In a dark cave, rain pattered outside. Outside the dark cave, a person was praying with clasped hands under a table. On the table were candles and something hanging dripping fresh blood. It turned out that the thing hanging above was a magic formation drawn with blood dripping down onto the table. Suddenly, the candles around went out. The praying girl's eyes flew open. She stood up and shouted, White! How could you? Right beneath the girl's feet, a giant hole opened up, accompanied by loud rumbles. Something red was attacking towards her. She quickly covered her eyes and stepped back. The red object struck outwards, destroying the shop. At this moment, people in cloaks rushed over, asking, What happened, Miss Muffy? They saw that in front of them there was no longer a cave for worship, but a completely collapsed piece of land. The three of them were completely bewildered. They whispered, How? How could the entire secret prayer room be destroyed? Miss Muffy, are you all right? They hurried to the ruins to find Miss Muffy. Muffy, her face covered in blood, stood up from the rubble and said to them, I'm fine. I'm still alive. Muffy stood looking at the others. She clutched her injured arm, thinking, what just happened? How did it suddenly become so wild? I didn't think there would be such a strong reaction interfering with that incantation. Muffy's beautiful face with a beauty mark under her left eye and a chin piercing was now injured. Muffy looked at the coffin chained together with a skull by iron chains over there and wondered, where did it go wrong a little while ago? A person stood below looking at her and said, the eternal coffin is a treasure with unimaginable power to imprison death. That's why it's a forbidden and extremely dangerous item. Muffy sat on the main seat, her legs crossed like a queen, listening to the person explain, if we use this coffin to bring back White's beloved disciple Sally and then turn him into a puppet to approach White. Muffy at that time rested her chin on her hand on the chair, smiling. It seems you know a lot about my signature treasure, don't you, Impressive? After all, a famous master also creates a disciple, the second disciple of the faceless Dark Lord Yin. So the other person was the traitor Yin. He smiled at Muffy. You've spoken well of me, Miss Muffy the Invoker, and I am no longer his disciple. Yin said, now if you agree, please increase the protection for my people. Muffy said nonchalantly, I think you've misunderstood something. Remember, it was because White loved his first disciple, or was it that you killed him out of jealousy and then ran away? That's a matter between White and you all. What does it have to do with me? Muffy looked at Yin with an expression of watching a fun show. She said, and if so, why would I make an enemy of a destruction-level dark sorcerer? Yin gritted his teeth. He sighed softly, thinking, this time, I found the right one. Yin offered better conditions. As far as I know, the mirror spell needs to be supplied with life force. Even if White is a destruction-level dark sorcerer, he was defeated by Claude, and Sally also knows his weakness. Muffy was shaken. Yin asked, if that plan succeeds, wouldn't his life force be the best to nurture it? Muffy was swayed. She thought, he's right. The life force of a destruction-level dark sorcerer would be very useful and even rarer. White also went into hiding after losing the battle and nearly losing his life. Even a fool would know his power is extremely good. White is a valuable opportunity. Muffy smiled. She said, interesting. If that's the case, I'll let you help me. Then ensure this plan is completed. Now Muffy still fumed, thinking back. She gritted her teeth, thinking yes, the plan was going very smoothly. She looked at her own hands, which were trembling uncontrollably. Until now. Even if White's power is not what it used to be, he only left for half an hour. But the fact that he killed Sally without any hesitation. What happened at that time? Muffy gritted her teeth and cursed, damn it, I need to know what happened at that time. At this moment, another arm rose, creating a purple magic aura that enveloped Muffy's entire body. The eerie purple aura gradually spread. Muffy looked at the coffin and said, eternal coffin. The coffin was tightly bound to the skull by chains, but the chains seemed to be breaking. The skull sealing the coffin shattered. The thing inside the coffin flashed with red light and was absorbed by Muffy. The people who had rushed over also had their souls absorbed, screaming. Muffy absorbed all the souls into her body. She exhaled, and her wounds healed in an instant. She thought, that bastard made me lose a part of my soul. You will pay. White Muffy returned to her base. A subordinate announced, Miss Muffy, the captain of the White Orchid's Helix, wishes to see you. Muffy asked, what does he want? Though she asked, she didn't care much and waved her hand. Tell him I'm not in a good mood and to leave. But the subordinate said, he knows why you failed, ma'am. Muffy paused. She said, let him in. The subordinate said, understood. Steady footsteps approached. Helix placed one hand on his chest, bowed and said, Miss Muffy, it is truly an honor to meet you. I have requested an audience many times, but was not granted one. Helix slightly raised his head to look at Muffy. It is truly a great pleasure for me to meet you. Muffy crossed her arms nobly. Helix, enough with the formalities. Her aura flared up and her voice began to change. Helix, tell me what makes you so sure you know why I failed. And why did you enter Hunter territory before the matter was exposed? Muffy's eyes stared intently at Helix as if warning him. If it's not convincing, I'll have to believe that you are the reason for my failure. Helix was slightly frightened by Muffy's aura sweat breaking out on his face. He thought even her words are incredibly pressuring. Is this destruction level in front of Helix? It was as if the eyes of a giant fox were staring at him. Helix was drenched in sweat. Please forgive me, but the reason you failed is you, ma'am. Muffy asked back, me. Muffy sat on her chair listening to Helix explain. Do you remember? After a moment of recounting, Muffy said, of course I remember. Gion's corpse was left all over by parasites in the dream realm. From that I can say it was just a short-lived thing. That's why I didn't think it could harm me. Helix said, it's because you stopped investigating that bookstore and focused on controlling the birth of the mirror spell. Helix continued, But do you know that half an hour ago White entered that bookstore? Muffy was startled and asked back, "What do you mean?" Helix, as if confirming the thought in her mind, said, "Just as you suspected. The thing that caused the family to suddenly change and made your plan fail is Lin." Over at the bookstore, Lin Jie was examining a book. Helix said, "None other than that shop owner." Lin Jie sat in his chair reading a book, thinking no customers today. It's been a long time since it was this quiet. Maybe I'll visit that dream again. At this moment, there was a sudden jingle indicating someone had opened the bookstore door. Lin Jie propped himself up on the table and stood up, bewildered. He thought, "What's with recently? Why does it seem like a customer will visit right after another? I'm so busy I don't even have time to read. But how can I refuse? Let it be." Lin Jie put on a standard smile and said to the newcomer, "Welcome. Are you here to borrow, buy, or find a book? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Strands of blonde hair fluttered and a round, cute mouth asked back, "Any questions?" Lin Jie smiled, his eyes crinkling. "Of course, as long as it's related to work." When Lin Jie opened his eyes and saw the beautiful blonde woman opposite him, he couldn't help but blush. He thought, "Oh, a beautiful customer." The newcomer was the beautiful Doris. She had changed into a stunning black and white outfit with jewelry around her neck. Lin Jie commented internally, "No matter how you look at her outfit, she's a perfect example of an elf." Could it be? Lin Jie suddenly realized. A professional cosplayer, Lin Jie remembered anime clubs and people passionate about cosplaying anime characters. He thought, how nostalgic. Back on Earth, due to movies, anime, games, and cultural phenomena, the cosplay industry was incredibly developed. I didn't think I'd meet a professional cosplayer in Norzen. At first glance, I even thought she was an elf. Lin Jie looked at the girl, his eyes shining like stars. He raised his fist and said to himself, "Yes." Lin Jie thought, this beautiful feeling, a blonde-haired maiden entering a shabby bookstore on a rainy day. She understands it. Lin Jie thought about Doris's long ears. I didn't expect to find an elf that suits my tastes so well. No wonder I dreamed of silver in my dream. Girls with long ears like this are so realistic. Seeing them makes me as happy as if I'm on cloud 9. Lin Jie looked at Doris, a love-struck smile on his face, and praised internally. So beautiful. Doris, on the other hand, looked at Lin Jie's foolish smile and thought, this is the one they call the omniscient bookstore owner. He's not surprised at all. Let's just pretend it's because he knew I was coming. But who would have thought he wouldn't be shocked, or even remotely fazed? Doris assessed Lin Jie internally. But his expression, it truly feels like nostalgia full of understanding. This feeling can only come from a long-lived being. How could there be someone observing an elf like that? Doris gently tapped her foot on the ground, creating a pink magic aura that enveloped the bookstore. She thought, anyway, I should use energy perception throughout the entire store. Or maybe he's not as simple as he appears. Suddenly, Doris saw something. She was startled, her eyes wide. Doris thought, wait a minute, this feeling. It turned out that what Doris saw was Lin Jie's set of teeth. She thought, no doubt about it. He has 40 teeth, and it's not like they were there naturally or through surgery. She looked at Lin Jie's perfectly straight teeth, thinking, he can't be human. He's something I can't even guess. After imagining a powerful, long-lived being, Doris broke out in a cold sweat and said to Lin Jie, you said as long as it's within your business scope. If he's omnipotent, then perhaps this is the price I have to pay, so he can only live in the bookstore. An ancient being with a human appearance and the heart of such a long-lived creature. Maybe he knows someone from House Iris. After imagining all this, Doris felt as if struck by lightning. She was bewildered, thinking, that energy, it's back. This aura, that's... Doris realized something. The insignia she wore suddenly moved. She thought the aura from the witch Silver, the spirit of House Iris, is vibrating. Her dream realm is here. Doris was completely bewildered, thinking Miss Silver's aura. Her eyes widened as she looked at Lin Jie in front of her. She thought, she must be on the second floor of this bookstore. I sensed that dream realm. It's in the bedroom. So, the Snow Witch Miss Silver is descending here with her dream realm and... blessing someone. Doris looked at Lin Jie, who was sitting with his legs crossed on the chair over there. She imagined the hands of the Witch Silver bestowing blessings upon Lin Jie. It's too obvious. The only one who could be blessed is surely this young shop owner. Don't tell me he's the one mentioned in the prophecy. Doris was startled and covered her mouth. The one illuminated by the stars. This is the destiny created by Miss Silver. Did she lead me to this blessed one? So she hasn't decided to re-establish a pact with House Iris yet. Doris calculated in her mind. If I can re-establish it, I will bring this blessing to the entire family. If not, I will be a sinner to the entire family. I must be very careful. With that thought, Doris placed her hand on her chest and introduced herself. If that's the case, my name is Doris. I heard about this bookstore from Miss Jisoo. Doris briefly recounted her conversation. She told me that she received your help and resolved her problems here, and also told me that you are like a god. Lin Jie listened completely bewildered and stunned. He pointed at himself, thinking, a god. Lin Jie remembered that girl with the surname Ji, who always looked at him with an admiring gaze. He thought I didn't know she thought so highly of me. I thought that guiding her like that would impress her, but I didn't expect it to have such a huge impact. Lin Jie shyly scratched his head, lost in his own joyful thoughts. But she was influenced by my words and saw through that scoundrel. It's a bit embarrassing, because this kind of worship isn't very good. I need to let her know about subjective thoughts, because relying too much on someone else isn't good either. Lin Jie placed his hand on the table and smiled at Doris. I'm not that impressive, nor am I a god. She exaggerated. I'm just an ordinary shop owner. She probably relied on me too much. Doris, on the other side, squinted and smiled. You're being too modest. She thought, it seems his omnipotence comes from the fact that he protected her. That's why she calls him a god, right? Doris looked at Lin Jie and said, she spoke a lot and admired you greatly, and after hearing about my and my family's problems, she told me to come here and meet you for help. After saying that, Doris added in her heart, but since he's also blessed by Miss Silver, what's wrong with him being considered a god? Lin Jie heard about Doris's problem and said, your family. In Lin Jie's mind, he began to imagine some mysterious noble family. He thought, so as the only daughter she has to take on that role, huh? For some old noble families, that's not a big deal. Lin Jie remembered that in his place there were also noble families in Norzen. Besides the districts for commoners and the lower districts for the infected, there was also an extremely wealthy and prosperous central district. Usually old noble families lived there. So this guest is also a noble. No wonder she has money for such expensive cosplay outfits. Lin Jie felt like money was raining down on his head. He thought, so all the new customers are referred by old customers. It seems the relationships I've built with them have paid off. Good. If I give a few more suggestions, I'll rise like a kite in the wind. Lin Jie clasped his hands together, pondered, and said to Doris, I think I have an idea. So what is your problem? Doris stared intently into Lin Jie's eyes, thinking, since Miss Silver has shown me a sign that the dream realm has descended here, should I leave the rest to this chosen one? Her hands clasped together tightly. I should make him satisfied. Doris recounted her story. I come from an old family. Over time, my family carried the honor belonging to Iris. Her voice was sad. But after losing their trust, we were rejected by them and became wanderers in dreams. She placed both hands on the table, looking seriously at Lin Jie. We want to rebuild our family's image from the past and let House Iris flourish once more. And I hope I can get your help. Lin Jie listened to Doris, thinking rebuild the family's image from the past. It sounds like it's related to my old profession. I didn't expect to have a chance to study folk customs in this world. Folk customs. It's about creating a convention among ethnic groups or a group of people. It's usually formed over many generations and passed down. It includes art, mythology, family history, and also the family's emblem. That's the most important thing passed down by noble families. Her family might have gone through a very big event that could have caused them to gradually lose their credibility. They couldn't understand the meaning of the family emblem and lost their position in the noble circle. Lin Jie sat with his legs crossed, thinking, so that's what she meant. She wants me to find out her family's history, understand the meaning of her family emblem, and restore them to their former status. And this requires someone trustworthy and professional. Otherwise, her family will lose all credibility if it's misrepresented. But it's not as simple as giving life advice. Lin Jie smiled mysteriously. I'll have to take a gamble. Lin Jie said seriously to Doris. I understand your problem. It's not too big, but... Doris heard Lin Jie speak and smiled expectantly. But at this moment, there was another sound. The two of them sat in the bookstore, silently looking at each other without speaking. Lin Jie looked at Doris with a serious gaze. But it seems another new customer has arrived. Lin Jie and Doris were blinded by a strong light. Lin Jie saw a powerful beam of light shining directly into his eyes. He had to raise his hand to shield his eyes, thinking, it's so bright. Is it a headlight? And it's shining straight into the bookstore. It's like it's moving towards me. The bookstore is on the side of the road. Lin Jie was very confused internally. He still shielded his eyes, thinking, if someone didn't do it intentionally, it wouldn't be able to shine directly here. Doing something like this in bad weather isn't very friendly. Could it be that my undocumented work has been discovered? Outside, rain was falling lightly. Police cars had their lights on, shining directly into the bookstore. A man holding a megaphone stood in front of the bookstore, followed by Special Forces soldiers holding their guns defensively. The man shouted into the megaphone, whoever is inside, listen up. You have violated Norzen's laws by illegal entry and forgery. You are now under arrest. Lin Jie, sitting in the bookstore, covered his head, thinking, no, how can that be? No matter what, this is ridiculous. He leaned on the table and stood up thinking, just thinking about it is useless. Besides, that light is still too bright. I should go out and see. Lin Jie stood up intending to go out. He calculated in his mind, maybe I can use this opportunity to see what situation would make Uncle Inky reveal himself. But just as he was about to leave, he turned his head and saw Doris looking at him. Doris said, I didn't expect there would be people like that. Doris turned away, clenched her fist, and said, Wait here, I'll deal with them immediately so we can talk right away. Doris turned away, her face flushed with anger. It seemed she intended to deal with all the troublemakers. Lin Jie behind her was a little worried, thinking, she looks even more tense than I do. It makes sense, right? As a customer seeking my help, I get disturbed right after agreeing. Lin Jie scratched his chin thoughtfully. It's like someone is barging in. I understand that feeling. Based on her tone, the people outside seem to be here to cause trouble. And she's standing right in front of the checkout counter. She can see more clearly than I can. Lin Jie looked at Doris's retreating back, thinking, anyway, she's a noble, so she's probably used to these kinds of troubles, right? Doris, on the other hand, gritted her teeth and said, How dare they come to a place like this? How outrageous! Lin Jie was still looking at Doris's back. He pondered. It seems I was right. Those people out there came looking for me, and her tone of voice shows that those rude people are nothing to her. But as the shop owner, I shouldn't push the responsibility onto my customers, right? With that thought, Lin Jie stopped Doris's steps. Are you sure you can handle it? Let me do it. Lin Jie remembered Claude, the strong man who was also persuaded by him. He thought with my persuasion skills I can buy some time and then call the customers I have to handle it like Claude. But unexpectedly, Doris said, No need, they're no match for me. Doris patted her chest confidently. Even if their commander is a bit troublesome, even if my identity is exposed, it won't be a problem since you've accepted my request. Doris seriously patted her chest to prove her point. Don't worry. From now on, they won't be able to lay a finger on you. I've been accepted by you. It's my honor to handle this. Lin Jie was completely bewildered by Doris's words. He was confused. It's a bit... She said I would be disrespecting her entire family if I didn't let her help. But I can't let her think I'm looking down on her. Lin Jie let out a breath. All right, I understand. Then please be careful. Doris smiled, her eyes crinkling. All right, then please wait a moment. Doris thought to herself, I understand his meaning perfectly. This is the conditional test he has set for me. As she walked towards the door, she thought, he said it was simple, which means he promised to speak to Miss Silver as the Blessed One. But then he said there was a new customer, but it turned out to be an enemy. This situation is too clear. He wants me to confront them and demonstrate House Iris's determination. Doris's eyes widened, the family crest appearing in her eyes. She observed the situation in the sky from afar. She thought, if I'm right, that light source isn't a few meters outside the shop, but in the sky. A giant magic formation with a dazzling purple light at an altitude of 14 or 37 meters above the clouds. A coffin connected by chains to the magic formations. Muffy stood at the head of a group of people. The purple magical aura in the sky opened holes, dropping boulders from an altitude of over 1,000 meters onto the ground of Norzin City, making the ground tremble. More and more rocks fell hovering in midair as if in a condensed atmosphere. Muffy stood amidst the rocks, her face extremely stern, one eye staring straight ahead. She was standing on a coffin tightly bound by a skull. Muffy closed her eyes tightly, her hands clasped as if praying for something. Her eyes opened. A subordinate reported, Miss Muffy, the secret letter tower has been alerted and they will be here. We will block them, but we don't have enough manpower. We can probably slow them down for about 10 minutes. Muffy smiled like a madwoman. I have completed the 2 Nova Death Nova. No need to stop them. Prepare the teleportation ritual. The subordinates spread their hands, purple lightning crackling around them. They replied, Yes, Miss Muffy, she. Muffy thought something close to this Nova Ray could even injure White in his prime. Muffy's face was filled with aggressive intent. She smiled maniacally. Whoever that bookstore owner is, this is my warning to you. Anyone who dares to disrupt me in Norzin, this is the consequence. Doris on this side glanced into the distance, thinking, how treacherous. Those dark sorcerers are truly a bunch of lunatics. She covered her head and sighed. The destructive magic fire art Death Nova is something else entirely. If that spell is used at such a short distance, the entire area will be obliterated. But compared to the bookstore owner, a destruction-level spell is just a small matter. Maybe he's using this accident to test me. Doris placed her hand on the door crack, thinking I have to overcome this. Doris pulled the door open forcefully, letting the light flood in. She thought, to help House Iris return to its former glory. Muffy on her side clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and prayed. She clasped her hands together and began to beseech God and then bless the departed. This was the daily ritual of Sister Muffy of the Church of Pestilence. Day after day, year after year, day after day, nothing would change. until one day her life was thrown into a hell with no way back. Under the statue of God, Muffy was pinned down, forced by a man to do things she didn't want. She didn't understand why such a kind priest would behave like a wild beast. And that was why that happened to her. At that time, beneath the statue of God, the once virtuous girl had tears welling in her eyes. The only thing she could do was pray those words more sincerely. She prayed, "Please save me." The man on top of her was mercilessly killed, blood splattering everywhere on the ground. Muffy lay on the ground wondering, was I saved? Muffy still didn't understand why she was saved. The only thing she knew was that the tool that had saved her had appeared from the statue of God to which she had sincerely prayed. Her prayer had been answered. Her only thought at that moment was that this was a tool given by God and her own personal treasure, and the thing God gave her at that time was a coffin bound by chains. After the wall shattered, it appeared the eternal coffin, a treasure containing the destructive magic of resurrection and death. With that power, Muffy established the Crimson Cult with her own strength. She single-handedly became the master of that cult, sitting on a throne, receiving the reverence of those below. Her power surpassed even the destruction level, and thus, she became a destruction-level dark sorcerer. Her personality gradually became more cruel, stopping anyone who dared to oppose her. In her eyes, she was the only one chosen by God and given the right to manage the common folk. That was why White's interference had enraged her so much. Muffy raised her hand high, a purple magical aura appearing enveloping the entire sky. She gritted her teeth, thinking, I don't care if people from the secret letter tower find out. I will give that little bookstore a message for daring to interfere with my plans. In the sky, the purple lights gathered like a powerful bolt of lightning. She thought, this Death Nova has taken 80% of my ether, but it will be worth it to teach him a memorable lesson. Heh heh heh. Only those at the indescribable level have a chance of surviving. She slowly closed her 5 fingers, smiling internally. But unfortunately, your name isn't on the list of indescribable ones in Norzen, is it? The powerful light shone brighter. She smiled even more sinisterly. You will regret daring to oppose me. This is the price for challenging me, she screamed. Death Nova attack. The powerful magic beam from the formation created by many people with Muffy as the main caster struck forcefully towards the bookstore. It was like a red meteor falling on Norzen City where Lin Ji's bookstore was located. The cloaked figures around, seeing that immense power, cheered endlessly. Ooh, this is the true power of a high-level dark sorcerer. Miss Muffy is truly amazing. Truly amazing. The red meteor-like beam struck down near Lin Ji's bookstore. The beam hadn't touched down yet, but its aura caused the surroundings to nearly shake. Muffy stood in the air smiling, thinking, soon, that place will vanish. But when the beam was right in front of Lin Ji's shop door, the shop door opened. Doris stepped out, looking at the debris on the ground. Doris looked at the beam. She stood protectively in front of the bookstore, her eyes sternly staring into the sky. Muffy also saw Doris. She thought, an elf. Why is there an elf here? How? Below, Doris extended her hand. Her palm emitted a stream of light. Small branches grew out from her palm, then grew stronger, creating a wooden staff with a white iris blooming at the tip, emitting a brilliant golden light. Muffy, who had been observing, was startled, thinking pure white. Is it iris? The wooden staff struck the ground hard, causing the area where Doris stood to be significantly affected, a rumbling sound echoing. Doris raised her magic staff and chanted, O sea, bestow your victorious light upon this house, Iris. Doris raised the staff high, the light shining brightly. Doris said, and with the authority of an elven saint, I command the dream spirits to protect this place. From the barren cement ground, large tree trunks grew. Doris's eyes were stern. Young saplings quickly grew, strengthening and immediately enveloped the bookstore, blocking the critical blow Muffy had launched earlier. The cloaked figures in the air were bewildered. It blocked Miss Muffy's destruction-level magic. Muffy up here gritted her teeth, glaring at Doris amidst the trees, thinking, that elf is also a destruction-level mage. Now Doris's identity could be clearly known. Doris was a member of House Iris, the great saint, Doris the Prophet. The beam struck the large tree trunk shielding the shop. Doris sang out her words. She is covered in frost. She wields a longbow and hunts in the endless plains. Master, grant me your light and point out my prey. Doris's wooden staff from before now transformed into a bow with an iris arrow. Doris said, and I will repay you with victory. Doris's eyes lit up. She shouted, I prophesy that... Doris drew the arrow taut. That my arrow will sever the enemy's path. The arrow carrying golden light shot out, attacking the purple-pink light spots high in the sky. Muffy was startled and screamed, no, it's coming. Her target is the teleportation gate. The cloaked figures casting spells at the teleportation gate were startled, unable to dodge in time. They shouted, we won't make it. Golden light enveloped the teleportation gate, exploding in the sky. Muffy was jolted and dodged to the side. The people responsible for opening that teleportation gate seemed to be sucked into it. Muffy covered her face. When she opened her eyes, she saw that everything she had set up had been destroyed. The limbs of the cloaked figures were severed and fell right in front of her. Muffy, furious, clenched her fists and cursed, "Damn it! I didn't expect her to target the gate. Now there's no retreat. That elf and I are evenly matched." Muffy gritted her teeth, her hand trembling from the defeat. She screamed internally, "But it will be quick until the secret letter tower and the real society arrive." Muffy gritted her teeth, raised both fists, her entire body radiating purple lightning. "No choice. You forced me to do this." Muffy stood before the eternal coffin, spread her arms, and small purple lightning bolts appeared like a spider web in her palms. Muffy said, "Now become food for me." The surviving cloaked figures around her were bewildered, unable to believe it. But they were quickly mentally manipulated by Muffy's power. They immediately said, "We are greatly honored, Miss Muffy." Muffy smiled. "Good." From the eternal coffin, a large, grotesque skull appeared. It opened its mouth wide, sucking all the life force from the survivors into a monster like a dragon with only a skeleton and wings flying in the sky. The monster carried Muffy on its head, sucking all the life force from the survivors with its long, writhing tongue. Muffy smiled. "The eternal coffin has enough power to resurrect a dream beast and serve me. What do you think? A dream beast is the strongest? I will kill you, and then use it to enter the dream realm and destroy that bookstore owner." Muffy sat on the dream beast's head and shouted, "It's over, Die Elf!" The dream beast carried Muffy closer to where Doris stood. Doris held her staff and opened her mouth. "How crude. That's exactly why you will die." Muffy, enraged, shouted, "Humph, huh! What are you saying? Don't you see this terrifying dream beast?" Doris smiled with utmost composure. "It's useless to talk. You'll understand soon enough." Doris opened her eyes, which shone brighter than ever. She said, "Look ahead, neutralize." The objects appearing right before Doris's eyes seemed to freeze. Doris squinted and said, "House Iris is protected by the primordial witch who operates the dream realm. You dare use a dream beast to confront us?" Muffy refused to back down. She rode on the dream beast and shouted, "How ridiculous! This dream beast is the most perfect species. Just you wait." Doris raised 2 fingers and scolded, "Foolish! You must have misunderstood about beasts born from the dream realm." A giant arm appeared in midair, blocking Muffy and the dream beast's path. Muffy, as if struck by lightning, screamed, "What is that?" Doris covered her mouth and smiled. "Your expression truly shows you don't know." Right in front of the small dream beast, a monster like a giant dark brown grasshopper appeared. Doris said nonchalantly, "The Santak demon beast is the destroyer of its enemies." The giant grasshopper-like demon beast looked at Muffy and her dream beast. Muffy was crushed by the demon beast's claw. Her eyes revealed a look of horror. Doris stood in midair, stroking her hair, glancing at Muffy. "Perhaps you'll remember it in your next life. Nothing is certain unless the prophecy says so." Lin, inside the bookstore, was shaken quite a bit, as if by an earthquake. He held his hot teacup, thinking, "Why is the foundation shaking like this? Strange. Is a natural disaster happening in Norzen? I hope she's okay." Lin looked out the blurry window, thinking, "I can't see anything in this dark, foggy night. But the car lights are off. They must have finished talking." He thought, "Or maybe I should go out and see." Just as that thought arose, Doris walked in through the door with a composed posture, smiling faintly. "Sorry for the wait. It took longer than I thought, but everything is settled." Doris smiled gently at Lin. "You probably don't mind. Right. Let's continue." Doris tucked a few stray strands of hair and smiled at Lin. "Sorry for making you wait. It took longer than I thought, but everything has been resolved. I hope you weren't disturbed." Lin Jie observed Doris from top to bottom, thinking, "At least only her face is a little pale. Her head isn't wet, is it? It seems she didn't have to try too hard. Truly, a noble." Lin Jie placed his hand on the table. "It's all right," he said. "The rain is quite heavy and it helped drown out the noise outside." Only then did Doris notice. She thought the rain drowned out the noise. "I used a silence spell so as not to disturb the one favored by Miss Silver. And I also used the Sacred Grove to block all attacks." Doris secretly checked the magic formation for a moment. She was confused, thinking, so how could he not know anything? And blaming it on the rain, too. Does he have some hidden meaning? Doris fell into an endless loop of contemplation. Does he mean that the current turbulent situation in Norzen is the rain? Or is it the hunter mages, the secret letter tower, and the real society? These are all hidden messages. Compared to everything that's happening, 2 destruction-level mages are fighting. Doris was a little worried. She thought, and for him it's extremely serious. Even a sound from my battle is trivial. Is this the appearance of this world when seen through a pair of powerful eyes? Doris pulled out a chair. Her eyes never leaving Lin Jie, her mind still racing. I can't even imagine how this bookstore owner is related to this rain. But it's enough to make a dark sorcerer ignore the law. I'm afraid there will be even further consequences. But it's truly hard to decide whether the consequences will be beneficial or not. Doris looked at Lin Jie. It's good. I'm glad you said you weren't disturbed. Doris sat down opposite Lin. She said, They will never disturb you again. Lin Jie smiled. Very good, thank you. Thank. He said, The weather in Norzen is getting worse and worse. I don't know when it will get better. Lin Jie extended his hand, waving it as he spoke. But on the other hand, it brings more customers to my place. Don't misunderstand. I'm not one to rejoice when others are in trouble. Lin Jie said, I prefer it as it was before. Fewer customers, but a more peaceful life. I could sunbathe and read when I was bored. I think this weather will end soon. And if everyone works together, the situation will get better. When Lin Jie said this, his eyes stared intently at Doris. But Lin was just looking normally. However, in Doris's eyes, it made her a little scared. She thought just as I thought. He controls everything. Doris bowed her head, trembling slightly. She thought internally, he's just being sarcastic when he says he misses his old life. Everything that happens is orchestrated by him, simply because he was bored with the lack of customers and reading. Lin Jie looked at the man Doris in front of him, thinking, Miss Silver. I didn't expect the person you chose to have such a frightening personality. Lin looked at Doris, confused. He thought. Oh no, why does she look so tired? Looking at Doris sitting opposite, trembling and sweating, anyone would think she was tired. Lin also sweated internally. This is hard. How could I forget about the rain and wind outside? She must be very tired after dealing with things out there. And what am I rambling on about? I should offer her a hot drink. With that thought, Lin Jie picked up the teacup and pushed it towards Doris. He thought I need to do better. I can still earn a little. No, the customer's trust. After pushing the teacup in front of Doris, Lin said, Let's change the subject. Thank you for what you did. Have some tea and rest for a bit. Doris picked up the teacup and smiled. Thank you. She thought I must be as polite as possible, absolutely not anger him. Doris sipped the green tea. After all, he holds my fate and my family's fate in the palm of his hand. When she took a sip of tea, Doris's eyes widened. She couldn't help but praise internally. This tea is amazing, no impurities at all, and it really leaves a tea aftertaste in my mouth. The warmth of this tea seeps in and makes my whole body feel so comfortable. This feeling is exactly what we elves crave. Doris then thought about the preferences of people in this city. From what I know about people in Norzen, they prefer to drink red tea with milk and sugar. Doris looked at the green tea in her cup, thinking, and it seems this type of tea is prepared especially for elves. With that thought, Doris looked at Lin Jie's back as he was brewing tea on the other side, grinning widely internally. Truly the one favored by Miss Silver. He pays attention to every detail. Lin, who had merely brewed ordinary green tea, was praised but knew nothing. Doris looked at Lin Jie with even more admiration, thinking, not only was he unaffected by the battle between two destruction-level mages outside, but he's also very calm. Just as I thought that battle was just to test me. From what I know, he's still very happy. Doris said, Thank you for this tea. If possible, I'd like us to continue where we left off earlier. Lin looked at her and said, Of course, I can help with that problem of yours. Lin leaned back fully in his chair, crossing his legs. However, it won't be simple. The path to regaining that reputation. I will do everything I can, but it will mostly depend on your support. Lin placed 2 fingers on his chin, smiling internally. All right, I need to emphasize its difficulty first. That way I can earn more when it's resolved. Doris on her side heard this and bit her lower lip. Lin Jie looked at Doris thinking, but this is clearly a difficult task to accomplish. Reputation is the key for a collapsing family to hold on. From the previous conversation, it seems she belongs to House Iris. Moreover, it was once a very prestigious family. To return to that state, we must make no mistakes. Every single person must be meticulous and committed. If there's no one reliable to do this task, then it will all fall apart. Lin Jie imagined golden coins piled up high. If even one person made a mistake, the entire mountain of gold coins would collapse. Lin Jie looked at Doris, thinking, if that's the case, then I can only rely on myself. Lin Jie started selecting a book from his many shelves. As he selected, he thought, luckily I've read something similar for a similar job before. Learning in this country has been reported as non-existent. Lin Jie took a book down from the shelf, thinking, after a friend helped me gain authority in the Emblem Society, I wrote a famous series of books on science and folklore along with the book I wrote during that time titled Rituals and Folktales. Lin Jie took down the book with a dark brown cover and a dragon symbol on it. He thought its name is Symbols and Iconography. It's the result of research on heraldry. Lin Jie handed the book to Doris. Doris was a little surprised. Lin looked at Doris with a serious gaze. He said, Read it carefully. It will be beneficial for you in the future. Regaining your former reputation is not easy at all. Doris's heart pounded. She touched the book. Instantly, a stream of purple light unexpectedly shot out from the book enveloping her. Doris was bewildered. She cried out, Where am I?" It turned out Doris had sunk into the world within the book like many customers who came to buy books. In this book world, Doris saw a giant monster like a walking buffalo, with the head of an octopus, its beak open, waiting to swallow her. But around these monsters there was an invisible purple net enveloping them. Doris observed sweat drenching her body, thinking, "Why is there a dream rift here? I'm going to die." Doris floated in the sky, looking at the two monsters. She thought, They are all bound by some kind of energy. Looking at the enveloping net, Doris speculated, could it be that the two monsters are tightly bound in the net, unable to move? Doris snapped out of the book world. Doris picked up the book and looked at the cover. She thought, what did I just see? This book gives me a deep insight into some kind of symbol, a seal resisting the dream realm, protecting and retreating. Doris touched the book cover, picked it up, and looked. When she held the book, it felt as if there were monsters standing behind her. She thought that symbol was created specifically for dream realm monsters. Moreover, that book also showed me an omen. Doris looked at the book, terrified, thinking, what the hell is going on? How is this possible? Is it magic? Lin Jie looked at Doris and introduced, this book will help you understand what you're facing. It will help you remember information more easily. Doris's face was extremely sincere and serious. I won't explain much to you because it will only cause more trouble. After saying that, Lin Jie thought to himself, the book I wrote is just about science, and it will suit someone like her. She should read it through once so she can ask more relevant questions. Doris glanced up at Lin and replied, I understand. I will read and understand this book thoroughly. Doris's eyes narrowed. She thought, usually it takes a lot of time to enter a state of omen. Doris remembered what she had done in the past to see omens. She had to do all sorts of things like lighting torches in a closed room, etc. to be able to see the future. Doris thought I had to spend centuries to get information about Miss Silver, and even then I still rejected that prophecy. However, this book can do it instantly and put me into a state of prophetic dream. Doris rested her chin on her hands, gazing at the book and musing, such immense power in a small symbol. I wonder how much knowledge it conceals. It's like an ocean of wisdom. At this moment, Lin Jie spoke up again. Ah, that's right. I forgot to tell you. He looked at Doris and explained, because this concerns your entire family. I suggest that the whole family should read and study it together. That way it won't take as much time to pull everyone back from the brink of collapse. You should also know that I have many customers, so I'm not very free. Lin Jie's words were spoken normally, but to Doris's ears they sounded like a warning. She was startled. Lin Jie gave a mysterious smile, covering his face and thinking, all right, I've given her the impression that my service time is very limited. That way she'll understand how important I am. Hearing Lin Jie's words, Doris on the other side trembled even more. Doris said, I understand. Since this book is so valuable, there must be more than one copyright. Doris looked at Lin Jie and asked, so I'll buy another copy so everyone can have one. And please rest assured I will read it very carefully. Doris's eyes were serious. We will do our utmost to follow your guidance. Hearing Doris, Lin Jie felt something was amiss. He thought to himself, how did she understand that something feels off, but I don't need to worry too much? Lin Jie took out a large cardboard box and put the other books into it, thinking, this is a wealthy customer. I must be very sincere. When Lin Jie took out that other book, a stream of blue light gradually dissipated. Doris saw it clearly. She remained silent. Lin Jie put several copies of that book in and said, I only have about 30 copies left. I'll pack them all for you. Hearing this, Doris closed her eyes and sighed, thinking, sigh, how can a book like this be printed in such large quantities? It's truly hard to comprehend its power. She opened her eyes as Lin Jie said, oh, and this is our meeting gift. Lin Jie then took out a box of green tea. He said to her, it seems you quite like it, huh? If you want more, feel free to drop by. Lin Jie offered a friendly smile. Please come back again. Doris's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Jie, her face slightly flushed. Doris placed one hand on her chest and the other behind her back, saying to Lin Jie, we are very grateful for your guidance. If we regain our prestige, House Iris will completely obey your words. Rain fell heavily. Joseph stood on high, observing the people below cleaning up the mess left by the recent battle. Right in front of Lin Jie's bookstore, there was a large crater. Joseph, or more intimately, Joe, gritted his teeth and said, they've really caused a lot of destruction, this bunch of lunatics. At this moment, a girl with doll-like golden hair and blue eyes beside him called out, Captain Mr. Andrew from the Truth Society said they've used the magic forensic test as we discussed. He told us not to wander around and disturb the remaining traces. Joseph shouted, "Forensics, my foot!" Joseph's yell made the girl beside him jump, nearly dropping the files in her hand. Joseph pointed into the distance and said, "They let destruction-grade dark magicians run rampant in Norzen. Damn it, that magic surveillance the Truth Society is so proud of. What a joke. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard." Joseph spoke very loudly. Some people below who were in charge of cleaning up were unhappy. A blonde-haired man thought irritably, "Tist!" He held a rock in his hand and said to the person next to him, "Damn it, I swear if I could beat that old man, I'd use this rock on him." The person next to him said, "Forget it, that rock is nothing compared to a destruction-grade magician. That radiant knight has always been like this. Just get used to it and throw that rock away." They were bad-mouthing Joseph, unaware that Joseph was standing right behind them, startling them both. Joseph led the way, saying to his blonde secretary, Cherry, "Anyway, let's accompany that crowd and see the aftermath in this area. Is there anything else the elite team wants to report?" Cherry looked at her list and said, "They also found a destruction-grade dark magician at the bookstore. Should we go there to investigate?" Joseph turned his head, gritting his teeth and glaring at Cherry, which frightened the young secretary. Joseph yelled, "No!" The young secretary trembled and said, "But the secret instrument tower." Joseph clenched his mechanical hands and yelled at the secretary, "Tell them to come back now!" Elsewhere, a hand was placed on the ground. Purple magical energy swirled around, examining the debris. The person said, "Magic forensics, locating energy traces." The purple magical energy floated around. The person squatted and said, "These dark magicians are truly a bunch of lunatics. They dared to use a destruction-grade skill here." The person stood up. He had golden hair and blue eyes, wearing a blue raincoat under the rain. He said, "Not only that, but the surveillance network couldn't even detect anything beforehand. It seems this is serious." The young man was George Byron, 24 years old, a scholar of the Truth Society. Byron put on a monocle and observed, "Either the dark magicians infiltrated the surveillance system, or they created something within the Truth Society. Honestly, as an official, I shouldn't be doing this." Byron fastened his gloves, saying, "My ability is to provide theoretical support for alchemical artifacts." Byron took out his files, writing and speaking simultaneously. "The death toll includes the Red Sect's commander Brian Murphy and several other dark magicians. Judging by the attack, it was a large-scale retaliation. The Red Sect targeted someone who hindered them, possibly the secret instrument tower and the Truth Society, with whom they have had continuous conflicts. Even combining the investigations from the Truth Society and the secret instrument tower, the origin point of the mirror spell is still unknown. That's because they were very well prepared. They immediately retreated via teleportation after obtaining what they wanted. And even if we caught them, they would commit suicide immediately. Another reason is that Brian Murphy kept creating undead with her eternal coffin. Those undead were troublesome and numerous. Even though they were weak, they were still very problematic. And the target of that counterattack was White Wolf's group, the organization that blocked Brian Murphy's information network under the leadership of its new commander Juicy. It caused immense trouble for White Wolf. And what remains of the battlefield is right here. It led to... Byron, while writing and observing, noticed the hat Murphy often wore lying on the ground. Byron thought to himself, "But what I don't know is that the failure of this operation was due to subordinates, not superiors. That commander Brian Murphy was killed in an easy fight. They had a clear target, and they aimed for the bookstore on 23rd Street. Byron scratched his head with his pen, thinking, "But the Red Sect always targets the secret instrument tower and the hunters. So why?" His eye behind the monocle gleamed. He looked towards the bookstore in front of him, thinking, "Then who is in the bookstore?" Byron had a glimpse of the scene inside the bookstore, but saw no one. He paused, then said to the people around him, "I'm going into the bookstore." Someone saw him and hurriedly announced, "Wait, Byron." But Byron didn't care. He hurried towards the bookstore, thinking, "Honestly, this bookstore looks so ordinary, yet it possesses terrifying power. It signals everyone." Byron didn't hesitate and stepped closer to the bookstore. He thought, "What's inside here?" Just as Byron's hand was about to push the bookstore door, a mechanical hand landed on his shoulder. Joseph said, "Stop." Joseph's voice made Byron jump. Joseph asked, "Byron, what do you think you're doing?" Byron turned to look at Joseph and said, "Mr. Joseph, I have a question, so I must investigate this bookstore. My job is to find out what happened here, and the person inside this bookstore can clearly tell me. I need to provide this information to the Truth Society." Joseph remained silent, looking at Byron. After a moment, Joseph warned, "Be rational. Don't do it." Byron was startled and asked, "Rational? Are you worried about that from a scholar of the Truth Society?" Byron placed a hand on his chest and said, "Knowledge helps me stay calm. Rationality is something every scholar possesses. I won't be swayed. It will be my fault." Byron smiled like a madman and said, Even if you are a destruction-grade knight, a senior, don't insult my rationality. Joseph was troubled. He covered his eyes and thought, damn it, talking to these scholars is so troublesome. When you have people like this, advising them is impossible. Should I just shut him up with a slap? Joseph glared at Byron. After a moment, he sighed and thought, anyway, the secret instrument tower still needs to buy alchemical artifacts from the Truth Society. I should ask Cloud to handle that. It's not my problem. Addy Cloud elsewhere sneezed loudly. At this moment, Joseph reminded him, holding up a finger, the bookstore's level is K. Byron was shocked and asked, K rank in Norzen. Joseph said, the secret instrument tower has acknowledged it. They just haven't updated the data yet. The bookstore owner won't help us. Don't be foolish. Joseph pointed at Byron's face and said, I don't think he'll like people like you. Byron trembled upon hearing this. He thought, the Truth Society knows everything about Norzen. How could I not know there's a K-rank individual here? The magic surveillance network was set up by clever people. Byron's eyes showed disbelief. He thought, how could this be possible? Joseph crossed his arms, looking at Byron, and said to him, what, you think I'm lying? Humph. Then a dark magician activated a destruction-grade spell here, yet your network didn't detect anything. It was thanks to the bookstore owner who stopped them. You're still not as fast as the secret instrument tower. You should investigate yourself first. Byron felt humiliated by these words, and his whole body trembled. Just then, the bookstore door chimed with a ding-dong. A head of golden hair fluttering appeared before them. Byron and Joseph turned their gaze towards the person. They saw long ears, a prominent chest, and then Doris's beautiful stern face standing at the door. They both had the same thought, elf. Byron was stunned. Why is there an elf in Norzen? How could she still... Joseph behind him remained silent. They both stared at Doris. Joseph looked at Doris as if he had guessed the truth, thinking, that's right, so this bookstore owner is indeed a noble elf. Elves of very noble race would never associate with humans. And for an elf to come out of a bookstore like this, and not only is she pure-blooded, but she looks at that bookstore with such reverence. If I think about the time, I should also return to the bookstore. Joseph remembered his sword, thinking, and Candela should also find a new master. At this moment, Doris glanced at the two of them and asked, humans? Hearing Doris speak, Byron jumped and dared not move. Doris raised her sacred staff, blocking the doorway, and asked the two of them, what are you doing in front of my master's place? Byron jumped for the second time, thinking, master, if I'm not mistaken, only a primordial witch would be considered a master by an elf. Byron's whole body trembled. So, no. How can it not be a bookstore? It's not a pathway either. What happened in the dream realm? Doris closed her eyes, thinking of Silver's silhouette, and said to the two of them, as the representative of my master's will. Doris opened her eyes wide, looking at Byron, and said, the Truth Society is becoming increasingly insolent. Doris's aura flared intensely like a giant fox staring intently. Doris said in a warning tone, is it because of my master's kindness that you dare to be so impudent? Or are you just curious? Doris's eyes had turned red, the red of anger. She said in a low voice, is that what makes you dare to glance at my master? Byron was so scared that tears welled up in his eyes. He gritted his teeth. Yee! He thought, what was I thinking? I ignored Joseph's words to argue with him and then entered a K-rank restricted area as assessed by the secret instrument tower. Byron looked fearfully at Doris in front of him, thinking, now I'm standing before a destruction-grade elf too. I swear I didn't want this. What should I do? At this moment, Joseph spoke up to mediate. Miss Elf, please forgive him. Joseph stepped forward, positioning himself between Byron and Doris. Joseph explained to Doris. He just wanted to do his job to find out what happened and report back. That's all. Almighty, Joseph looked at Doris, as if to remind her, saying, your master is very compassionate. I'm sure your master wouldn't mind this. The red glow in Doris's eyes faded. She fell silent. After a moment, she closed her eyes. She said, be grateful. Standing in the rain, Doris said, what happened was quite simple. Those dark magicians appeared from somewhere and then tried to use a destruction-grade spell, the Tutian Nova, in the surrounding area. Doris looked at Joseph and finished the story. And I stopped them and took them down. That's all. Hearing this, Joseph thought, so that's it. It makes sense. The mirror spell was almost ready, so the Red Sect made their final move. It seems the bookstore owner did something that targeted them, and now he's letting his subordinate handle it. The bookstore owner, he has chosen our side. Joseph asked Doris, do you think you know why they did that? Doris was displeased. She hugged her staff, touching her face, and said, how would I know? Shouldn't I be asking you? I represent House Iris and just arrived in Norzen, and then I witnessed my master's battle. Aren't I also involved? Doris smiled at Joseph and said, besides, I also helped you stop it. Not only are you ungrateful, but you're also questioning me. Is this how the people of Norzen treat their guests? Joseph raised his hand to explain. I admit by failing to handle this, we are indeed very grateful to the bookstore owner. He once lent me a book and solved my long-standing problem. If it weren't for today's incident, I would have visited him already. Byron from behind interjected into their conversation. He laughed and said, Ah, lucky us. We know now. We can report back. The Truth Society is very happy that you contributed to Norzen. At this moment, the phone in his pocket rang. Byron quickly took out his phone. He was stunned when he saw the caller's name on the phone. He exclaimed, Vice Chairman. Elsewhere in a room where books were scattered on a table, a man with a yellow suit and a yellow beard said to the person on the other end of the phone, Ahem. Byron, send the people from House Iris here. Because... Byron had put the call on speaker so Doris heard it. She glanced briefly at the phone. The person on the other end of the phone, as if knowing Doris was looking, called her name very familiarly, Doris. The man with blue eyes identical to Doris's and golden hair said through the phone to Doris, It's been 300 years. How have you been? Hearing someone call her name, Doris's eyes widened. The man called out to someone named Andrew. On the table in the man's room was a photograph of Doris with a bespectacled child. Next to the frame was an iris flower and the emblem of House Iris, flashing back 300 years ago at the residence of House Iris. At that time, the elves were all voluptuous, scantily clad young women amidst the green forest. One girl blushed and said, The elven girls shyly looked at the person before them and said, Andrew, are you really going to leave us? Another girl with 2 round red pigtails also said, Why don't you stay a little longer? A pair of black-booted feet stepped on the grass. I am truly grateful for this generosity, my dear elven ladies. Thank you for your hospitality over the past few days. I have learned a great deal. The man with brown hair and brown eyes wearing an earring smiled gently at the elves and said, However, I still need to continue my research at the Truth Society. Even though it's difficult, I cannot delay it any longer. I hope everyone will understand. That person was the first-class researcher, Andrew Ressel. Andrew had a handsome face. He flashed a smile that had undoubtedly captivated countless elves. He winked at the girls. Don't worry, no matter how long it takes, your beauty will not be forgotten by me. He reached out, took a girl's chin, and lifted it, startling her. Andrew looked at the girl with 2 red pigtails and said, It would truly be a nostalgic feeling if I couldn't see such an adorable face whenever I wanted. If it were possible, I would have shared a memorable experience with you. The girl with 2 red pigtails trembled and said, Oh my, Andrew. Not here. Everyone is looking. At this moment, a familiar voice spoke up. All right, don't bother our guest anymore. The elf maiden saw Doris arrive and immediately scattered, saying, It's the Saint Run. I don't want to be scolded. Andrew looked up at Doris and called her name Doris. Doris stood among the elf maidens and said, Hello, human boy. Andrew said, I owe you a farewell, beautiful lady. Did you just finish prophesying? Doris looked at Andrew and said vaguely, Anyway, it's an important prophecy about my family's destiny. It's okay. The benefit of being an elf is having an infinitely long lifespan. Doris picked up a glass of water and took a sip. She said a little shyly, To receive her blessing, I need to get a sign from her or a theme she desires. If so, I still need more information. Andrew heard this and was silent. After a moment, he said, I will try to ask the real society to help you. Everything has changed, but the truth remains forever. Andrew placed his hand on his chest and promised, About 200 years. No, at most 100 years. I will hold a very important position in the real society. When that happens, even if no one helps you, I definitely will. But before Andrew could finish his promise, a hand was placed on his head, ruffling his hair gently, making Andrew blush profusely. Doris's voice came from above his head. Doris said, Thank you, my little guest. Andrew, whose head was being patted, trembled all over shy. Doris said, People often think elves are a proud race and don't want to bother other races. Doris smiled brightly. But what they don't know is that our long lives make us cherish the things that are important to us even more. There are only a few things to remember. Andrew clutched his chest, thinking, I know. That's why you don't remember. Doris grinned broadly. How nostalgic. That hair. The last time I touched it, you were only this tall. Andrew blushed furiously. It's been so many years, don't talk as if I'm a child. Doris chuckled. Ho ho. If you don't want me to see you as a guest or a child, then give me a reason. She leaned closer to Andrew. This time I will store it deep within my memory. My guest. Do you want to say your name before an elf? Andrew spoke. My name is... The person on the other end of the phone, puzzled, called out, Andrew. The uncle on this side had a face similar to Andrew's when he was a young man, only he was older and one eye wore a monocle. He was the Real Society's vice president, Andrew Russo. Andrew said to the person on the other side, It's been a long time, miss. Norzen Real Society Central Headquarters, Korea. Where a symbol of a standing dragon skeleton was located, two people were standing guard. Inside a room, a bald man with a beer belly and a mustache sat opposite a gray-haired man. In the middle was a chessboard. They were playing chess, one with black pieces, one with white. The gray-haired man moved a piece. How could anyone have thought that House Iris would show up after several hundred years? The gray-haired man was the Real Society's alchemy division, Captain Walter Leonard. He glanced outside. The person you liked in your youth suddenly appeared, huh? It's too bad that person is now an old man. In the end, you still couldn't get the woman you truly loved. The man sitting opposite with the mustache sighed. Be careful, you might get your funding cut. Your vice president is still a very worthy man among the noblewomen in the Central District. Walter Leonard continued. It's been 300 years. Who knows if that guy has changed his mind or not? The bald old man with the beer belly said, Let's put that aside. Recently, someone took on the bounty for W. It seems we're about to spend more money. He was the Real Society's Mechanics Division Captain Ralph. Walter Leonard was startled. What? Who took the bounty for W? That's strange. Whoever actually took it must have lived for more than 200 years. He's a destruction-level mage. Who would try to commit suicide? Ralph smiled. Ho! It's quite good, isn't it? Daring to step out of his bizarre laboratory. Ralph released several mechanical spiders from his sleeve. It's not surprising who took it. After all, exterminating demons and protecting civilians is also the duty of the Radiant Knight of the Secret Letter Tower. Ralph said with a very worried tone. And as you said, he's a destruction-level enemy. Not only that, but he's also gone missing. Who would dare to face him without destruction-level power? Don't you think even his greatest enemy would accept this mission? Walter Leonard stroked his chin and concluded. That's right. If something goes wrong, they'll be in trouble again. And those who lack money, if they are only at destruction level, so that means there's a destruction level person who lacks money. The destruction level person lacking money. Joseph, who was with Claude on the other side, sneezed. Ralph said, Anyway, the funding for each department is quite tight because of that bounty. Your troublesome research is about to be postponed. Walter Leonard shouted back, If mine is troublesome, then your mechanics project is scrap. If you don't learn how to make those automatic head washers, it'll be super short on funds. And at the end of the day, only those Secret Letter Tower invaders will buy that stuff. Honestly, the chairman should renegotiate his funding. Ralph remembered his subordinate. Those are all the wise works of my subordinate, Mr. Hanson Gorick. I've temporarily suspended that to respond to you. I'm sure he'll be willing to invite you for a meeting when he has a new product. Walter Leonard put his hand to his mouth and coughed a few times. Ahem, no need. Let's continue our game. Walter Leonard glanced down at the chessboard, then he glanced at Ralph, slightly angry. My dear Ralph, to think you're trying to distract me and then cheat. Ralph smiled shyly. Even though you've wrongly accused me, you're still my best friend. Walter Leonard moved a chess piece and smiled. Everyone can make friends if they have money. Those wrong, heartless, and greedy bunch. Ralph said, Oh, dear Leonard, you're mistaken, but I must say my research is very useful. Ralph said cheerfully, That idle clay plan is in its final stages. It's all thanks to Miss Doris's help. The Philosopher's Stone from the Eternal Coffin is far more terrifying than anything my alchemy could create. Walter Leonard scratched his ear. Instantly complete the final step. I've heard that 1,000,000,000 times. But every time everyone reports failure and asks for more funding after a few weeks. Sometimes I wonder if it's your scheme to get more money. Ralph raised his voice at Walter Leonard. That's because the Philosopher's Stone still isn't pure enough, Walter Leonard retorted. Stop arguing. It's because you're incompetent. The two old men looked at each other, their eyes flashing with lightning. Then they both arrogantly turned their heads away. Humph! After a moment of silence, Walter Leonard said, You still haven't told me who took the bounty for White, the destruction-level character who's been bored recently. Ralph said, I knew you couldn't guess. This time it's not destruction level, but a hunter. Outside, the rain pattered. A sword pierced through a monster's head. The monster's blood gushed out, mixing with the rainwater. A figure carrying a long sword on his back and a gun in his hand walked through the rain, passing by monster corpses. The person muttered, Where is it? The young man wore a scarf covering the lower half of his face, revealing only his eyes and platinum blonde hair. A long scar could be faintly seen on his eye. The young man held a gun in his hand and fired a shot into the ground with a loud bang. The young man said, It was just here. The young man put the gun in his pocket and walked on. At this moment, a monster stood on high, observing the young man. Then it used its claws to attack the young man from behind. The young man's eyes seemed to be on the back of his head. The young man's eyes widened. Oh, found it! Then the young man swiftly drew the blade from his back and sliced the monster in half. The young man sheathed his blade, took out a piece of paper, and read, Once I complete this, I'll reach destruction level. The young man stared intently at the wanted poster with White's picture on it. Then his eyes widened. Faceless Dark Lord. Interesting. A destruction level deal, huh? On this side on the chessboard, the white and black pieces were still moving. Ralph said, "That's right. That hunter button Eon who rules the night wants to use White's bounty as an achievement for himself in the standard test. He reached destruction level after being infected with that poisonous blood. That's why he was accepted." Walter Leonard was a little bewildered. "So that's it. But if you can really find—" At this moment, a voice rang out. "What are you two talking about?" Andrew, wearing a cloak, walked towards them. The other two called out, "Vice President." Andrew walked to the chair in the middle of the table. Ralph said, "Vice President, have you taken care of the matter?" Andrew, though older still, hadn't lost his conceited habit. He coolly stroked his hair. "Don't worry, I just didn't expect it to be 300 years, and I've become quite well off, but she still remembers me. Not only that, but her way of speaking hasn't changed either." Andrew said, nostalgically, "It's like a dream." Andrew pondered in silence. The other two looked at Andrew. They both had the same thought. Perhaps it's sadness after seeing his crush. "Miss Doris is an elf. She's naturally a long-lived species. Of course she hasn't changed. So what's there to talk about? Besides, I don't think you were like that back then. But because of the funding, we shouldn't say anything." Walter Leonard spoke up. "Vice President, what about the bookstore? Did House Iris request to serve him as their master?" Andrew covered his face thinking, "Request?" He said, "No, it's not him. The secret letter tower transferred the file to me. Take a look." Andrew took out a piece of paper and held it up in front of the two men, surprising them. After sitting down, Andrew said, "And Leonard Management has decided to cut your funding by 3% starting next month." Walter Leonard heard this, tears streaming down his face. He shouted, "Why, sir?" Andrew propped his chin. "I can't believe Norzen has an S-rank entity. Since Joseph wrote it himself, we have to accept it." Walter Leonard lay on the chessboard, crying, "Boo-hoo." Ralph patted his shoulder comfortingly. Andrew continued, "Because they are friendly, we don't need to investigate hastily. But it's still very troublesome to have someone like that in Norzen." Walter Leonard stopped crying, and along with Ralph turned to look at Andrew. Walter Leonard said, "Yes, what do you mean, sir?" Andrew, wearing his cloak, stood up. "White has also been involved with this bookstore, and Eon too. Keep an eye on him." Walter Leonard said, "It will be very dangerous to let an indescribable level entity exist." Ralph also said, "We should be cautious, sir." Andrew said, "I know. For now we must prioritize creating the mirror spell. That's why letting Eon go is for the best." Andrew turned to leave. "I don't deny that I'm using him, but I need to find out what that bookstore owner's intentions are. It's still not enough to call him friendly. I can't lose the trust of millions of Norzen residents. This incident will make me more perfect." Andrew stepped out onto the balcony, looking at the dragon skeleton in front of him, and whispered, "What am I really doing? The purpose of the real society is only to acquire knowledge and also maintain order." Andrew's face was shrouded in shadow. He turned his head to look at the other two. "But whenever an organization has authority and too much power, I will corrupt it from within." Walter Leonard was a little bewildered. "You mean—" Ralph also said, "Is there internal strife in the real society?" Andrew said, "It's not strange that our surveillance failed. It has let the Crimson Cult and White Spider Lily escape countless times and still hide. If I can't handle it, the real society will be in danger immediately." Andrew's eyes were extremely serious. "That's a price I cannot afford. I know you two." The other two, hearing themselves mentioned, were slightly startled. Andrew continued, "That the real society is lacking a central tracking system, so I hope you two can provide it. It's also what Chairman Maria needs." Andrew leaned on the railing, then turned his head again to look at the giant skeleton. "If she hadn't fought an S-rank entity, she could have assigned it to you two. So that's what I will do. Let Eon try it out first. If so, I don't need to fear the indescribable one." Andrew said very seriously, "Even if God dies, the truth will still be there." Walter Leonard and Ralph heard this and fell silent. They stood behind Andrew, looking at the skeleton. Andrew said, "Truth is eternal." At that moment on 23rd Street, Lin Jia's neighbor's house was broadcasting the news. Last night, a gas explosion between 21st and 23rd Streets caused many casualties. According to experts, due to the bad weather and lack of equipment, lightning caused multiple explosions, and the fire spread, burning down many houses. Lin, who had just woken up, was yawning widely as he walked down the stairs. The news anchor's voice was still on TV. Fortunately, firefighters arrived in time and began rescue operations. The fire was stopped right at 23rd Street and the road has been blocked. The left side is entirely composed of houses that are still intact, while the right side is all damaged. Linji heard the news and was startled. 23rd Street. He hurriedly walked to the door, thinking, "Isn't that my place?" Linji quickly pushed the door open and looked outside. He saw that right in front of his shop, rubble had collapsed right in front of his shop door. He was startled. "I just slept for a bit." How did this suddenly happen? Lin Jie was very confused, thinking I slept quite soundly. Even an explosion didn't wake me up. I didn't think anything else happened besides her buying 30 books and chasing after those people who seemed to be migrating. And now, an explosion outside. Life is sometimes so strange. Lin Jie smiled, comforting himself. Luckily, it stopped right in front of my house. Thinking of that, Miss Doris Lin looked into the room at the potted plant that had just sprouted, thinking, she insisted I place the potted plant before she left, saying she couldn't just receive from me. She said too much. She even reciprocated. How embarrassing. Lin Jie smiled shyly, thinking, based on that, it seems the seed is quite valuable. Lin Jie thought of Doris when she talked to him about the plant's effects when it grew up. He thought about how it has thoughts and even grants wishes, like some tricks to attract young girls. She's still very cute. She still believes in such things. But then again, she's not that old yet. Having a heart like that is good enough. Lin Jie watered the sprout, thinking, once it grows up, it will be very beautiful. I hope it will help improve the shop's appearance. Lin Jie smiled happily. How interesting. I hope it grows up beautifully. Ha ha, so joyful. Lin Jie watered the sprout, not noticing a pair of eyes under the leaves staring intently at him. A week later, the sprout Doris had given Lin had now bloomed into a very prominent, beautiful rose, a deep red rose with surrounding leaves. Lin Jie looked at the rose, very happy, thinking, oh my week of care has paid off. That seed has bloomed. Very good. It's truly beautiful. Lin Jie smiled so wide his eyes disappeared, thinking, I've always wanted to grow flowers myself, but they never live long. So is this a success? After a moment of joy, Lin placed 2 fingers on his chin, looking at the rose, deeply pondering. He thought, but it's only been a week and it's already bloomed. Isn't that a bit strange? And roses grow in bushes, so why is there only 1 flower? Lin thought of what Doris had said. He thought, but since Miss Doris said it's a rare variety, it must have special abilities, right? Lin, for the nth time, smiled with crinkled eyes. Besides, she never said it was a rose. It could be some species similar to a rose. A fast-growing and easy-to-care-for flower. Maybe those are the points why even I can grow it. Lin Jie looked at the blooming rose and smiled brightly. Now let my customers see your beauty decorating with something like this in the shop. We'll surely put customers in a better mood and they'll buy more books. Lin Jie placed the rose on the table right in front of where he usually sat. Lin Jie propped his chin on the table. As the ancients said, details are also important. All right, it's time to open the shop. The rose was placed beautifully parallel to the statue on the table. Lin yawned widely, tears welling in his eyes. He muttered, it's quite lonely when there's no one to talk to. I wonder who I'll be able to heal today. The rose behind its layers of petals had a pair of eyes staring intently at Lin's movements. Outside, it was still raining with no sign of stopping. A person holding a black briefcase walked under the rain. The person wore black boots, stepping on the rainwater. 23rd Street, a small bookstore. The person had a scruffy beard, lit a cigarette, and smoke wafted around. The person with a straight back and platinum blonde hair stood in front of the bookstore. Is that the place? The exterior doesn't look very friendly, or maybe the owner never thought about selling books. The person removed their face covering, revealing a wrinkled face with a scruffy beard, an uncle. The person's face had a long scar stretching to his cheek. It was none other than the person who had killed monsters the other day. He said, it seems he's trying to make it look more desolate. And he was Button Eon the Night Ruler, a destruction-level hunter. Button closed his eyes. Now speaking of it, it seems quite intentional. Let's see if a hunter's sense of smell like mine can tell anything. After closing his eyes and sniffing, Button realized there was a familiar aura. It was White's. Button said, ah, I see. Even though it's been a long time, there are still some traces left in the rain. It's a sign from White. Button stood in the rain, smiling faintly. Not bad. Truly, that faceless Dark Lord has pretty good skills. So the source of that aura originates from that spirit object. The spirit object Button was referring to was the monster statue inside the shop. Button thought, but it doesn't seem too strong. Using it to guard the door isn't bad. If an ethereal has come, it's quite difficult for them. Button held the cigarette in his mouth. The aura seems even clearer than other places. He thought, it seems the real society was right. White must have used this place as a base. Even though it seems like a temporary residence based on their information, White has visited here twice. Based on other signs, he seems to come here more often. Around where Button stood, familiar red and blue auras lingered. He thought if that's the case, White will definitely come back. Button looked up at the sky, and I will have a chance to confront him. The reason the real society hasn't acted yet is because of this. Button slammed the bag on the ground, startling a small mouse. He thought, but those rats from White Spider Lily and the Crimson Cult have kept them too busy. I can still smell a whiff of magic smoke and blood from the previous battle. Button opened his bag and rummaged for a few things. He took off his wet outer coat and changed into a new one. He said, not only did they handle the aftermath, but they also relocated everyone here. The Secret Letter Tower and the Real Society are too experienced at covering this up, but it still bothers them, doesn't it? Button, while buttoning his shirt, said, now that Muffy is dead, the fate of those rats has been sealed. Button chuckled. Following her wishes, I hope she understood where she went wrong before she died. Button put on his raincoat hood, a scornful smile on his face. Even though it was unlucky to encounter an elven saint who had visited the Real Society, even if Doris wasn't here, they would have failed anyway. He thought, the birth of the mirror spell. Is it really so strong that everyone will lose consciousness? Anyway, a hunter shouldn't be too curious. That will be fine. Button, wearing his raincoat, stood under the rain, his thoughts wandering. Now my mission is to wait for my prey so I can reach destruction level. Button's hand, hanging loosely at his side, clenched tightly. He thought, listen, the most important things for a hunter are caution and patience. That's the teaching from my senior. Even though this bookstore shows no signs, I don't have to be too careful. Button stared intently at the bookstore in front of him, thinking, my goal will be to pretend to be a regular customer and then talk normally. Button threw the cigarette on the ground, left the bag outside, and walked towards the bookstore. As Button walked, he thought, can't let it be troublesome. On the shop sign, the word open was hanging. Button, without hesitation, reached out and pushed open the bookstore door. The bell on the door jingled. Light from outside flooded into the bookstore. Button stepped inside. Button's eyes saw something. His eyes narrowed. Just as I thought. Button looked at Lin, the monster statue, and the rose beside it, thinking, this bookstore is nothing special. I can't even see anything supernatural. Oh, so that's White's thing. It's truly a meticulously made item, so if I don't have bad intentions, it'll be fine. I'm quite confident in my disguise skills. Button put on a polite smile. Even if it's destruction level, I wouldn't suspect anything until attacked. Now I need to take care of the bookstore chain. Button looked at Lin, who was sitting leisurely there, thinking, even if he's an ordinary person, he could still be an enemy information chosen by White. At this moment, Lin smiled brightly at Button and said, welcome, he thought. Here we go, a new customer. It's been a long time since there was a new customer. It's like before I had any customers. Even if there are days like this, it's not bad. But who wouldn't want to say healing words and earn money? Lin Ji, the young man, eager for the new society's currency, thought, no one is visiting my shop even though there was a crowd after the explosion. It seems it's time to renovate the bookstore. The cycle of Lin Ji's bookstore was unchanging. 0 customers attracted equals 0 business equals 0 money equals 0 change. It was a loop. Lin propped his chin, his eyes gleaming. That's why I can't afford to lose money or customers anymore. Even if there aren't many, I can still use my eloquence to increase the numbers. Lin Ji looked at Button, who was hanging his raincoat over there, thinking, I'm eager to show off my eloquence. Lin opened his mouth. Are you planning to borrow, find, or buy a book? If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me. Button said, just looking for a book. He thought to himself, impossible. This is the answer that would suit any wanderer upon hearing that news. Button felt he was acting very well, thinking, well, am I acting well? I just need to wander around and then complete it. Button smiled triumphantly. Besides, what's so interesting here anyway? Suddenly, Button's eyes widened. He saw something. He was startled, thinking, Button stared intently at the rose on the table, slightly startled. Button broke out in a sweat, thinking, a rose. It's quite beautiful, so it must be expensive. It's the most noteworthy thing in here, but it's just a rose. It wouldn't be worth much. But the rose in that spot suddenly trembled a few times. Then an eye poked out from deep within the flower. That eye stared intently at Button, startling him. Button's eyes widened. He didn't move, but stood frozen in place, thinking, what, I can't move? That flower. What is it taking from my soul? It turned out Button didn't want to stand still. It was because that rose had done something that made Button unable to move. Sweat dripped down Button's face. He thought, is it a trap? Or am I caught? How can this be? I can't detect any magical fluctuations. At this moment, Lin spoke, interrupting Button's thoughts. If you want to ask, just go ahead and ask, and find the book you want. Lin Ji smiled very friendly and also very normally, but Button, hearing this, was severely shaken. His eyes bulged. Find? How can I find it as I wish I can't even move? That's right. It was planned from the beginning. He noticed everything. Those eyes, as if looking at someone caught in a trap. That smile, full of enthusiasm when welcoming a guest, but it's completely mocking me. I thought he didn't know anything when I pretended to be normal and said I was looking for a book. Button looked at Lin sitting over there with the rose and the monster statue, which were exuding a strong, intense aura. He thought, and this bookstore owner replies, find as you wish. It's too obvious. He wants to see the fear and hopelessness from someone like me. Isn't it too obvious? Button's eyes bulged as he looked at Lin, who was smiling, drinking tea sitting over there, self-deprecatingly questioning himself internally. Don't you want to look around? Then do it. I'm not stopping you, saying you can't move. Is it my fault? He's definitely thinking something like that. Button was furious. Veins bulged all over his face and neck. I've never been humiliated like this. Death would be quick, but he doesn't want to destroy my entire existence. Terrifying. The eye in the rose stared intently at Button, who couldn't move. Button felt as if an aura had frozen him in place. Button thought, but the most terrifying thing is if I'm feeling it right, I'm being exposed, and the thing that's tearing out and feasting from deep within my soul. Tears welled in Button's eyes. He trembled all over, thinking, what is it I don't understand? My strength and perception are still here, but I can't do anything. Button trembled all over. Around him, it was as if monsters were flickering, eating him. He thought, this hopelessness. I can't do anything. And it feels like my body is being eaten away. It doesn't matter if I can't get it back. But the fear just keeps coming until I die. No, I don't want this. Button's face was drenched in sweat, tears still welling in his eyes. Sweat dripped onto the floor. He thought, why doesn't he just kill me already? At least I'd be released immediately. He's a cruel devil. It's my fault I give up. I won't do it anymore. Can anyone save me? Help. At this moment, Lin noticed Button still wasn't moving. He looked up at Button, puzzled. Lin asked, my customer, do you need to ask something? Didn't you say you were looking for a book? Button directed one eye at the rose and the other at Lin. Lin also noticed Button's line of sight. He looked at the rose, then back at Button. He seemed to understand something. He smiled. Ah. Lin picked up the rose plant and held it in front of Button, making the flower somehow startled, confused. Lin said, you think it's beautiful? Lin thought. That's right. It has attracted a customer. It seems my efforts have paid off. As soon as Lin picked up the rose pot, Button could move. He felt as if he had been released, thinking, I can move. Button relaxed his fist. His hand was trembling. He smiled internally. Ha ha ha. So this is the feeling of being on the brink of death. Button covered his face, smiling into his palm, thinking, the hopelessness, shock, and despair. Even though I screamed, I couldn't. Button saw the rose suddenly sprout countless eyes staring intently at him. But then they retracted as if nothing had happened. Button laughed, ha ha ha. His whole body trembled. Yes. The flower is very beautiful. Button trembled, finding it hard to even stand straight. He thought if I hadn't seen it from deep within, I would have thought I was hallucinating after being infected with poisonous blood. Button leaned against the wall, his hand on it, thinking, anyway, it doesn't matter. That destruction level white. It's okay. Being alive is good. Button leaned against the wall, breathing as if revived. Sigh. I've completely lost the will to fight. Now I just want to sit and contemplate the meaning of life. Button trembled, looking at the rose pot. Yes, this flower is beautiful. Really beautiful. Lin Jie smiled in response. Thank you for the compliment. I'm sure it's very happy too. Only Lin Jie was happy. The flower with the glaring eye was not happy at all. Lin Jie thought he likes it, which means my work has paid off. All creations have souls. It seems the flower is the romantic type. The key to earning income is to accumulate little by little precisely detailed information. Lin Jie thought of Doris, smiling happily at him. He thought, and Miss Doris mentioned it herself. Even though I only respected her because of her, I've already managed to make important points. Lin Ji smiled so wide his eyes disappeared, thinking, if she could see how I cherish this flower, she would surely be very happy. When that happens, won't I have another customer? The flower glanced at Lin Ji, who was smiling. It was very unhappy. Lin was still immersed in the thought that the flower was very happy, thinking, besides, I also take care of it and water it every day. I've cared for it a lot. Lin Jie looked at the flower and smiled at it, but Button, seeing that scene, trembled even more violently. He was completely bewildered, his face frozen, unable to move. His eyes widened, his pupils contracted. What is this? Not only is this shop owner toying with people, but he's also close to that flower. Looking at Lin Jie smiling lovingly at the flower, it was obvious. He's very friendly. But the flower's eye was narrowed, unhappy. Button, who had been observing, thought from afar, it's like he sees that monster as his child. Even dark sorcerers like Muffy only revere dream beasts as perfect creations. Even they wouldn't treat this thing like that. Button trembled, gritting his teeth, unable to stop thinking, what the hell is this shop owner? Could it be? Button looked at Lin Ji, the rose, and the monster statue as if a dark light enveloped all three. Button seemed to have guessed his origin. Is he not human? What if he's like that rose and just wears a human skin? Button came to a conclusion. That's right. The reason I didn't feel any aura, and why his personality is so unusual. Button imagined Lin sitting with his legs crossed on the chair over there, surrounded by eyes staring at him with black auras swirling around. He thought, how can he be so terrifyingly strong? It's because he's a high-level creature. Thinking this, Button smiled, but his whole body was still trembling. He said to Lin Jie, I can see you've put a lot of effort into caring for it, and I'm just telling the truth. Button imagined Lin Jie as the one who manipulated White's mind, thinking, that's right. The real society knows what's going on in this place. He forced me to say it. Oh my God. Real society. Button's eyes bulged, thinking, how could someone like White use this place to hide? It's more like he only comes here to trade. It's too dangerous, I'd better get out of here. Button's hand hanging loosely at his side secretly made a decision. Be natural. Before being noticed. Lin glanced at Button, very confused. He remained silent. Button scratched his head and smiled shyly. Ahem, it's a bit late and you're also busy. We should... Before Button could finish, Lin interrupted. This customer... Why do you look so strange? Button thought he saw Lin Jie looking very angry. He was startled and immediately trembled. No, Lin then placed his hand on the flower pot and said to Button, I see you're a bit pale. Or do you want to sleep for a bit? Lin Jie's words made Button jump, trembling. Lin Jie extended his hand towards Button. I've prepared that chair for him. It's very good for us to relax and talk. Why don't you sit and rest? Button looked at the chair enveloped in blue light, his legs beginning to tremble. Button looked at the chair, thinking, sit and die for real. He knows I was planning to escape. Is he mad because I gave an insincere compliment? Why did he stop when I intended to leave? Because he was scared by his own thoughts. Button forced a smile and said to Lin Jie, no, I'm perfectly fine. Lin Jie propped his chin on the table and said to Button, is that so? Don't force yourself. Lin Jie sighed internally. Sigh. He's too stubborn. Even though he looks tired, he still doesn't want to tell anyone. In Lin's eyes, Button now looked extremely tired and weak. He made a guess based on his appearance. He's definitely the office worker type, around 35 years old. People like him have bosses and wives. They're going through a midlife crisis. It's time for him to be threatened by pressure. Lin smiled as if he understood the whole story. He thought, not only is he lacking purpose and confused, he's truly pitiable and also needs guidance. To talk to customers like this, I need to lower their guard first. Having made a conclusion in his mind, Lin Jie then said, don't worry, please sit. Lin Jie stood up, looking at Button in front of him. There's no one else here. Lin Jie's words to Button's ears made Button tremble even more. Lin said, no one knows what happens here. He placed one hand on his chest and smiled friendly. Relax. See me as your friend. If you have any troubles, just tell me. Lin Jie looked at Button with a very normal gaze, a very friendly smile, and a calm voice. I'm quite good at getting people to open up. But those actions to Button's eyes and ears were a different image. Button imagined Lin's eyes shooting straight at him with a demonic smile and a warning voice. Button thought, open up. What does that mean? Button hugged his arm, thinking, it's a threat. It's too obvious. Button looked at Lin and the two objects beside him as if they were radiating a black aura. He thought, if I don't sit down and confess, something else will happen to me. He's made it too clear. Button looked at his hand, thinking, but I can't tell him everything I have to ask. No. If I tell the truth. Button imagined a scenario where he told the truth, like, right now. Button spoke up. What's bothering me? Button looked at Lin Jie, his voice clear and warning. Of course it's about me wanting to serve White here, but instead I'm being bothered by you. Then Button would see Lin Jie's face crack open, accompanied by a warning voice. Very good. Then Button would see Lin Jie in a suit transform into a giant octopus. Its toothed tentacles would lunge out and bite him to death. Lin's voice would echo, since it's bothersome, let me open you up. The tentacles of the many-headed giant octopus would attack him. It would cry, oh, ooh, ah. Those cries were like demons whispering his name, and then Button would be killed by those tentacles. Button, terrified, snapped out of his thoughts. Tears streamed down his face. I'll die like that. How can I say it? If I do that, I'll open up for real. Lin, however, looked at Button, confused. He spoke, my bad. I forgot you were still standing. Lin's words made Button, who was lost in thought, jump. Lin said to Button, no need to be polite, customer. Please sit. Button looked at Lin, terrified. Button pressed his lips tightly together. Button bowed his head, thinking, damn it, why do I feel like I'm going to be dealt with? But how can I resist? Button accepted his fate and sat down on the chair in anxiety, thinking, I want to cry my eyes out, but if I do, my career as a hunter will be ruined. Not worth it. Button sat down on the chair, his face full of anxiety and fear. In Lin's eyes, he looked extremely dejected. Lin Ji looked at Button opposite him, assessing internally. Everything was difficult from the beginning. If he's willing to sit and talk, then step 1 is complete. Lin Jie propped his chin and smiled brightly, thinking, so I thought it would be hard to get someone like him to confide. Lin licked his lips, imagining the meat of an oyster. He thought, but now I have to be careful. I need to be proactive, like slowly opening an oyster. I'll only see the sweet part inside the shell that way. Button, however, was even more terrified when he saw Lin lick his lips. He trembled for the 1,000th time that session. Oh my God. It's like he sees me as food. I'd better think carefully before I speak. Button, having made a conclusion in his mind, gathered all his courage. He said, well, actually. Lin Jie opened his mouth, interrupting what Button was about to say. If you don't want to talk, that's fine, too. Let's see. It's because you're forcing yourself, right? Lin Jie's words made Button stare blankly, his mouth agape, pupils contracted. He was startled, thinking, he knows I'm trying to reach destruction level. Of course, not knowing would be strange. He knows everything, and yet he doesn't bother to do anything but talk. Button's hand resting on his lap clenched tightly. He thought, what the hell does he want? Lin smiled, congratulating himself internally. I have a talent for talking. This is the time to say words that heal wounds. The definition of forcing oneself. It's a professional term used by Mr. Lin when there's a problem. Whether it's about learning new skills or improving someone, they are all forcing themselves. If you think further, it's very comprehensive. Lin's eyes narrowed as he looked at Button in front of him, thinking, it's too obvious. He's lost and in trouble, so this term will suit him. Button sighed, thinking, anyway, I should just say it. What can I hide? After all, I'm just aiming for destruction level. Button closed his eyes tightly, his teeth clenched, a fierce internal struggle raging. How can I face such a terrifying entity because the source of a hunter's power is from the poisonous blood of dream monsters? Button's sweat dripped to the floor. He thought, it'll be fine if those dark sorcerers or scholars from the real society never see me as human. Button spoke, I've given up. He began to recount his story. He remembered the faces in his mind from Andrew to the knights. He said, those people just use me as a tool. I knew it all along. They say the system is fair, but they're looking down on us. Now Button had no time to be afraid. He was thinking about other things. He gritted his teeth. It's too obvious that we are a source for them to gain achievements so unfair. Lin Jie heard this and said, I understand. He thought to himself, so that's it. So he's being exploited by his boss. He wants a promotion, but his boss abuses him. And that's when he realized he's just like a slave. Lin Ji again imagined a melodramatic story. The boss is a demon exploiting an ordinary citizen like Button. Lin thought. He wandered and then stopped here. He's not sick, and it's understandable. Lin poured tea into a cup and sighed. Sigh. Another salaried worker. I can only say that money is a luxury, isn't it? Lin Jie pushed the teacup towards Button, startling him. Lin Jie said, I understand your problem. Lin held the teapot, looked at Button and said, this customer, have you thought of other ways? This time Button was startled by Lin's question. He thought other ways. What does he mean? Suddenly Button realized something. He thought, what does he mean? It's just a normal saying, but it's like a spark has been lit within me. Lin Jie said to Button, now you're just a tool to them. Lin sat down on this chair in a very relaxed posture. Are you willing to let them use you after knowing that is it worth it? Lin's face was serious. They won't treat you well. They'll even harm you. They don't respect you at all. You're smart. I think you understand what I mean. Button remained silent, not answering. Button gritted his teeth, thinking, that's right. Is it worth it? Of course, if they can do that to me, it's not worth it at all. The supernatural power of a hunter comes from the poisonous blood of dream monsters. Not only is it borrowed power, but it's also unstable. It has no logic at all. Once infected with that power, one becomes like a dream monster. Our humanity will gradually be lost. Some powerful hunters have become dream monsters with poisonous blood when they lost their humanity. They've destroyed countless things. Button raised his hand, looking at it, thinking, I can't blame them either. Hunters have to risk doing those things. But even so, I'm still proud to be a hunter. A hunter has to use their body and unleash dream monsters and their souls along with poisonous blood to become our weapons. Button looked at the drop of blood on his palm, thinking, every moonless night we hunt dangerous dream monsters, and every battle is a matter of life and death. We don't have the spirit of knighthood, the succession of mages, or the wisdom of scholars. But the soul of a hunter is no less than other ethereals. For 30 years I've lived as a hunter. They are nothing compared to an ethereal of my age. But as a hunter I've gone too far and am about to collapse. My poisonous blood is from the pale one. My focus is almost gone. When I use the power of poisonous blood, my humanity gradually fades and my will weakens. On rainy nights and during hunts after Button finished off the dream monsters, his arm would gradually deform. He would kneel in the rain looking at the pills in his trembling hand saying, "Ah, medicine. I need them." He would quickly swallow a handful of pills without needing water. After swallowing that dose, his arm would gradually return to normal. He would sit collapsed on the ground, panting, "I've got it back. Damn it. This power from the real society is gradually fading. I won't be able to maintain my humanity much longer. I have to do something." Button thought, "To avoid despair, I took the mission to take down W. I needed to use it as proof for my destruction level, but I realized I was misguided and just being used by them." Button clenched his fist, gritting his teeth, thinking, "What good is it for me to serve even if I have an S-rank commission? I still don't get respected. But if I don't work for the real society, where will I go?" Button sat silently in his chair and said to Lin Jie with a hesitant voice, "I don't think I have any other choice." Button reached for the teacup on the table, his eyes filled with sadness. "They monitor everything. If there were, I'd still have to depend on them." Lin Jie sympathized deeply with Button. He thought, "So it's a monopoly. This seems serious. If there's nothing needed, or if that company is too bad, it's not worth it, right? But since he said he's considering other options, it also means he's wavering. If so, giving a few more suggestions should do it." Lin Jie smiled faintly. "So do you think they are the ones with the power?" He offered advice. "Really can't leave. Can't you find a better place?" Button remained silent, not answering. Lin reached out to him. "Think about it. What could happen in the future, and the situation of others like you? I'm not alarming you. I just hope you can make the choice you want. Understand?" Button, as if awakened from a dream, shouted loudly, "Yes." He clenched his fist tightly and said to Lin Jie, "You mean I need to choose my own path? Someone like us needs strength to grasp the future. So that's having power, right?" Button's eyes blazed with a fiery light. He thought, "That's right. When I'm separating from the real society, I should take my own rights, shouldn't I? We hunters can prove ourselves. Why do we need anyone to do it for us?" Button stood up. Behind him was the flame of enthusiasm. Lin Jie looked at the burning flame of enthusiasm behind Button. He thought, "He's actually quite inspired. His eyes are open and he has more vitality now. Oh, so there it is. It seems this customer has a rather resilient heart, even though he was quite confused earlier." Lin Jie scratched his chin and smiled, thinking, "And he's willing to risk starting over. If that's the case, I should give him more comfort. No need to repeat it, probably." Lin Jie once again spoke, "Sometimes there will be simple agreements that you want. It might make you think you're being exploited." Lin Jie leaned on the table closer to Button. "To them, your strength isn't enough. But if you're not alone, you still have companions. What do you think about having new experiences?" Lin's voice was like an inspiring speech. He said, "Of course you get to decide everything. Think carefully. Don't have regrets in the future. If you think carefully, I'll recommend someone to you right away." Jisu's face appeared in Lin Jie's mind, a charming young woman with a full round bottom. Lin Jie said, "I have a customer named Ji Jixiu. She might be able to help you. Let me talk to her later." Button's mouth hung open. He whispered, repeating the name, Ji Jixiu. Button was startled, his eyes wide. He hesitated. "Isn't she—" Lin Jie didn't wait for Button to continue. "That's right." He smiled brightly. "It's that young lady." Button's hand holding the teacup started trembling again. Now his voice was trembling too. "It's really her. So that's it." I don't know what Button was thinking, but he looked at Lin Jie and said, "Is that what you want from me? Is this all your plan?" Lin Jie, though he didn't understand anything, still said, Two people with different brainwaves, yet their conversation was perfectly in sync. Button said, "I knew it." Button looked at Lin, who was drinking tea over there, as if seeing the most powerful person in the world, thinking, "Since that time." To achieve this, he prepared it in advance. Lin Jie casually drank his tea, wondering internally, how can this be? Button was completely bewildered, his eyes so wide they were like two chicken eggs. He looked at Lin, thinking, how can there be someone who can predict another person's thoughts? He didn't even see the scriptures. Lin, on his side, would subtly turn his face away and smile triumphantly, thinking, moreover, my speaking skills are still good. I can handle the situation. Lin Jie looked at his reflection in the teacup, happily thinking, when I face a customer who can't express their problem, I need to use what I know to ask questions and guide their thoughts. Lin Jie, like a psychologist who understood the customer's problem, thought, and in front of them it's like learning to interpret them. It will depend on the person's emotions in that question. I have enough comforting words. They will be enough to handle what he's thinking, because I'll let him say it. I just need to soothe his worries. Lin once again picked up his teacup and smiled brightly, thinking, speaking of which, maybe it's a good thing that I want him to do it himself. After all, Many people can't stand working 12 hours a day all week. It will definitely be a good choice for him. The silhouettes of the two people sat opposite each other, each with their own thoughts. Lin was still immersed in his own thoughts. Not only does it require determination, but it also needs a plan. At least he won't have to worry. To ensure that rare customers stay long, I need to give him some reassuring words. Luckily, Miss G will be able to help him somewhat. At least she can give him a job. And again, everything is really confusing. Lin Ji's eyes lit up. He thought, I have to find a solution for this. And again, everything is extremely contradictory, so I need to find a way to explain it to this person so he understands. When Lin Jie lifted the teacup, the golden logo underneath could be seen. The two L's logo belonging to the Luo Development Corporation. And that corporation was controlled by a powerful man, controlled by her father. It was simply a monopoly of all mines within the lower city district. Moreover, it was also present in Norzen's industry. In Norzen, its ubiquity was unimaginable, whether in business or daily life. If one dug deeper, one would find its dark corners. Even an outsider who had only been here for 3 years could feel its influence. I haven't been here long, but I've already discovered it. At that time, the young Lin Jie had just arrived in Norzen City, and he wasn't in this bookstore. Flashback. Lin Jie wore a pair of thick glasses. He had just finished grocery shopping and was carrying a bag in his hand. He went to a room, pushed the door open, and light flooded in. I only just found out recently that the company has existed for a very long time, if you count its predecessors. Lin wore a pair of glasses covering his eyes and looked inside the room. The room was simply furnished a bed and a computer desk placed beside it. Lin Ji sat down on the chair, logged into the computer. And its history has many mysterious parts. Anyway, the reason it dominates is really due to the arrangement in Norzen. Norzen is divided into the lower city district and the upper city district. The upper city is completely attached to the ground. It's a steel city built by humans. At that time, Lin Jie was looking at the map of Norzen City on his computer. Briefly, the map is like this. Norzen City is divided into 3 sections. The central district is at the top, the upper city is in the middle, and the lower city is at the bottom. If viewed from above, it would look like a giant kingdom. Lin Jie was intently reading the news on his computer. The size of Norzen is comparable to a province in China. And the roads near the central district also have their own names. The rest are just letters or 2 numbers. From that architecture, the upper district was created by humans. It has no natural resources at all. All natural resources are found in the lower city district. The lower city district is also called the underworld and the transition zone. At that time, only the real society could enter it because they often closed it off. And that's because the residents of the lower city district have contact with the Azir border, the misty fog outside the high city walls. They are not patients or descendants infected with strange diseases, but were forced to be quarantined for 2 million years because the ecosystem is completely different from the upper city district. It can be said that this lower city district is like a slum. At that time on the main road, if it's this place meaning the lower city district, then this main road can be considered the old main road, the dirt road. A small figure in a black cloak holding an axe, but through the hazy mist, it could be seen that the person revealed strange scales and tentacle-like whiskers on their chin. The person held the axe about to do something. Suddenly someone called his name. "Red, what are you doing, child?" The person turned his head, his red pupils glowing, and called out, Grandma." The woman called Grandma had green skin and dark blue hair. Around her chin were tentacle-like whiskers. The woman asked the child Red, "My grandchild, I can't just ignore you, can I?" The woman extended her hand to Red. "Come on, it's time for me to distribute the rations." Red placed his hand in the woman's. The woman said, "Now come home with Grandma." Red muttered, The woman led the child along the road. She heard the child ask, "Grandma, I just found another stone. We'll get a new bowl." The woman said, "Very good. You're very good, child. I'll give you an extra share." Red silently looked up at his grandmother. Then Red looked up at the sparkling light above and asked the woman, "Grandma, what's that above us? Is it really where our ancestors lived? Did those people have to work and dig stones every day to find food?" The woman said, "One day you will witness it yourself. I am old. You will tell your own story when it comes." Red muttered, The woman took out a book. On the cover of the book was a tree with 2 swords crossed over it like the letter M. The book was titled, The Church of Pestilence. Lin Jie observed the cover image. So that's it. That church originated from the lower city district. It's still the main ideology today. Lin Jie pushed his glasses up, looking at the screen, thinking, anyway, the upper city and lower city districts are separated for various reasons. That's why there are many privileged organizations in moving and collecting resources for the upper city district, especially the competition that led to the formation of one of the largest companies, and that is also the Luo Resource Corporation. Lin Jie stared at the computer screen, thinking, now only they can control passage through the lower city district. Lin Jie stretched his arms. Thinking about it is really silly. If only rich people can have a small bookstore and then buy the allocated books. Lin Jie sighed. I can't just dream like that. I need to work properly. The teacup beside Lin was steaming just like now. The teacup placed by his hand was also steaming. Lin thought, at that time I never thought that only the daughter of the Luo Corporation's boss could be acquainted with me. Clearly it's thanks to my eloquence. Lin smiled, thinking, since I'm familiar with it, it will help maintain the relationship. For a young lady like that, it will be easy for him to work. After thinking, Lin spoke, she might be able to help you a bit. When she had a problem a few days ago, I guided her to solve it. It's almost time for her to come back. She'll be here soon. Button was completely bewildered. He looked down and said, now it makes sense. He clenched his fist, thinking, no wonder the situation in Norzen turned out like this. The first reason is that the White Spider Lily Hunters and the Dark Sorcerers of the Crimson Cult collaborated. That's because Helix lost in the battle with Spider Jijixu. In the end, he had to offer the second Casper and then flee. And the reason Helix lost was because the prey before Jijixu suddenly became stronger. Now I understand. She was helped by the bookstore owner. So that's why he helped. Button looked at the golden Luo family logo on the cup, thinking, he opened a conflict between hunters and the real society with his words. He wants to topple the real society. That's right. Toying with others and creating conflict. Button looked at Lin Jie endlessly, imagining countless stories. That's how devils entertain themselves, right? But his words still linger in my heart. It's truly captivating. If so, the path he chose is... Button imagined Lin as a chess player and the scales were swaying. Whichever side Lin placed his chess piece on would win. Button thought, he wants to dominate the scattered ones and hunters who haven't joined any faction yet, then lead them to become enemies of the real society and the secret letter tower. If so, it will change Norzen's entire system. Button imagined the entire chessboard collapsing. He came to a conclusion. It's just like a game to him. Button sat in the bookstore, but he seemed to have isolated himself in a corner. He placed both hands on his lap, thinking, but I'm lucky to be a small pawn spinning around in it. Now that I think about it, it's because the bookstore owner wanted me to know his intentions. Button's eyes narrowed. He thought, he only let that flower suck out my most intense desires then, right from the beginning. He didn't eat me at all. Button placed both hands on the table looking at the flower, but the flower's eye was arrogant and didn't pay attention to Button. He came to a conclusion in his mind. Now I don't have a single thought about gaining the Truth Society's recognition or completing the destruction level assessment. Not a single idea. On the contrary, now I really want to see if this decision will make me regret it.